Hello everyone, welcome to my CCI Enterprise course. In this course, you will learn all the technology related to your CCI Enterprise journey. And in case if you are looking for the actual lab type of scenario and the solution, then you can reach out, you can send me email ratnesh721kumar721, that is here. And then I will send you that detailed info that how my students they are preparing for their actual lab training. It will be almost similar that what you will expect in the exam. You can practice. I will help you. I will guide you for 1 month to clear this exam. I will help you step by step how to drill down um, the solution, drill down the technology into small pieces, and I will help you to pass your exam in first attempt. So go for this course. This will be a good place where you can learn the technology. But if you are serious about the CCI lab exam, then you can drop me an email and you can get the detailed info. All right, so let me stop this video, and if you watch this video, you can simply contact me and you can get the information related to the new update that we have in the CCI Enterprise Lab. Hi there, thanks for your enrollment. We are in 1 minute ad break. In this break, I'm going to show you that I have so many courses uploaded over Udemy. And if you're going to enroll my courses, you will get 95% discount. Every month, 3 times. First week, mid of the month, and the last week of the month. I am sharing the coupons. If you go and use those coupons, then my courses related to CCNP, related to CCI, all those courses, you are going to get heavy discount up to 95%. You can see the prices are a little bit higher here, but if you go and apply the coupon, the prices will go rock bottom. So go use those coupons. Suppose if you don't have those coupons, then you can always ping me over YouTube. You can send me email. You can ask for those coupons. I will provide you that coupon. So get the coupon, get the discount. Some of my courses over Udemy, they are bestseller. Some of the courses are quite new, like SD-WAN automation, DNA automation, CCI data center 3.0. Those are the new uploads as well. So please go continue your learning, take the coupon, enroll my courses, and study well. All the best. Thanks for joining. We are in day 1, and today we are going to learn basics of DNA. What I will do, after a few slides, I will log into DNA and I will walk you through the DNA dashboard. And since this is 2-hour session, so we will go and take a break after 1 hour for 10 minutes, a tea or coffee break, and then we'll come back and again we'll continue. Okay, I have already shared the agenda that what we are going to do in day 1 up to day 10. So this is going to be very much action-packed training, and it will help you in your DNA journey, because you will see all of a sudden in market, you will see the demand for DNA. So let's start. Now, clearly you can see that we are going to learn DNA as a non-fabric, but in day number 9 and 10, I am going to show you the DNA as a fabric as well. Fabric means that how we can go and enable the SD access features within the DNA. All right, so let's start. DNA, again, is this the new product? The answer is no. Do you know any other SDN product? Obviously, you may know, you know that in Cisco, we have vManage, in ACI, in data center, we have ACI. ACI is one of the SDN product for DC. Then we have SD-WAN, vManage. And then we have DNA, Digital Network Architect Something Center for LAN. Nowadays, LAN is not that small. LAN is big. And in LAN, you have wired and wireless. So both you have, say you have wired LAN and you have wireless. both the flavors you have, right? And when we are talking about wireless, now you will see lot of company, they are directly moving to wireless because no one want to see the wire. They just want wireless network, wireless network. So that is high demand for wireless network as well nowadays. Now, if you have wireless network in the infra, then security is one of the concern for wireless network. So then, can we provide security inside DNA? Now, before going there, I'm going to ask you a few questions to you, and you can unmute yourself and answer that in SDN, what type of planes we have? Any SDN.
Control plane.
So we have control plane, yeah.
Management plane.
Management, yeah.
Data plane.
Data plane, yeah. Any other?
Well, I mean, is the API plane a plane or not really?
No, it's a service like CLI and GUI.
Okay.
So perfectly fine. Control plane, data plane, management plane. But in Cisco SD-WAN, generally there is one other term is VBond. That term is an orchestration plane.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
But in that is in we manage in Cisco SD-WAN. But you are spot on. These are the three planes we have. Actually, SDN definition itself is decoupling of data and control plane. That is the SDN. So that's cool. But one thing here new in DNA fabric actually, that in DNA, so suppose SDN related to DNAC, we have something called policy plane as well. So when we are talking about that managing the wired and wireless network with the help of DNA, that means that we are managing wireless network which is less secure or prone to be less secure because we know that someone can go and connect with the APIs and try to do some unnecessary things. So point here is this, that we want to secure we want to secure the wireless network. We want to provide the security to wireless network, right? So how we can do with policy plane, right? But do DNA has policy plane itself? The answer is no. DNA do not have policy plane natively. So can I go and integrate DNA with firepower or cloud-based firewall or some other thing and umbrella and this and that and that? Can we integrate? The answer is yes, we can integrate, right? Now, think about network without DNA, for example. So in your network, for wireless devices or for wireless network, how you're providing security? Who is the device who is providing security?
Usually it's the controller. The wireless controller has the security.
Wireless controller, but wireless controller has integration with which device?
The firewall.
Yeah. Well,
They have integration with ISE, right?
with ISE, yeah.
Identity services. Now, in ISE, what you can do for security?
What do you call it? Control the MAC addresses that you want to authenticate.
Yeah, generally we know this AAA, right?
Yeah. Well,
Authentication, authorization, and accounting, right? Generally.
Right.
But do we have any other thing we can do from ISE?
Oh yeah.
Specific to wireless.
I forgot the name, but
okay, no problem. So think about users.
yes.
LAN is all about users, right?
I think you can control the MAC address that you authenticate, right?
We are talking about MAB authentication, okay?
Yeah.
That is one thing. There is other as well.
EPOL or
.1x, right? Yeah,
Yes.
EPOL and all that, EP, PLEP, right? These things you are doing in the ISE, correct? Now think
Yeah.
like this. You have HR department, you have sales department, right? You want to provide some sort of micro segmentation or macro segmentation, whatever we can tell. This is actually macro segmentation. So two different groups. Can you go and provide some security in between two groups?
In ICE?
Yeah,
Yes, you
in
can put them
ISE, yeah.
Well, you can have
VLAN based, right? Like
VLAN based
groups. Yeah, you can have
groups.
groups in
We have
ICE.
groups,
Yeah.
yeah. That's right. What that group's term? What is the name of that group?
Oh, geez.
Something called a scalable group,
Oh, scalable groups.
right? Now, what's the use of this scalable group? That we are putting some sort of tag. So for example, we have employee having tag 10. We have, for example, we have HR having tag 15. So employee and HR. Then we can go and create some sort of contract in between them that they want the traffic is permit or deny in between different groups. The term is itself called as SG-ACL.
Well, it's like an
SG-ACL.
access list, right?
Yeah, it's like access list. Yeah, SG-ACL, security group access control list that we can provide. So point here is this, that when we are talking about the LAN network, right? Local area network. And in that LAN network, you have wired and wireless devices, correct? Now, both the wired and wireless devices, you can go and provide security with 8021X and MAB, because the MAB, MAC address bypass, and .1X, these features are there for both wired and wireless network. There's no problem on that, right? You can go and create policy inside ISE. You can tell
Sure.
ISE, okay, if this is the condition, do this. This is the condition, do this. This is the condition, do this, right? That means ISE is working as a identity services. ISE is working as a brain in the network, but you can go and integrate the ISE with DNA. So that means DNA will take primary role, right? And whatever configuration we will do in the DNA, it will get replicated within the ISE. So that means that somehow ISE and DNA, they are doing the communication. Now, how they are doing the communication, do you know? DNAC and ISE, how they are communicating. What is the communication channel between ISE and DNA? You have something called Pixie Grid. It's complete API based service behind the scene, complete automation. We have something called Pixie Grid services that you have to go check mark in the ISE. Once you do that, once you do the integration in between DNA and ISE, then whatever things, so this will become your primary. So whatever policy, scalable group, virtual network you will go and create in DNA, it will get replicated in the ISE. Okay, and from ISE, from DNA, you can manage everything. But as you mentioned, that there are different type of control management and other planes. So as you mentioned that we have, let me change the color. We have management plane, control plane, data plane, and I have added one more, that is the policy plane. So management plane you have control plane, you have data plane, and then I have added policy plane. So policy plane is nothing but the ISE. Data plane, what is the data plane in DNA? Let's go one step ahead now. What's the data plane we have in DNA? Data plane, right? The router switches where actual data is moving. Router switches, APs, they are nothing but the data plane devices, right? What's the control plane? At the moment, we are using this ISE as a non-fabric. For example, in the fabric case, I will tell you that the border and control devices are the control plane and all. We'll see that later on. At the moment, for non-fabric, this is non-fabric. We have router and switches, their intelligence, APs and controllers. Not AP actually, controller, router, switch. Because router, switch, you have control plane, data plane, management plane, everything in it. If you are not using as a SDN. So control plane will be your router, switch, and the controllers, WLC controllers. What is the management plane? The DNAC itself is your management plane. And policy plane will be ISE. Any doubt in this?
No, makes sense.
All right, great.
Well, the policy plane is ICE.
Policy plane is ISE, yeah, because where you are creating the policy for network. In ISE, yeah, in ISE only, because ISE is actually one of the nice product from Cisco, which is one of the most sold identity engines we have in the network. Even different companies, they are using different products, but they are using ISE as a identity services, right? All right, so what we want to do in day 0 or day 1 is that we want to know the steps that how we can go and install the DNA. DNA is actually completely Linux based service, but DNA is big. Suppose we'll go and see the hardware related to DNA, but it's a big server. In that server, not only that we have, suppose run any Ubuntu machine. And in that Ubuntu, you can go and enable different type of services like IP tools, firewall, and etc. 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 DNA itself is operating system is maglev. Actually, grapevine is the operating system. Let me write here because I think this is not mentioned here in anywhere in the slide. Grapevine. Grape. I think wine, or you can check this spelling. VINE.
Grapevine or grapevine?
Grapevine or wine. I'm not sure, but you can check. It's a VINE or W. So here I have some confusion. Anyway, grapevine or grapevine. Actually, grapevine. This may be the correct, I think, because it makes sense. Anyway, so this operating system name is this grapevine, but behind the scene, very much if you go and check their the architecture, and obviously we'll discuss about the architecture in the next class, means tomorrow. I'll show you a few of the slides related to architecture. If you see the architecture, you'll find that it's very much inspired from Kubernetes. So if someone knows Kubernetes, if you know that container, you know at least 80% of the CLI commands in the DNA. We know in Kubernetes, we have something like kubectl. Here you have something called maglev, is the operating system for the containers. But here you have something magctl. But either it's a kubectl or magctl, the commands are almost same. So that's one thing. This behind the scene, its service is containerized. And later on, I will show you some other things as well that will make sense related to this operating system. And Cisco is using so many open sources, and then they have converted those open sources as an enterprise software. So maybe you know about different type of open sources like Elasticsearch operating systems. Then you may know about there are graphic tools and others, and like Kibana and MongoDB and all those things. Like if you have any exposure on cloud, do anyone know cloud and services and all, like AWS or GCP or any other services, you know about that?
Yeah, Azure.
Okay, so Michael know about that cloud. Henry, you know about cloud?
Some AWS.
AWS, little bit, just the basic fundamental, yeah. Okay, so like cloud, right? In cloud, you have different services. Like for a storage, you have something, right?
Yeah.
For load balancing, you have something. For database, you have something. For DBMS, you have something, right? For authentication services, you have something. For
Yep.
compute, you have something like that. When we'll go and check the hardware structure of this DNA, you will find that for database, we have MongoDB. For searching, we have Elasticsearch. To represent the graph, we have Grafana, like that. For big data, there is something like that. We have all those things within the hardware itself. We'll see that. And that's the thing we have in DNA means, see, our mindset should change now. So now we should not think network as a network. We are thinking, okay, network means what? Collections of router and switches. That's it. But here the thing, we should see that, oh, network, how many traffic is coming, going, network, how many services I am using in the network. Think network as a subscription. If a network, how I can abstract that network, and then how I can do the virtualization for the network and all those things. All this mindset will change. And that's the mindset that Cisco has. And then they have created the project DNA. So they are not thinking network just as a network. They are thinking network as some sort of service, as some sort of software. So suppose from this network, I want to know that in last 10 days, how many bandwidth and the utilization, peak utilization. In this network, in last 20 days, how many applications having peak utilization? In this network, in last 30 days, how many routers are down? These are the questions, right? These are the questions that someone can ask you. Now, these questions, if you think these questions are not the questions, but these are the query, for example, you think that these are the query, right? And when you are doing the query, where you are doing the query? You are doing the query to the database.
Yeah, you got to do it on each individual. Yeah, right.
Right. So now, if you have this information in the database, then only you can query and you can get the response. And the best thing to do the query is actually the API. Even we are not using the API, so what we are doing? We are thinking, okay, I log into DNA, right? And in DNA, I am running some GUI options, right? I am doing something from GUI. Behind the scene, the GUI, they are converted in the API and then we are getting the result.
Right.
Earlier in days, the GUI was converted in CLI and we are getting the output. But nowadays, the GUI, they are converting in APIs and we are getting the output.
Right. The API calls.
The API calls behind the scene. That's the shift we have in a network. We are in the next generation network where network itself has its own database. And since network has a database, so we can query and we can get the response, right? So that's the cool thing we have. You will see that the DNA has the database. That's why we can query and we can get the response. Now the upcoming slides, you'll find it very easy knowing this much information. So future of network, some slides taken from Cisco. And you can see that it's actually the fact. So we know that in network, the data center, WAN, core, distribution, access, everything is there. Users. And now we are using so in between you have network and the user. Why user will think that they have server somewhere in DC and there you have some application and you want this application. So that's actually the end goal. For a user, why they will think my traffic is going via the firewall and this and that and reaching to the server from where I'm getting the response. For a user, for a user, they may think that they are a web user, right? Application user. Yeah, you're telling something?
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, the user doesn't care how it's getting, where it's going.
Yeah. So behind the scene, what a story is that or not? Yeah. So just abstract everything in somewhere, and then they will send some request and they are waiting for some response. And nowadays, even things are getting worse because of this AI evolution and chat, GTP and other things. So in future, you have to study those things as well. Even if you not use those services, but still you have to study those things. Even nowadays, I'm using chat GTP Chrome plugin. So generally what we are doing, simply we are going to Google and we are asking Google, okay, Google, tell me this. But I want some accurate information. So I'm going to chat GTP and then I'm typing that query and I'm getting the response. This is just one small use case. Think about big companies. I know a few of the companies and it seems very funny, but they have fired maybe thousands of customer service, desk employees who are the who are the prime contact. Someone was calling to the help desk and they are responding. They have fired. Why? Because using this chat GTP and all, they have integrated their help desk with chat GTP. So chat GTP they can give better response than the humans. These things are happening and it will happen, but the point here is this, that whatever, because we are the intelligent devices, humans. So if new thing will come, we have to go and learn and use it, right? Even in DNA also, you will see that we have integration with AI. DNA will go and you will find it's very interesting. DNA will tell you what's the issue, what's the root cause, what's the solution, where is the issue, when it happened. Everything DNA will, not only it will tell you, but it will give you the picture as well. See, this is the issue, like that. So these things are there. We'll see later on.
Wow.
Okay. All right. So you can see now the basic thing, like the traditional network, difficult to segment, complex to manage. Main thing is the resolution. Now in DNA, you can see everything, the topology, the issue, the breakage, the link down. So since you can see that, you can click to that device and then it will tell you. Even DNA will tell you that this is the issue and these are the CLI commands. Run these CLI commands. And, and if you are using those,
Can do your thinking for you. You don't have to think anymore, huh?
yeah. And if doing those CLI commands, if issue is not resolving, then the last option is that reach out tag, like the DNA will tell you. And again, this DNA, you can integrate with ticketing tool like ITSM or any other. So these information automatically can be replicated as a ticket in the ticketing tool like P1, P2, P3. Once DNA will send this information to the ticketing tool, they will tell, okay, this is the issue and these are the CLI commands you can check. And even if you are you are doing these commands and you are unable to resolve, then reach out to TAC. So at the moment the P1, P2 tickets will come, obviously, and again you can integrate with PagerDuty, WebEx, Teams, blah blah. All those integration option is there. If any P1 ticket is there, it will reflect in those channels as well. So anyone in that group will come to know, oh, this is the issue and this is the solution. We should try it. So those things are there. That's why this issue, a slower issue resolution. So because in the traditional network, if issue is there, then client is waiting for 2 hours. Oh, maybe it will get auto resolve. After 2 hours, they are sending the mail to the help desk. Now help desk, they are doing ping and trace route and all, and they are waiting for 2 hours. Then they are sending this to L1 engineers. The L1 engineers, because help desk, they are promoted to L1. So they are also doing ping and trace and all those things. And then they are sending that ticket after maybe 2 hours to the L2 or L3 or any other team. Now these L2, L3 engineers, they are very busy guys. So they are working on multiple tickets and all, then they don't have time to look. So they are waiting for 3, 4, 10 hours to this ticket gets, escalated, or maybe good chances there they will go and directly go and resolve it. But the point here is this: they don't know which area, which router, which switch. So they have to go and check their share folder or drive and all, or whoever working in that location, call them, check. So it is taking 3 to 4 hours here as well, just to know what is the issue. So overall, you can see that 10 to 12 hours, it is completely wasted just to know that which customer is affected and what is the issue. Now this will be saved because at the moment issue is there, it will trigger in ITSM. If it is triggered in ITSM as a P1 or P2, we know that we have SLA fixed. For P1, you have to respond in 10 minutes. If you do not respond, then it will breach the SLA, and the engineer in that particular ITSM group, they are answerable. They have to give the justification why they have not checked that P1, right? Now, once they go and open this ITSM button, they will know what's the issue, what's the site, and what's the problem, what's the what 4 steps we have to check, because DNA will suggest those things. If they are able to resolve, well and good. Otherwise, they will go and resolve it. But anyways, this 10 to 12 hour will saved. Now, 10 to 12 hour for one ticket may cost some rupees, maybe $100, for example. And it depends upon issue to issue. Some issues are very critical, some issues are less critical. For example, $100. Now, in a month, so suppose in a day,
Yeah, that's one ticket, right? So it
yeah,
multiplies.
yeah, and suppose if we have 1,000 of hours, so you can see how many dollar is getting wasted
Wow.
for 1 month. So it's a big saving actually behind the scene. If we have intelligent device like DNA and we are using all the capabilities and features in DNA, it's a huge saving, money saving
It
using
pays for
DNA.
itself
Yeah,
practically.
yeah. So it's nice because the issue resolution is really faster, and you have seen the dashboard, right? So let me quickly go to the DNA dashboard. So I can justify this. Actually, it is easy to manage. So if you go to DNA, you can see how clean this dashboard. Now, once we'll go and discover the devices, you'll find it will tell you in the dashboard itself, it will tell you how many P1, how many P2, what is the health of router, what is the health of switch like wired and wireless client, how many sites, device. In the dashboard itself, it will tell you the issues and all those things. And if you click here, it will go directly to the assurance engine, and nice chart and graphs are there. You can see the 40 hours, or if you have sites, you can go and filter the sites here. I will see all those information. 24-hour, you can go and check 3-hour issues, 7 days issues. It will tell you all P1, P2, P3 AI driven. See this AI, artificial intelligence driven issues, right? So now you have a tool which is AI integrated, right? So it's actually faster. You log into DNA, you can see this dashboard itself is very fast. I'm clicking and I'm reaching to that place. It's very fast because I don't know what type of interface is this. Maybe Java, but very lightweight Java is this. You are clicking here and you are going into that. It's very fast behind the scene. You know, unlike I used SD-WAN vManagers as well. And Cisco is making vManage to look like this only. So if you see the newer version of vManage and the older version of vManage, you'll find the difference. So behind the scene, even the ISE also Cisco is making like this. In ISE also in 3.1 or 2, you will see such type of dashboard and menu and all. So Cisco is trying to make everything look like DNA. All right, so yeah, we have all these features, and you have now DNA, and DNA, one of the term used for DNA is, and that's really good, that's intent-based networking. DNA is using intent-based networking. What does it mean? Okay, you know what is meaning of intent?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me that.
Well, it's designed to deliver a certain result.
Certain result, right? So we can say that we have now business intent based networking, because with DNA we are serving some business models or some business. So you can see here clearly in the diagram that business has the goal, right? And then that goal we try to achieve with help of DNA and DNA services. Now here you can see the DNA architecture in you can see the high level diagram of DNA architecture. It's not the low level diagram. So you can see that DNA can do automation, DNA can do analytics. We have something called assurance engine to do all the analytics thing. Can DNA do virtualization?
It says it can.
Is it possible to do virtualization? And it's not like a VMware type of virtualization, right? So we'll see that how DNA can do virtualization. And then you have the devices which is DNA ready. So what does it mean that devices are DNA ready? And then DNA can have some integration with cloud and all to upgrade the DNA images and all. So the thing here you can see that this is the DNA box itself. And DNA box, they are fully supported the container concept. So that means that inside DNA, you can go and you have the containers, you can go and run any application within the DNA. And that's why it is telling you the virtualization, because this architecture is very much similar to Kubernetes architecture. And we'll see that later on. Okay, and DNA can do automation, analytic, and cloud services are integrated. But what does it mean by the DNA ready physical and virtual infra?
I would assume that means you have to have Cisco devices.
That may be one good point here, that Cisco devices, but DNA is supporting non-Cisco devices as well. So DNA is supporting Juniper, Dell, any number of devices, but they are not doing full-fledged support, like 100% support that they can do with Cisco devices. But you can discover any device in DNA and you can see in the inventory. As long as those devices understand SNMP, you can discover those devices in DNA, non-Cisco devices as well, and it will show you that. And DNA nowadays, they are adding more and more features to manage non-Cisco devices as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
so,
I mean, I have been in companies where we've had, Cisco infrastructure, but the wireless was a different company, So yeah.
Aruba or maybe some other. So yeah, you can discover those devices in DNA. DNA can discover, and one goal we have with DNA is that DNA can work as a source of truth. That means that you can discover all the networking devices within the DNA, and then if you have to trust some inventory, you can trust the DNA inventory. So it can work as a SOT for all the networking devices we have in the infra. Now again, we'll see that is there any prerequisite to discover the devices, and DNA can do full-fledged support for those devices? Yes, you should enable the netconf on the devices. So then DNA can give you full-fledged services like license discovery, like telemetry and other application visibility and all. So we should go and enable the netconf within the device. All right, I told you that I'll give you a break after 1 hour. So we have good amount of theoretical slides, and I will go through 2 or 3 theoretical slides, and then we are going to perform a lab as well. The same lab you can also perform once you get the lab credential. Yes, so Cisco DNA is an intelligent platform. It can learn the context from the ISE and can take action. It has intent-based networking driven by knowledge. That means that not simply that we have to go and do the configuration for router and switches, but we have to go and do the planning. So you can see that different phases we have in DNA now, that we have to go and design the networks. Before even doing the actual provisioning, we should go and write it down everything that what we want. What is the site? What is the design? What is the pool? What is the pool IP? What's the global IP addresses for different servers? All those information we can go and plan in the design section. We can do the configuration, and then we can go to the provisioning and do the actual deployment. Right. Once we do the actual deployment, then we can go to the assurance section and we can see that what is the status of those devices. So that's why you can see this provisioning, design, and assurance. Now, if we have integration with policy plane, that is ISE, then we can go and create different type of policies. We can do end-to-end segmentation and traffic filtering in between different groups. We can achieve with the policy section. So those things we can do. Now today I'm going to give you one small lab task that we want to design. We want to design the site. We'll go and create site, and then we'll go and discover few of the devices, and those devices will go and assign to the site. That very small task we want to do today. And this particular task will give you a little bit of hands-on and the interaction with the DNA. All right. So let's do this together. Now, once you log into the lab that we have the AnyConnect, and if I get to the secure CRT, let me go there. I have all the devices management IP in my secure CRT as well under DNA lab. Let me quickly check the devices, they are accessible. Yeah.
You can export that to us, right?
Yeah, you can. You can make all those things like this that I have created the lab. You can also create the same, right?
He's saying, can
I
you have
just
your
wanted to see the SNMP string. So while discovering, we should know the SNMP community. Here you can see if I go up arrow.
Yep.
And I'll do one thing. Cisco RO. RW. Okay, so yeah.
New one?
Just rewrite community, just put that. Even you can go and put SNMP version 3 as well with encryption, all those parameters. And generally that is recommended to use SNMP v3. In this lab, I'm just using this v2 with the same community. So now what we want to do here is this, that we should go and yeah. Yes, Henry, you're telling something?
Yeah, do you need the enable traps for all these?
No, it's not required. Just the SNMP string, that's it.
Okay, but I mean, is there one command that would, I mean, or for each and every service that you want traps for, do you need to
No, we don't need any of these. It's by default there in this lab.
Is there already? Okay.
Yeah, we don't need any trap, anything. We just need this SNMP community string. And if we are running version 3, then we need version 3 information. That's it. So I have these IPs 198.168.200 up to 207. Let's try to go and discover these devices. But before discovering, I want to create the sites as well. So what you can do, oops. What you can do here, let's go back to the session.
The recording?
Yeah, it's just going on, yeah.
Okay.
Let's go ahead, oops, DNA, and you can see, you can go to the menu, go to design, network hierarchy, and now in the global, you can see area and all. You can see in that I have one already created called Phoenix and some dog park floor 1, but let me show you how we can create ours. So I can go and add this new area.
Now you're
And-
adding an area to the global, right? What the thing
Yeah,
at the
within
top
the
says
global,
add
yeah.
site. What is that at the top where it says add
Yeah, that's
site?
the same thing, yeah. From here also you can go and add.
Ah, okay.
From here also you can go and add. And now suppose if you are importing these informations from Cisco Prime. So Cisco Prime, you can go and export, and then you can see this import button here. So you can import those information as well. Import site, maps, and bulk AP, right? Even you can export from here as well, but we can import from Cisco Prime and we can put here as well. So all sorts of options we have. And then you can see that different view options we have. If you go and click to list view, it will show you like this. Then you have this summary. It will show you like this. You know, it's actually very, very good. We'll see all these options slowly. So now let's go here to the global, because I want to create anything within the global. So let's do this. For example, I can go to global and I'll give USA. Generally, the businesses, they have business in Asia, means APAC, Europe, USA, like that. They can go and define the region. So once you go and click add, and just for sake of simplicity, I'll go and create branch 1 and branch 2 here. That's it. I'll not go and give the sub-regions like within US. Obviously, there are different test rates like, uh, New York, California, etc., etc. Means there are so many. So now you can see here that we have option called add area or add building. Right. So if I go and add area again, so it is asking that what area name you have. Just for knowing this thing, I'll go and add NY, New York, and add here. So now you will see what will happen, that inside the US, we have this NY. Like that in US, we can go and add all those states, right? Suppose I have this NY. Now in this, I want to add 2 branch. Suppose I have branch 1 and branch 2. You can go and give the address and exact information about the latitude and longitude. If I click add here, it is throwing error. It is asking that give me the specific latitude and longitude. So let's give some random number here just for our lab practice. Add somewhere in this region. And then I'll go and add one more branch 2 this time.
I was hoping that once you put the address, it would know the
Yeah,
coordinates.
that's not the right New York range. Yeah.
Yeah, means I don't know, sorry for that, but I'm just putting any random number here.
No, I know. I'm saying it's not smart enough to know that's not in New York. It should know that. So that's not New York. That's
Okay,
okay.
so you can see these regions that it is telling, and then we have branch 1 and branch 2 here. Now in these branches, we can go and add the floor. So now we are inside the area, and then we are inside area, we are inside the building, and within the building, we can go and add the floor. So let's add one, just to show you, I'm adding one floor. And in this floor, you can import the floor map and all those things. So I can go and give the name as, for example, floor 1. And then you have this upload file option. You can upload. Moment I don't have, so I will go simply and add without any image. Yes. So now you can see this, some default image will come. And we are inside floor 1, where we can go and map the APs. If we have proper floor planning, we can go and discover the AP and we can map it. And even you can see that we have nowadays 3D view as well. Later on, obviously, we'll go and see these features. I will show you this nice 3D preview of that particular floor. It will tell you. Okay, so at the moment, your task is this, that you go to the global, create USA, and inside that any state, and then branch 1 and branch 2. So this is related to site hierarchy. Like that, we can grow our site even before doing any networking thing. We can grow and we can go and do the designing. This is the planning part. We can go and plan, right? Now, next thing here is this, that discover the devices and assign to these branches. So let's do one thing. Let's discover router 1 to 4 and assign to branch 1, router 5 to 8, assign to branch 2. So let's go there. You have multiple options. You can go to the DNA dashboard here. And if you scroll down, you will find somewhere that you have discovery, or you can go to the menu. You can see here that you have within the menu, you have something called tools. You can click to the tool section. And once you are inside the tool, then it will tell you the discovery page. It seems that it got a little bit hanged. Maybe some network issue, but it will come. Generally, if something will happen like this, that means some any connect issue. You can go to the tools and then you can see discovery, click discovery. Once we are inside the discovery, the page is popping up. I think one of the router is already discovered. Yeah, no problem. We can go and click this add discovery. And this discovery name, class 1, day 1, whatever. We'll give the logical name here and then CDP IP address LLDP. We'll go and give the IP address range. We know that IP address range is starting from 198.1.8, that is my management IP, 201 up to, oops, let me copy and paste, 208. So this is the range we have. And then you will see the credentials. Now you may think that how these credentials are coming here, right? We will see this part as well. I will show you that. But in case in this page itself, if you want to add, here you have this button called add credentials. You can click this and then you can go and add the credentials. So already the CLI is there, then SNMP read is there, some lab SNMP something. I'll go and give write as well. Go and give lab SNMP Cisco, but this we haven't specified on the other routers. Okay, so I will save it just to show you, but I will not use this. I'll show you how to disable this, and then we should go to netconf. Port number is 830. Save this as a global setting, save it. And then you will see that the netconf will come here. And if I click here advanced, you will see that we have SSH enabled by default. Now what I want here, because this SNMP configuration for write, I haven't configured on all the devices, so I will disable this. We have lab credential CLI and SNMP read, that's okay. And then we can click discover. You want to discover now, later. You want to discover only new devices, which is already not there in the list. I want to discover everything. Now I clicked here, you can see this task has been scheduled. Later on, I'll go to this task area and I will show you all those information related to task, how it is scheduled and all. Now behind the scene, the DNA start looking for all those devices. And now if you go to any of the device, and if you go and check the users, you will see that DNA logged in. This is the DNA IP to this device, logged into this device because it is searching that particular device. It will log in, do the SSH, discover, and that entry you will see here in the dashboard. So now you can see 7 devices successfully discovered. The status, the SNMP, the CLI, the netconf, all these are green, 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 green. That means we are very good. But If you go here to the menu, provisioning, inventory, although DNA has discovered all those devices, but they will be part of unassigned devices. Why? Because these devices has been discovered. They haven't assigned to the proper sites. Correct? So if I go and refresh the page, now you can see all the name of the devices. You're not seeing router 1 because it is already assigned somewhere. So what we want to assign 2, 3, and 4, for example, to USA NY branch 1. So you can select these devices like this, these 3. You can go to the action on the top. We have option. We can go and use this inventory, edit the device, or better option is this, go to provision and assign device to site. So go here and then choose the site, which site you want to assign the device. I want to go to this branch 1, save, and then all the devices, also the rest of the devices, I want to assign to the same site. Now this is very interesting, this page. You'll see the workflow. The following settings has been seen. For that particular device, R2, R3, R4, the SNMP trap server is DNA. The syslog is DNA. The net flow is not configured. It's not configured. The syslog label is 6. The controller certificate, yes. Isn't all these informations, they are telemetry information, right? So that means that by default, the DNA is our telemetry server, and it should be. So DNA can have all the assurance data. DNA can calculate all this telemetry information, and then it will present all those data inside the assurance page, right? Click next. Now, DNA has added one new feature in DNA in the recent version, that generate a configuration preview. Now, the thing that we are doing is called provisioning. Later on, we will see that provisioning, in the provisioning, we can go and add some configuration as well. And at that time, if you want to generate the configuration preview, it will show you the CLI configuration before pushing to the device. At the moment, I'll not go to this. We'll see later on. Assign. Now, once you assign, that means these 3 devices will be shifted from the global to the branch 1. It will take some time, 1 to 2 minutes, no worries, because DNA is logging to the devices and doing all those things behind the scene. Now, once this task is get completed, again we'll go to inventory, and the rest of the devices I will go and search within the branch 2. It seems like it's stopped here, but no problem. We'll go and refresh the page. It seems that DNA is getting stuck. Anyways, it will come back. So now I am not seeing this, and that means that is discovered within the DNA. Let's go back to DNA. Oops. Oops. Let's go back to menu, and so if we go back to provisioning and inventory, you will see that within the USA and this and branch 1, all those 3 devices. And on top, you can see one notification. It is telling to provision subscription, this subscription for telemetry. You must enable this device discovery with netconf protocol that we have already done. We have done this, right? So now you can see that these devices are here. Very nice, easy. There are different things that we can go and check, like compliance and all. Later on, we'll see it's very cool features we have related to compliance and all. Let me quickly do one thing. Let's go back here and quickly assign rest of the devices to branch 2. It will not take much time. It will be faster. Branch to apply to all. Next, next, next. I will show you all this configuration, advanced configuration and all those things. And apply. Simply what we have done so far in this activity, we have created certain devices, and those devices, those sites that we have created some sites and hierarchy in the design section, and we have discovered few of the devices. That is activity 2, and these devices we are assigning to those sites, right? So it's done actually. Now if you go here and check the branch number 2, so you will see that within branch number 2, these 3 devices discovered. Now if you go back to the design and the network hierarchy and the branch 1 or branch 2, okay, and here, and here, and if you come down here, so one thing I just wanted to make you note here, it's a very important thing, and later on we'll discuss about this thing, that once you are here in the global, so you can go to global. Let me show you this from network setting. You'll understand what I'm trying to tell. So once you are in the design section, that means that you are designing all the global parameters. If you go and do the configuration, all this configuration in the global, right, and save it, save button is there. That means this global configuration will be abstracted or inherited to all the sites that we have below. You can see this inheritance settings. So that means if I go here and add a DHCP server, just an example, say 10.10.10.1. If I go and save this, that means that this DHCP server information should be on all the branches or sites below it, right? That is huge time saving, because later on you can go and add the AAA information, ISE information, for example, here, the network and the client endpoints, etc., etc. You save to the global, and automatically it will push to all the sites. But in that case, only one thing you have to do, that you have to reprovision the devices. That's it. Okay. Again, I will come to this point later on. So what we have done, we have created so we are inside the design section. We have created this network hierarchy. Once we have the network hierarchy, I think I have to refresh the page. Once we have the network hierarchy, then we can go discover the devices, and then all the devices will be shown there. So you can go to the provisioning. Actually, you can go to the tools and discover. Once you do that, then you can go to provisioning and inventory, and then you can assign those devices to those particular sites, right? Any doubts so far? Right. So there are so many new cool features we have. Here you can see this topology option. It will go and generate the topology for us. And oops, I can shift a little bit up. It will generate the topology for us, and then you can see that we have filters on the top where we can go and add some more information, tagging or routing or VLANs, if we have those things. Just example, I'm showing you like this. And then we have this location option as well. Now later on, I will show you that you can see these devices, they are showing this green color, right? If you simply click this device, the summary page will come. It will tell you about the device detail. You know, any other platform that is like this? I haven't seen this type of reverse platform present in networking. It's
I
telling about,
know
yeah,
Arista Cloud Vision Portal
yeah,
is
that is also very good. Yeah, Arista
is-
Cloud. Yeah, that is also good. And from there, you can do lots of automation as well.
yeah.
Advisories, but generally Arista we are using for data centers, right? And that
Uh,
is one of the, actually that is really good. I have seen that platform. You can do automation on go, like dynamic automation from there. That's really
yes.
good. And there are other as well. The other in terms of like NetBrain and you know, um, what other? One is NetBrain. Maybe you heard about Glueware. Glueware
Mm,
is there. Then IP Fabric, like different platforms are there, but they are completely orchestration platform. It's not like very much deeply integrated like DNA. DNA is deeply integrated, so those platform they can discover the devices and then you can run some automation from there, but you can't do whatever we are doing, all sort of things like assurance, advisories, discovering, health monitoring, ticketing integrations, like, you know, so many things within same. And finally, you have this SD access capabilities and all. And once you are here, then you have this view 360 run command. So from here, you can go to the CLI as well, CLI prompt of that device as well. So now we are here in this CLI prompt and we can run show IP. Any CLI read commands we can go and run and we can get the information. Even we have the health monitoring like view 360. So those options as well. Anyways, these things will come later on when we'll go and study more about this product. I will explain this later on. All right. So far, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. Thanks for joining. Today we are inside day number 2 and we'll continue the DNAC basics. And then we'll go and discover for a few more devices within the DNA. And we will learn about how we can go and create the network profile within the DNA. What is the use of network profile within the DNA? So let's start. Now, yesterday we have seen this activity, how we can go and discover the devices within the DNA. It's fairly easy process. What you need to do, you have to go to the tools. From the tools, you can go and go to the discovery. Once you are inside the discovery, then you can give the IP address or CDP or the loopback addresses, and then your discovery will get the start. So what are the workflow we have for this? You have to go to the menu. From menu, you have to go to the tools. From tool section, you have to go and click the discovery. Once you're inside the discovery page, then in that page itself, you have to give the name for the discovery. Once you give the name, it will ask you that what is your IP address or what's the CDP or LLDP, means how you want to discover the devices, CDP, actually this is not CDS, CDP, LLDP, etc. And then you have to go and give the credentials like CLI credential or SNMP. You can go and specify the port as well, port 830 for netconf. Once we discover the device, then what is the next? Next thing that you have to do is that discovered device, you have to go and map to the sites. Now those sites that we have, we should create this site in the planning phase. Means we know that within the DNA, we have certain tabs. What tabs we have in DNA? Are you able to recall? What are the tabs we have in the DNA?
Oh, you mean the site area?
Yeah, so that's right. So we have one of the important tab inside menu is design, right? Then what is next? The other tab we have is called as a provisioning, right? Like that we have tab. Then other tab you have is assurance. One tab you have in between provisioning and assurance is policy. And then finally you have one tab tools. Like these are the major 5 tabs we have within the menu. Apart from there are different like reporting and activity and systems and all. Now we have discussed this thing earlier, that what we can do with the design tab. Do you know, are you able to recall what we can achieve with the design tab? It's very important for the CCIE exams as well, that we should know that within the design tab, what we can do. Design is nothing but your planning phase, right? So here, you're right here, you can go and design your site hierarchy, your floor planning and all those things, right? Here you can go and put your network system, global IPs, pool of addresses, different type of network profile, everything, all those information which is the platform of the network, which is global to the network, which is common within the network. That will be the part of networking design. So we know that part of networking design is IP addresses. So you can go and create pool of IP addresses. That part of network is where is the placement of DNS or AAA server or DHCP server or image distribution server or NTP or syslog. All those information you are putting within the design section. Now design section is easy, other hand it is little bit difficult as well, because once we have proper design in the DNA, then provisioning, assurance, policy, tools, they are the supplementary. So these things are supplementary below, but they are also very, very powerful. That we will go and verify in the upcoming section. So let's quickly go and do the discovery for few of the networking devices. You can see here I have 2 switches, 9300 and one ISR router that I want to discover today. So let's go to the DNA, and this is just the sequence that we have done in our previous section, previous class. So let me go to the DNA. Once we are inside the DNA, then we can go and discover it. Discover the devices. I have ISE as well in this lab. This is a different lab that I have shared with you. So let's go here in DNA, and within the DNA, you can see this menu. You can go here, click design. Then if we have network hierarchy set. So why I am setting this network hierarchy as a branch 1 and branch 2? Because in a few of the exams, you will get those same name. So maybe NY, I'll add NY, and inside NY, I'll go and add only branch 1 and branch 2. So we can go here and add building. In the building, I will go and add branch 1. And then I have to give something. And branch 2. Then we'll go and discover the devices as well. So let's go to area one more time. And here I'll go and add branch 2, no, not area, right? We should add the building in between them. So one building we have added as a branch 1. Other building I will go and add as branch 2. All right. Now, once we have, I will show you the rest of the things as well in the design, because those are very important. Network setting, image repository, profile. Today I'm going to explain more about the profile. Authentication template, mostly it is used for wireless networking, this authentication template. Great. So now let's quickly go ahead. You can see the tabs, right? Design, policy, provisioning, assurance, tools, platform, activities, and all. First four, they are important. So now let's quickly go to the tools, and you can see the discovery. I want to discover my devices. Say non-fabric devices. Give the IP pool. I know the IP addresses for those devices, management addresses. 128.22 and other is 23. And then I have one router as well whose IP is unique 133.145. I can give this IP. Now, if we go below, you can see I don't have the SNMP informations and all here. That will be painful if you don't have. So let's quickly go and check what SNMP information we have for these devices at least. Otherwise, we'll go and put it. SNMP server, it's not there. So let's configure it. SNMP server community, and so I'll do one thing. I can do like this: RO and RW, and then I can copy only these two lines of configuration. Okay, then let's copy and paste. I can go here. Let's refresh this, and let's go here. Put it, and then RW, and then the router. And here, and all right, so we put this SNMP information. We already have the CLI credentials. Then we'll go and add the credential. CLI, I'll go and give username and password. This is the password. And same is the enable password. I want to save this as a global. It will give us the warning. It will tell that do not use admin as a credential. You should have some better username and password. So now you can see here we have this pink icon. Now let's go to SNMPv2, read RW is the community, save, and then the right one, save. Next, I want to add the netconf port number 830, save it. Okay, so some error it is coming, but anyways, it should be saved. If we scroll down, it is saved, and in the advanced, you will see that SSH is there. Now let's start the discovery. Task has been submitted. Discovery is in progress. You can see 0 devices has been discovered. Once these devices will get discovered, what I will do, that I'll go and associate one of the switch to branch 1 and one of the router and switch to branch 2. Process is going on. I'll wait. If everything is okay, so you can see that one device, one router got discovered. So that's the counter is 1 here. And if everything is successful, all the IPs are reachable, then we'll see 3 here. The process is going on. Let's try to discover the device. Still it is in progress. We can wait. If anything is wrong related to IP, then it will fail. That we'll see, no problem. And what's the error we have? One critical alert. Is that? Let's see. Netconf code is already exists. So it was telling that netconf is already there. Okay. Now you can see that 2 devices got discovered. It's taking some time. If DNA has any issue reaching these devices, it will keep try. You can see retry count 3. And once everything is good, then only it will show you in the discovery. Now let's go to inventory, because what I want to assign those devices to the site. Still you can see that it is not showing the host name. We can refresh the page. Now you can see all 3 devices there. So let's go and assign this router and this switch to branch 1. So we'll go to the action. Now this is very interesting. If you do this, you will get little bit confusion here. So this is the focus. You can see focus is inventory, although you can go and change the focus as a provisioning security software image. At the moment, focus is inventory and then action. So this is the focus and this is the action. Action is provisioning and provision device. Different device, so it is telling that you have router and mix of router and switch. So I'm unable to provision both at a time. You do one thing, provision one nature of device first and then the other. So let's go to the router first and go and do the provision. Choose the site. This I want to assign to branch 1. We will go. You will see about this advanced configuration later on. Today I will show you in the network profile section. So now this task is submitted. Likewise, we'll go back and this particular switch 1, let's go and assign, do the provisioning to the same site. That is branch 1. Doing this. You can see so many different configurations are there. But let's go and submit this. And finally, the last device that we have, I'll go and provision this to branch number 2. This branch. Right. Now once it is done, now we can go to branch 1. And in branch 1, you can go and see the topology. You will see that you have router, you have switch. And branch 2, you can go and see that you have one device here because we have mapped like this, right? Now, so far, you have any query? You have any question? Please feel free to ask. So what we have done so far, that we have discovered 3 devices here. You can see green signal in branch 1, and we put all those devices in branch 1 and branch 2. Green means it's healthy and it's good. Great. Now let's quickly go and check the theoretical slide that we have quickly, because in previous session we have covered very less slides. In day 1 we have actually 137 slides. So let me quickly go and walk you through this. Few of the slides we have discussed in our previous session. We have done all these things. Now, if we have the DNA and you want to onboard, what are the steps we'll see? So today we have almost 100 slides to check. Those are the theoretical slides. But what I will do, I will go here and there, means I will cover a few of the slides and then we'll go and perform the lab task. As I mentioned earlier, that today I'm going to explain you about network profile in the design section. That is very interesting thing that we have in the design section, how we can go and create the network profile. And then I will go and create very small template, and that template I will push from DNA. So that template is nothing but the configuration. So that configuration will go and push to the switch and router. We'll see that what will happen. All right. But before that, let's quickly check the DNA theory related to hardware and very basic thing. Now you can see here that DNA is again depends upon the size of the network, how many devices we want to manage and all. So let me quickly show you the slide here and then I'll come back. So you can see that the scale, how many routers you want to manage, how many wireless devices you want to manage, means according to the manageability of how many devices, how many ports, how many sites we have, we can go and choose what type of DNA hardware we want. So for a smaller company or a smaller sites, we can go and use 44 core, bigger size like mid size 56, and the biggest we have 112 cores. It purely depend upon that what type of site we have. If it is very big, then obviously we can go with the bigger hardware. If it is mid size, generally this customer are using UCS C22M5. Most of the customer they will use this. And then if it is a small site, we can go and use this 44 core. The point here is this, that for all the controllers, it is not about DNA controller. If it is SD-WAN controller or ACI controller, Cisco is recommending that you should have 3 in a cluster. Why? Because if any of the controller will go down, still you have some other controllers for high availability. Even Cisco term and condition is like this, that if you have less than 3 controllers, then even you can't open tag cases. They will ask you first question, do you have 3 controllers? No, then we will not support. Or if they support, they will provide best effort support. Okay, so these are just the hardware number. This type of hardware we have for DNA. Behind the scene, you can see this is UCS chassis or UCS box. These boxes actually, these C series boxes, they are heavily used in data centers as well for different compute purposes. But here we have a UCS box. On top of that, we have grapevine operating system, and then we have the container services called maglev. So if I go and log into these devices, we have to go and log in. Once you log in, you have to use the maglev credentials. All right, so if we have the 44 core, and these are just the important slides, just for your reference, that suppose if you have to go and work on these different hardwares, you should know first of all the categories of hardware. Is a 44 core, 56 core, 112 core, etc. These are just the hardware specification. And anyways, you have to go and create the cluster of these hardware. So how these cluster will fit on, that we will go and discuss. Before going there, let me quickly go and show you one very important slide here. In this slide, what is important related to network? Now, if I ask you, okay, you have to go and think like this. You have to go and use one management platform. Suppose I have to go and use the DNA as a management platform. So in that DNA, suppose this is my DNA, UCS C series DNA. What type of ports I need in this box. What type of ports you need, the interfaces you required. What you will do with this
Ethernet, you're gonna need Ethernet.
Ethernet interfaces, and what will be the purpose? And this is one of the server.
Probably management port.
100% right. One will be the management, yeah. So one is the management port. Okay, great.
I think one's gonna be your data port.
One is the data port. That's right. Yep. Other?
Console.
Console, yeah. Here in server world, we have something called SIMC console, that you can manage the server itself with the SIMC port.
Oh, okay.
Right. So manage means the fan, the power slot, the hardware itself is managed by the SIMC. All those UCS box, if you see any UCS box, you'll find they have one SIMC interface to manage the hardware itself, to manage the server itself. So that's the console. Yeah, right. Any other guess?
Is there some kind of a heartbeat port or something like that?
Heartbeat port. Yeah, you're right. Because if you are creating the cluster, right? So you need some sort of cluster interface. Yeah, spot on. I think
Okay.
only one is left.
I don't know what that would be.
So I'll give you the guess. Nowadays, Cisco is offering the customers that, okay, I will give you the box and rest of the pieces, for example, the upgrades. So suppose I'm running DNA 3.1 and then I want to upgrade to 3.3, for example, 3.7 or 5. How I can upgrade?
So it's a migration port?
Migration port, that's right. But is it not like, if we are upgrading some routers or switches, what we are doing? We are putting the new image somewhere and then copying the image to the boot flash, etc., and then updating, right?
Yeah.
But if you have to update a Linux machine,
Linux,
how you are
yeah.
updating? How you are updating? Something command like apt-get update, and automatically it will connect somewhere to the distribution servers hosted in the
Okay.
cloud, right?
Yeah, that's
And
right.
then all the patches will get updated. So one interface is there for cloud
Oh,
connection.
they actually put an extra interface in there just for that. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. So in that case, because there are so many software packages, and after every 3 months, Cisco is releasing new update and packages in DNA, because they have done so much improvement in DNA, and you will see different features in DNA. And since this is working as a management plane, for example, at this point of time, we are not using this as a control plane, and it will
Right.
never be used as a control plane. We'll see that later on. So if the DNA is down, there is no problem.
What are they labeling that port? Do they label it something?
We'll see that. I will show you that. So
Okay.
now we are very much familiar that we have 5 different interfaces. One is for management, one is for enterprise, that is the data port. One is for inter DNA cluster, that's the cluster port. One is the cloud integration, one is the SIMC. Now, if I ask you that, suppose if we have this product, so different interfaces, how much bandwidth you will give? Like management, do we need 10 gig, 1 gig? Data port, do we need 10 gig, 1 gig, 100 gig, like that? So you will see in the upcoming slides that the bandwidth, the interface bandwidth, if it is SIMC or management, we don't need 10 gig. So even it will work with 1 gig as well. Now you will see
More than
this.
enough.
Yeah. Now you will see this particular diagram. Here you have some USB port, some other ports as well, some indicators, etc. But I will see 3, is the management port. It's 1 gig / 10 gig, and you can see the 3 where it is. So you can see 3 here. Then you can see 4. So our ports that we just now we have discussed, you will find 3, 4, 6, 7, somewhere 10. Let's see. 3 is there, 4 is there. 4 is what? Cloud port, you can see here.
Mm-hmm.
Use the markers so I can highlight. Right. And then 6 is your SIMC, Cisco IMC port, to manage the device itself. And you can see it is 1 gig port.
Hmm.
Then you can see serial port, rear port. Like that in this slide, if you go, so what I have done later, now you can see 11 is the cluster port, that is 10 gig Gbps. So you can see the placement of 11 in the diagram somewhere on the top. Okay, so like that we have the interfaces and port, and I have created one summary as well. So we'll come to know that these ports, I have one diagram. Let me quickly show you that diagram, and then I will come back and we'll discuss about the planning and all those things. So here also you can see I have added this detail
Wow.
about these ports, like management port, then cloud port, enterprise port. Some are optional, some are required. Cluster port, okay, SIMC port, and then how they are connected. So let's go back and we'll move it slowly. Right. But I think you know that how many ports are there, what's the significance of those ports, right?
Yes,
That's great.
that was good. Yeah.
Yeah, so DNA we know, and just when we have started today, I asked one question that could you please tell me that what type of tabs we have in DNA? It is there when we have started the class. I will ask this thing one more time because this is important question. What tabs you have in the menu?
What do you mean by what tabs? You mean all the different names for them? Or what
Yeah.
kind name?
So when you are opening DNA dashboard, you have menu. Within that menu, once you open that, you have different tabs there, right? Like
Right.
design.
Provisioning.
Yeah, provisioning.
Oh, you're talking
Provision.
about underneath the hamburger menu. What was the
Yeah,
menu?
hammer. Yeah, hammer. Yeah.
Got it.
Policy. Then
Tools.
100% right.
Oh,
Tools.
tools.
And at least assurance. There are others as well. We will see all of those. Now, when we are talking about design, this design is nothing but what we want to plan in the network. And that's why you will see this particular slide where I put planning workflow, right?
Yeah, because that's the first step. You got to plan.
Yeah. So we want to install, what's the prerequisite to install this? Obviously, you need to know that what you want to assign as a enterprise network, because there is one port called data port or enterprise port. So for that enterprise port, what is the IP address? Then for SIMC, what type of IP address you want to assign? For
Right.
management, what type of IP address you want to assign, right? And cloud is there, just cloud connectivity, but you will see later on that for cloud connectivity as well, like my device, directly we will not allow to go and talk to the cloud. So that means within the cloud and DNA, we should filter some services that we want to allow. What are those ports and services we want to allow between the DNA and the cloud? That we have the list. So we should have all those important IP addresses and services on all those lists. Apart from that, suppose DNA is working as a management plane, so it is placed somewhere in the DMZ zone or somewhere, right? Now DNA and the devices, which ports, what type of communication they have. So only those ports you want to open. For example, netconf 830. For example, port number 22. So these communication channel ports should be open in between DNA and the data plane devices, right?
Sure. Yeah, they have to be able to communicate. Right.
So now you can see that we know about the management port, we know about the enterprise port, cloud port. Even you can see that cloud port option is 1/10 gig, because sometimes you are downloading gigs of packages.
Yeah,
So in
sure.
that you need that SIMs is there. Now you can see here in the diagram that the color coding, it will be very easy to understand with these color codes, that you have this 10 gig enterprise port, cluster port, management, cloud, and SIMC. This is one of the very important thing. Once you want to go unbox the DNA device, and then you will see so many ports, what to use, how to use, because booting the operating system, it's very easy task. Like you are booting the Linux machine, just go, whatever they will ask, just put those information, enter, and you will see your Linux is up and running, system is up and running. Now, there is one caution here in DNA. Suppose if you go and assign some enterprise IP addresses, go and assign some management IP addresses, okay? And later on, if you want to change those addresses, it will not allow you. You are done. That
It's
means
gonna build it based on, yeah, okay.
yeah. So then you have to re-image the DNA, and then you have to do that. That is very, very tedious work. So before doing the unboxing, once you want to deploy the DNA, make sure that you have the list of all those IP addresses. Good thing about these slides is that you will find it. I will show you in the upcoming slide, but this slide is also very important, that if you have big box, like if you have 112 core appliance, there you will see the interfaces are different. They are located at different places. But if you follow these documents, it will be very easier. If you get any type of DNA, you can easily install the DNA.
But it's still gonna be the same. They all have to have the same kind of ports, right? They're just different places.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. And you can see if you have cluster, then you can use the cluster like this and connect with the switches, and it will be working fine. All right, so once we'll go, and once we have the IP schema for all those required port, once we'll go and do the rake and stack, means cabling of all these devices and interface and then switches, then what is next? Next, obviously, we want to turn on the machine. Once you go and turn on the machine, then obviously your boot up process will start. Here is just an example that what IP should you use or not use, etc. So once your boot up process will get a start, then what steps you have to go and follow, that I am going to show you in the upcoming slides. But before going there, because that is again theory, right? So before going there, what we have done in the lab today is that we have created some sites, we have discovered some devices and assigned those devices to the site. As I told you earlier in this session, that today we are going to discuss about network profile as well. So let's go and give some time to the DNA, 15 minutes time to understand the network profile. And then I will come back to these slides, because now in this, what we want to do is the provisioning. So from here onwards, we have slides related to provisioning. Let's go back to the DNA. Let's do some hands-on, and then we'll come back. Okay, so I told you earlier that design is one of the place where we are doing all sort of planning. So we very much at this point of time, in previous session and this session, we have done a small lab related to network hierarchy. We know what is site, what is building, what is floor, we can do that. So we know that. Now what is next? You can see that next we have network setting. So if I go to network setting, and I told you earlier that it will go and inherit. So whatever configuration you will do to the global, it will go and replicate to all the branches below. You can see there is nothing, right? There is no DHCP, no DNS, nothing is there. So what will get inherit? So why not? Let's go and add the ISE that we have in the lab here. So for that, it's very important steps, and it is coming in the exams as well. So what you have to do, you have to click here again to the menu, and then you will see somewhere system. In the bottom, you can see the system tab, right? If you go to the system, and then you can see the settings. So menu, system, and settings. Go to the settings, and now you can see that the option that you have, tons of option that you have that you can go and integrate with DNA. Here you can see vManage, IPAM, WebEx, Cisco AI Analytics, Stealthwatch, Flow Collectors, CMX, Machine Reasoning Engine, Cloud Access Keys, Log Debugging, Integration Systems, certificates, and in the top you will see plug and play connect, like your smart account licensing, all sort of options you have, right? But here we are looking for AAA. So let's quickly search this authentication and policy server. Now there is nothing. So we want to go and add the ISE here. And let me show you. We have ISE. What is the IP here? Let's see. The IP is this IP. You can go here, click add AAA ISE. Let's add this as a ISE. What's the server IP? What's the shared secret key? What's the username? I can show you the shared secret key.
Let's go one, muted.
Yeah. Oops. Let me go and copy this shared secret key from the top. Okay. That's the problem with copy and paste. Anyways, it will come. Meanwhile, I will go to the ISE because I need the URL for that. So you can go to the administration and system deployments. You can see this ISE here. Click there. And we need this FQDN. So we'll copy, we'll come back to the DNA. Still it is like this. So let's go and give the password, correct password, and then the FQDN. Now, if you scroll a little bit down, you will see here that we have advanced setting. In case you want to enable TACACS, we can go and enable.
Nice.
So radius is by default, we can go and enable TACACS. Now here you can see that we have this connect to PixieGrid. Use Cisco DNS certificate for PixieGrid. So it will go and connect to PixieGrid as well. That's the communication channel in between the DNA and the ISE. So now you can see that because it is not trusting the ISE certificate, that's why we have this error. You can click accept, and then you will see that it is establishing the trust, discovering the node, connecting the PixieGrid. You'll see sooner that this integration will be completed. So let's wait for all green signals. Now, if we do this integration, what exactly we are doing? We are exactly behind the scene integrating DNA and ISE, right?
ISE, right, yeah.
That means that now DNA, we are giving the policy plane. So now DNA has the intelligence, right? And one thing I just wanted to show you here. So now if
upon that integration, does it read all of the policies that the ISE already has and apply them or no?
Yeah, so if we do that SD access integration, then it will be, yeah.
Okay.
So it will go and read all those SG ACLs, the VNs and all. We'll see that later on. I am going to cover that, the question that you have asked. I'm going to cover this later on. At the moment, what we have done, simply we have integrated DNA with ISE, normal integration. You can see now it is active. That means good. And while integrating, it was showing that you can go and see this 360 of ISE as well. So what I'm telling, that you can go here, you can go to the system, You can go to the system health. And now you can see that Pixie Grid, ISE, right? Connectivity and all those things are looking good. Still, this is the DNA. You can click here and we can check. Please add SIMC details. So that's why showing some orange here. SIMC details are not there. But you can see that how we are connecting here. And then if I go back here, let's go back to the, oops, sorry for that. Let's go back here. I just wanted to show you one more thing as System 360. Once you are here in the System 360, if I scroll a little bit down, you can see below the ISE integration here below. Primary, Pixie Grid, because in my ISE is working as four in one, like the PSN, PAN, Pixie Grid, MNT, everything is there in that ISE. Now, if I go and click here, now you'll see what is happening. ISE is opening. So from DNA, we can open ISE. From DNA, you can open vManage. From DNA, you can open IPAM.
Oh, so it opened up in another tab. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it will open in the other tab. Yeah, so you can see this ISE get opened here. Great. So why we have done this small integration? Because I just wanted to show you something that if you go to the design and the network settings, now in the global, you can go and click add server. And now if you go and click this AAA, okay. So now you will see if I go to the network and click ISE and click here, simply it is searching this address. You can see PSN, right? And if I have DHCP, actually I don't have any reachable DHCP address, so I'll do one thing. I'll go and give any IP and then the domain name cisco.com, just to show you. And primary address for that domain is okay. It is maybe incorrect. Let me quickly log into the device and see if I have the domain information. Let me go to the switch. And let's log in. Domain. Okay, if we have anything, I think it's nothing is configured here, just normal IPs. And now you will see that once DNA will get communicate with these devices, DNA, they are putting their certificates to these devices. So actually very less configuration we have in these devices. So that's why you're not seeing that. I have the domain and the NTP and all those addresses. At the moment, it is not with me, but later on in the labs, we'll go and give the correct domain name, correct NTP and all. At the moment, I'll go and fill out like this. Now before, okay, let me go and click save. I'm saving it, right? It's getting saved. Now let's go here and let's check. Show run section, AAA. What AAA configuration we have? I can see AAA new model authentication default, these 4-5 lines, right? Then if I can go here and go to the other device. Oops. Okay. And if I go here to the router and log in, let's check the router as well. What AAA configuration we have? Yeah. Oh, it has all those configurations, big configuration, right? And Assurance section. I also don't have much configuration. So we'll go back here and this is saved. So what I try to show you here, because what you have done in the global level, you have added these information. Now, if you go to branch level, you should see all these informations, right? Branch level, you should see all those informations, right? Because of the inheritance property we have. Now, with respect to device credentials, we have created some credentials today in the discovery, and then we can assign as well. Assign option is there. So I can go to the CLI, and this admin CLI we have created. I can go and click assign, and then apply. Apply CLI credential to branch 2. But there are some other things as well. It is asking that why it is not asking about branch 1, because branch 1 do not have AAA configuration to the switch. So that's why we got the information only for branch 2, because in branch 2 or maybe branch 1, we have some devices discovered and assigned. We will see that. But anyways, I'll not go much far here. We'll go slowly. I will show you everything. So main agenda here is simple, that I want to show you that within the design section, we know about the hierarchy. And now what we have done, now we have created the network setting as well. In network setting, we have done this configuration related to network later on, and the device credential, and you can see applied. It's applied to one of the branch, like the SNMP. This configuration we can go and apply to the site. In that site, whatever devices we have, all those devices will get this configuration. Later on, I will tell you about this address pool. This is one of the questions we have in the exams. And then SP profile, the wireless and telemetry. Everything I will cover slowly. But you should feel confident. What is the use of network? What is the use of device credentials? Right?
Yeah.
So far, you have any question? So the AAA configuration that we have in the network setting, here you can see it got inherited here. Now, is this means that it got pushed to the devices? The answer is no, it is not. And generally what is happening, that before even if you are doing that pushing from DNA to the devices, you should have these devices added here in the ISE as well. Right, so let me quickly go and see within the ISE. So here you can see that devices are added here already. It is there in ISE, and you will see that within the ISE we have this radius authentication is enabled, and you can check the shared secret, because we haven't enabled the tachycus, so that is not clicked here. Rest everything is okay. So we are good. Now what we can do here is that we can go back to DNA. Now we know that only one place from where we are doing the provisioning. Now you can go to the menu, provisioning, inventory. Go to branch 1 or branch 2. Let's go to branch 2 first. I can select this action, provision the device, and let's see the advanced configuration, summary. Now you will see these informations, right? From where it is coming? These informations, they are coming from the DNA global setting inherited to the branch level, right? Earlier we don't have these settings. Now, if we go and do the provisioning, now you can see the DNS domain server as well, although few of the information, they are incorrect. But now we can go and click deploy. And before doing the deployment, I just want to generate the configuration. So let's generate it. Let's see that.
Does that simulate what we actually set up?
What we want to push, what configuration we want to push to all the devices in that particular branch. At the moment, we have only one. So now you can see that it is generating the configuration. Basically, we are interested to see the AAA configuration, because AAA related configuration is not there in that particular switch. Basic configuration is there, not related to our ISE. So it is generating the configuration, and this is new feature that Cisco has added. Now, point here is that we should not wait. We should do other things as well. Give DNA some time to generate these configurations and all, because anyways, we don't want to push it now. We just wanted to generate and verify, and we'll see. We want to send this configuration to other team members as well, just to make sure this is correct. It's like pre-work.
If you hit the refresh button, it probably will show you what's happening, right?
Yeah, so you can see refresh button is there. You can refresh and see successful already. So let's see the AAA configuration. You see all this AAA configuration. Earlier we have very less. Maybe you are unable to see this properly, but these are the configuration that it got generated. All the radius configuration, all the AAA configuration, the pack keys, everything got generated. Some of the metadata it is showing.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Right. And then in below, you can see that they have the deploy. So now you can go and click deploy, provision the device, click apply. So once we know that what configuration we are pushing, then we can go and click the deploy button. And now if we can go back to our device, it's really interesting. This DNA is really good. All these features that Cisco has added, and all the time they are making it very, very useful. Okay. Password mismatch. Yep. Now authentication failed. Great.
It probably changed that, right?
Yeah, so now username and password got changed, seems. That's a problem with the ISE. Anyways, no problem. We'll check that. It's gone. Let me reconnect and try one more time. Still the configuration push is going on behind the scene from DNA to the device. And it has some issue related to SSH, no problem. SSH key having some, yeah. So let's go to this place and let's try to from the local system. Wow, so we have some problem here related to the key. I don't know what happened. We lose that particular device, and let's see. So once we are here and we can go to the device credentials, And let's see, admin sign lie global. Okay, this is site global, means all the devices, progress, and it's going on.
So with that, while you're pushing the config to the device, right?
Yeah, so we push and then we are getting this authentication failure. Something
Okay.
is happening, but anyways, we can check this, no problem. We can go to the ISE as well, and we can go and check the live logs. So where is the live logs? Go to operations and radius live logs. You have anything that is blocking? Okay, so with the configuration, what happened? That ISE has pushed some CTS as well, some pack keys and all. And due to that, there is some problem. Okay, and some certificate issue is going on in between the device and the ISE. So what we can do, multiple ways we can recover from this. We can go and rediscover. So we can go and remove this particular device from the DNA. We can rediscover and then it will be fine. So there is no much issue in this, but yeah, these things may happen. Okay, so what we will do quickly here, that we have pushed this configuration to branch 1. Now why not push this configuration to branch 2 as well. This configuration means the AAA configuration. So what is the process? You can go here. You can go to the provisioning, inventory, branch 1, device will come. Because these are two different nature of devices. So you can push these configuration one by one. Click provision devices. Next. Next. Now all these configuration will get pushed. Next. Now directly go and push it.
Did you see the warning that it said don't use admin as your user account without?
Yeah. So when we have created at that time only we got that warning. Even in the discovery also, if you go do that, it will tell you do not use this type of unsecure password, username password. Just the warning, you can bypass. Means you should create the proper username and password. Should not use admin.
Yeah, so it said you won't be able to log into your devices, which is what you're experiencing. Did you see that?
It's telling that you will not, you're unable to.
Go back to where you were. Actions, provision, and then read the little warning right there on the next page. There. Do not use admin as using for your CLI credentials. If you are using ISE as your AA server, you can do this. You can result in you not being able to log into your devices.
Okay, great. That's really good feature. Actually, earlier we are able to log in, but I think they have added this thing. Means we are bypassing this and using admin. So this is good. So that's why we are not login. Good catch here. Thank you. So that means that we should go and change the user credential and then we can go and patch it. That's great. Okay. So let's go back here, but I have done the same thing. Let's go back here. Let's go and check this ISR. And let's go back to the ISR router here. Oops. But we should not use that. Means we should create proper username and password to configure the devices and all. So I can see this is there, and actually it was earlier as well. Let's check this device. And here we have the problem. So we should not use this. Okay. But anyways, we know that how we can go and push, and you can play around with this. You should not use admin as a username, and the password should be strong. Any doubts so far? That's okay, right?
No, it's good. Yeah.
All right. So next task for the day we have is to create the network profile. But what I will do now, let's go and complete our slides, and the network profile that you have here in the design. If you go to design, you'll see this network profile below the 4th number. What is the use of network profile? I will go and cover in the next session. Let's go and complete our slides. If we have time today, then I'll go and create few, and I will show the use of this network profile. So let's go back to the slides. Here we are. So what we have done so far is that we have unboxed the devices. We have done the cabling for those devices. We have put those devices in the rake. So rake and cabling we have done. Now what we want to do is this, that we want to power on the device. So before power on the device, you will see that it will tell you, Cisco will recommend you that since one of your port is the cloud port, so you should allow these URLs. You can see the list of URL, Cisco Connect DNA.com, Cisco Connect DNA, CDN registry, etc. Why? Because these are the places from where the DNA can go and get the patches and update. Obviously, we have to go. So what you need to do actually, that you see this a small cloud button here. If you go and click this cloud button and then go to the software update, then it will tell you, hey, 23377 is here. You want to use this? In this particular version, we have added some more AI ops features, NetOps, SecOps platforms. You want to do? Click switch now. If you click this switch now, then what version we are running? So you can go and see the version that we have is 2234. So from 2234, we can upgrade it to 2237. Why? Because of this Cloud Connect we have. Now in this case, all these images that you are seeing here in below, it will get updated. So you can see different services are running, different applications are running NCP, NDP. Then you will see automation. Then you will see assurance, programming features, policy applications, and all. All these packages will get updated and get installed. So you have to update and then you have to click install. Right? With this is the Cloud Connect feature. That's why it will go and connect these places and it will update everything. Okay. Then what about swim feature? I told you earlier that we have software image management. For those, we have to enable this. If you have Meraki integration, you have to go and allow these URLs. And likewise, the list of URLs we have for smart accounts, licensing, PNP portals, for AI
Wait,
intelligence.
you'll also be checking the different types of devices that you have, like the different switches, and check what version you can upgrade them to. Or is it just the like say the services running on the DNA?
Services on DNA, yeah.
Okay.
Services on DNA, yeah. If we are using swim feature, then swim feature, that's the question that you asked, that different devices, image management. So DNA will go and download the latest image related to those devices that we are running. And then from DNA, we can go and upgrade all the devices that we have in the network. That's the swim feature.
Okay.
All right. So likewise, we have to go and allow these URLs for different purposes. If you go and check the list, you'll find the purpose related to AI, swim, Meraki integration, smart account, communications, then the upgrade for DNA. So this is the list of URLs we have. Okay, so we can go and allow these URLs. Now, if we are using proxy in between, so we should use the proxy feature as well. If the DNA is behind the proxy, so we should consider that as well. Now you can see a different type of service ports. Port number 22, 67, 80, NTP is 123, SNMP 162. These should also be allowed. Otherwise, the communication between DNA and the devices will not happen. Some of the ports we don't want to allow, so we can block. So we don't want telnet, we can block. But these are the service ports. We know about this DNS and port at 80 and 123 and 161 and all those things. We should allow these ports. Apart from that, you can see the Pixie grid port. So the communication in between the DNA and the ISE is happening over Pixie grid, PX grid. For that, we have these two ports. And for the APIs, we have 9060. Actually, this API is related to ISE API. If you go and open the ISE API doc, you should allow 9060, right? So these are the very important port list. So URL list, we should know the URL list. We should know the port list. And if we are using DNA as a SD access solution, you can see when we are defining the border and control and edge node, etc. Then there are some other requirements as well. For SD access, we have two dedicated class. So we'll discuss about SD access in that particular session. Day I think 9 and 10 is for SD access. Okay. Then you have the summary. When you are planning to deploy your DNA, you should know all these things. This is actually related to SD access fabrics. But we have the summary, what port we want to allow, what services we want to allow, what integrations we have with DNA. It's just a summary of all those informations. Right, just the summary. Okay, be careful while you are doing this. We should know, we should inform that what services are coming, what services are going, and according to that, we can go and do that. Now, coming back to the same thing, that same problem we faced just now is the password issue. So when we provide the password to the maglev, the interface is maglev. What I'm telling that if you go here to the DNA, if you go and log into the DNA from the GUI, from the CLI, sorry, your username is maglev and then the password. I will give you some CLI commands to this maglev. In this maglev, although the font is very small, but you can see little bit. This is the CLI for the DNA, and this CLI is very much robust. You can go and install some sort of containers as well, and you can run services. Later on in our section, I will go and install some Python package, some Python script here with help of GitHub, and we'll go and run the Aura report. That report is something like DNA readiness report from this maglev. Apart from that, we can go and check some certificate things as well from the CLI, but sky is limit. There are so many CLI commands that you have in this maglev that you can go and run. Okay. So let's go back. Maglev, we should put some strong password to maglev, and it's the password specification and all. Should have the proper password to the SIMC as well. admin and super admin. And later on, we will see the DNA users and DNA password as well, how we can go and create those things. So we'll go and see. All these are information slides just for the knowledge, and it is already shared with everyone. You can go and have a look on that. Now today what we have done, that we have integrated our DNA with ISE. That is one of the very important feature we have, because if you do not do that integration, your DNA will lack the policy feature. It will not work as a policy plane, right? Now we have few slides related to install. So once you unbox, power on that, go and power on the DNA. All the status light you can see, and I have added all different DNA appliance like 44 core, 56 core, and 112 core. Once you power on, then what are the things we need to consider? We have discussed about this as well. What type of ports we have, like enterprise, cluster, management, SIMC, etc. We should consider the IPs and what URL we want to pass it. Just some of the snapshot you have. Then the URL, here you have the list of top URLs, but in the early slide you can see the list of the URLs. We have discussed about these ports, management, data, enterprise, etc. So now we are very much ready to go and power on. Once you power on, then you will see the Linux cell like this. Okay, and now what Cisco has done, they have built this in a way that it's very much interactive. You click, you will ask, press enter, it will ask, press enter, it will ask. So now what it is asking, it is telling that start a DNA center cluster. Below you can see join a DNA cluster. So if you are deploying first box, then you will choose the first option, the start DNAC cluster. Then you can see clearly it is asking that this particular interface IP, cluster link. And here I have given the notes as well. So that means that you go, just follow this step. You know that it will ask you about the cluster IP, management IP, enterprise IP, SIMC IP, all those things it will ask you one by one. Just put those information, and the bottom you can see the next button. Click next, next, do it. Now it will take, now earlier it was taking 12 hours, the older version. Now it will take at least 4 hours to get all the packages, everything get installed. Okay. Finally, it will ask you a tough password for DNA, GUI, and DNA maglev. GUI password may be different, maglev password may be different. Now we should put different password for GUI and maglev. So once you follow all these steps, click, 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 your installation will get completed. Once the installation is done, then you want to log into the DNA. Log into the DNA. Later on, I will go and explain about different type of users that we can go and create within the DNA. This is important when we are doing DNA external integration with ISE. These informations are very, very important. We'll see that. So now once your DNA got installed, now what you will do, you will log into the DNA. But when you are logging to the first time, it will ask you that old password, new password. You have the option to change the password to some very strong password. You'll get the welcome message like this. You can go and register your CCIE smart account. So you can go and give that a smart account detail if you want. You can skip as well. Now, if you want to integrate with IPAM, you can go and give the IPAM like Infoblox Blue Coat IPAM information. You can give it. If you have proxy server, you can go and give that proxy server information. Like that, it will ask you all those informations. You can go and add, and now your DNA is ready to log in. You can log into the DNA and you can design, automate, assure your network. Right? So you can do all those fun stuff once you log into the DNA. That will be the day 0. Right? You have any question up to this point? Thanks for joining. Today is day number 3 for this DNA session, and it is very important because today we will go and see all the basic configuration that you want to do actually within day 0. And you have nice presentation created here. You can use these documents and it will be very helpful always. Even whenever we are supporting our customers, different DNA customers we are using these documents as a baseline, as a reference. This will be very helpful document for you as well. So let's go here and let me quickly walk you through those important things. Actually, we have done few of the tasks in this in our previous session that we are going to check in this slide. So now once your DNA is up and running, then what you want? Obviously, you will go and log into the DNA center. Once you log into the DNA center, then it will ask you the CCIE ID, whatever ID you have created, user account. You can go and integrate with a smart account. It's not like this is the first time it will ask you and later on you can't do. I will show you that you can go and add a smart account anytime. You can skip these. You can see skip button is there in the bottom. You can skip these. You can skip these IPAM informations and all. Later on, you have option that you can go and add these informations from the system settings. Now you can go and accept this term and condition. And now your DNA is ready to go. So now you will get the main page where you can go and log into the DNA center. So what you will do first of all, so what we have done earlier that we have our DNA center, and once we are inside the DNA center, first thing that we are doing, actually first thing is that you can go and create the network hierarchy. That will be the first thing. You must have your network hierarchy. And then the second thing you should do is start discovering the devices. So we have discovered the devices. We have 1 router and 2 switch. Once you go and discover your devices, let me quickly show that I have discovered. Make sure that you are discovering the devices with netconf as well. Because if you do not discover the devices with netconf, then some of the license feature, some of the telemetry feature will not work. So this telemetry, this netconf should be enabled. Put a strong password, put SNMP version 3 as a credential. Once your discovery is done, then you can go to provisioning and you can see the inventory where you will see all those devices as a unclassified device. Then you have to go to unclassified device and make sure that you are assigning those devices the correct site. So then you can go and assign those devices like that. You can see here. Again, this particular slide deck that we have that I will share with you, I think I already shared. In this, few of the slides are repeated. So don't worry about that. It's just that you can go and have a look on that. So here you can see that we are discovering the router. We are giving the IP, the CLI. Suppose if you have to perform the lab, you can refer these slides. And then you can easily discover the devices. There is no problem discovering the devices. Easily you will discover. Now, once you discover what you want to do, you actually want to create. So actually, this is the step number first. You do this thing, actually design itself is a step number 1. So whatever you are doing within the design section, that should be first thing. So you provision the DNA and you create all the design tabs, because design is something that will be used later. So design is first thing, and then only the provisioning part will come. So in design, you will go define network hierarchy. In design, you will go define the network profile is a huge. It's a big concept we have in DNA. And in design itself, you can go and define the network setting as well. So in between that, you have something called network setting as well. That what is the AAA information, SNMP information, and all those network related information. Now, there is a difference in between. So let me quickly show you that. A difference in between, suppose you have device here, and in this device, let me clean this. So you have device here, see, you have device. If you go and select this particular device, you can see the focus here on top. Focus is inventory, software image for swims, provisioning for device configuration, security, RMA, marked for replacement. Now, once you are in the focus, then you can see this action here. Within this action tab, you can see two things. Inventory. Within inventory, you can see edit device, resync, and this. And then you can see provisioning. Within provisioning itself, you can see assign device to site and provision device. Now, these two are very different things. Simply, if you have discovered the device and simply you want to assign to the site, you can do it. But if you want to provision, not only assign, but provision the template, network profile, network setting, everything. So this will come here. Now in the exam, so what we are doing actually, we don't want to assign the site and provision the device. Generally, if you are very much sure what you are doing, simply use this and this all the time. This is a little bit powerful than this. Obviously here you are just assigning the device to the site. Here, not only you are assigning to the site, we are pushing all the configuration as well. We should do this thing in the production as well and in exam as well if you have some exams. All right, so this is one important thing we should know. So now here you can see the order of operation, network hierarchy, profile, network settings, how we can go and create that. A network assurance, we have complete 2 hours for network, 2 hours for network assurance. We'll see later on. In previous session, we have seen this integration as well. Today also, I will show you this integration, how we can go and integrate ISE with DNA. Again, for this also, we have complete different session. So better we will check this there in our different section. I just wanted to highlight this thing. You will see something called Pixie Grid. This is very important. And if you have some interviews and all, they can ask you this question, the use of Pixie Grid in the integration. Now, we'll see that later on. We have complete session for ISE. So now what we want to do here, let me quickly skip these slides. We'll see later on. Yeah, so you have to go to network hierarchy, right? You can go to network hierarchy and you can go and plan your sites. So here you can see we have done this earlier. Add the area, site, add the building. In the building, go and add the floors, import the floor maps, everything you can do. Now we can see we are adding the floor. And if you have the floor map, you can go and import. You can see here we have this upload file option. So you can go and upload the floor maps. Very easy, right? So this is basically your network hierarchy that you can go and define the area. You can go and define the site, area, building, floor, etc. All those things you can define. Obviously, once you do this, then what will be your next task? Your next task will be that you want to see the network setting. So where it is, network setting, let's quickly go here. So now you have done this. Let me go to design. Now you have done this network hierarchy. Now you want to go to the network settings. So you see this network setting carefully, because this is one of the task area for you who is going to appear in the exam, that in the network setting itself, first of all, you have to go here and you have to see this AAA. At the moment, it is not integrated, but you have to see this AAA configuration, and then you have to go to address pools, and you have to go to the global, create all those pools. You have to go to branch, create all those pools, branch 2, create all the pools, and then you have to do provisioning and all. This is one of the task area we have in the exam as well. Now coming back here to the network, you can see the device credentials. We can go and create CLI, SNMP, SNMP version 2, 3, HTTPS, all those informations here, right? And then when you do the provisioning, then it will be get pushed. So now you can see here that you have network, device credentials, IP address pool. Where it is used? Actually, it is used for SDA fabric. In SDA fabric, these pools are getting used. You can go and create BGP pools. Maybe you have guest pool, IoT pool, employee pool, other pools, you can go and create. That's the importance. Now you can see global, and now you can see hierarchy. In the global, whatever you will define, it will be inherited to the lower level hierarchy, but still you have to go. Suppose if you are creating any pool on the global, suppose I am here and I can go and put something, for example, employee global, just an example I'm showing you. Leave this generic LAN and all those options you will get here. Leave that. Suppose the subnet is 10.100 slash, for example, 16. Oops, you have to give only the IP, and then you have to go in this drop down. You have to go and select the subnet. Best that you can go and search from here, 16, and then the gateway. Suppose gateway is 0.10.10.10.0.1, for example. You should have DHCP server. You have to define DHCP server in the global. Then it will come here. I'll show you later on. Select that, save this. So now once you save, we can see this is a global pool. Now you can go to branch, and then you can see reserve option is there. Click to the reserve, and then suppose this is branch 1 employee, and then you will see the global pool. Like that you should select, and then you should see this /16, and then you should give the subnet in the same range. Suppose this is also 00.10.10.1, and you should have, what is the DHCP server. It should come up. Once you define in the network global, it will come here. You have to click drop down. You can see that IP, select, and then reserve it. So like that, you have to go and create different type of pools, maybe employee, IoT, guest, ABC, right, in branch 1 and branch 2. This is one of the tasks we have. Right, so this is the use of the pool. Generally, it is used in the SDA fabrics. Now you can see SP profile. Why we have this SP profile? You can ask. SP profile, I will show you. Actually, DNA, the parent of DNA was Epic EM. Epic EM, I can see the full form. Maybe something application related. So Epic EM was the software developed for IWAN, Intelligent WAN, by Cisco. It was actually, this software actually was used for WAN, not LAN. But what happened? Later on, Cisco converted this, they rebranded this DNA, rebranded as a DNA. DNA is just the sales name. If you do debug to these devices, you will see Epic EM type of debug will come. So this Epic EM, APIC. Sorry for that. Epic EM, not EPEM, Epic EM. So this Epic EM that we have, actually this was related to the WAN, and that's why you have this SP profile, because Actually, it's interesting. You can manage WAN as well, but no one is managing, no one is knowing. Not only LAN, but you can go and manage the entire WAN from this DNA. It is actually quite interesting, but it is true that you can go and manage, right? And let me quickly show you something here. So where we are, let's go ahead. Okay. So I'll show you something. If you go to this tools, and if you go to the template editor, and not template, but okay, anyway, this will be also fine. Later on, I'll come back here and I'll show you all this. See, DMVPN templates they are giving. Now, once you go and use these templates, DMVPN, see all those configuration related to DMVPN variables and everything is there. Where we are using DMVPN? In the WAN routers, right? In the LAN, we are not using DMVPN and all those things. So that's why actually this software was developed for WAN services, not for LAN. So suppose if someone is not using SD-WAN, they can go and manage not only their LAN devices, but all the WAN configuration as well from this. And once you have your WAN configuration, obviously you have to go and create the service SP profiles, service provider profiles. So if you go here and add, it will ask you who is your WAN provider. At the moment, no one is there, but you can go and give WAN 1, maybe Verizon, WAN 2, maybe Tata, WAN 3, maybe some other ISP, like that, You can go and do that. That's why we have this SP profile. Then wireless, we know that DNA is there for wired and wireless. We have complete session for wireless. So don't worry, if you see our blueprint, one day is reserved for wireless networking. You will understand this. You can go and connect with DNS spaces CMX servers as well. This is location-based services. DNS Center is also the same. It will provide you the location, APIs related to locations and all. So we have one session for wireless, don't worry, and then telemetry. We have a session for assurance. So there we'll go and see the telemetry feature, but this is one of the nice feature we have in Cisco DNA telemetry, application visibility telemetry. We'll see that later on. So these settings we have inside the design, right? Hierarchy, system settings, even you can see this image repository, network profile. I'm going to cover this network profile. Image repository, we'll see this thing in the swim. When we'll go and check the swim feature, so we'll go and check this also. And then we'll go to the network profile. I'll come back to the network profile after I will go and cover few of the slides, right? So now you can see network device credentials, and you can go and add. No problem, just save it. Device credential, you can go and add all those SNMP, read, write, CLI configurations and all. Then those configuration will be used inside discovery. We know that inside discovery, we are discovering the devices. We are giving all those credentials that you can see in the bottom. Like that, you can go and discover. Once you go and discover, since you have the network hierarchy set, you can go and configure. But here you can see that you can see we can go and assign to the site, and we can do the provisioning as well. Today, we are going to do that provisioning with the templates, provisioning with the network profile. That's very important in DNA. We'll learn that today. Let's going through the slides. Network telemetry, we have session for that, so don't worry about that. I'll come and cover that. Telemetry feature. Assurance, we have complete session for that. I'll go and cover this, don't worry about that. Just skip the assurance, telemetry, and the ISE part from this slide, because we have dedicated days for this. Even I'm going to cover AI as well, artificial intelligence, how it is working within the DNA. Okay, and finally you can see that PNP and other things are there, that is also will covered later on. So day number 2 slides, almost we have done covered it, and this day 2 slide that we have, you will find that mostly it is dealing with network setting profiles and all that we are going to perform the lab today. The ISE related part, the assurance related part, and wireless related part, we have different lab, different classes for that. So please do not worry about that particular part. Now what we will do next, that we will go and check the network profile. So here you have, see the network profile. What's the use of network profile? You will understand that. I will go here and create the network profile, first of all, related to switch. And then I will show you network profile related to routers. So let's do it one by one. I can go here and click switching. ACL, I'll give some name, 99. Now you can see onboarding template, day N. Onboarding means this is your something like bootstrap type of configuration. Do you have day N template? At the moment we don't have template, right? Neither we have onboarding nor we have day N. So what I will do here, because it will not make sense, or even we can create and later on we have to edit it. So no problem. I will show you both the thing. The ACL 99 or something, you don't have these things. We can go next. Only save button is there. So I can go and click save. Now you can see that we have the ACL 99 profile switching, but it is not assigned to any site. So let's go and assign to the branch. For example, I'll go and assign to branch 2. I can see successfully. Nothing happened. It doesn't ask anything, right? Simply we'll go create and attach. Now, let's go here. Let's go to tools. You'll see somewhere template editor. Now, create the project. So you plus sign, create the project. I'll give the name, my DNAC training. Anything we can give. Add. Now within the project, so now you can see the project, we can go and create the templates. Now template is a broad topic inside DNA and we will learn it slowly. You can see template, we have option regular template, composite template. What does it mean by composite template? Means that you can create one big template. You can go and add AAA, SNMP, ACLs, login configurations, means a small chunk of template you can go and make as a composite. We'll see that later on. Let's just stick with this regular. 2 template languages are supported. One is Velocity, one is Zinza. Most of the people are familiar with Zinza template, and but generally we are using Velocity in our DNA. But Zinza is also a language that people know. Velocity is also a programming language people know. We'll see that in the template section. We have template section for this. So I'll go and give the name as a ACL99. Now, this particular template, I want to push to where? So if I go to my party session, and if I go to, I have this C9300 switches. So these switches I want to push that. Let me log into the switches. This switch, you can see the iOS version, iOS XC license cat 9K. This is the model, right? And let's go here. Earlier I have enabled the netconf yang, so it should support all the it should support all the versions, all the features related to telemetry. Same thing, right? So we logged in here. Let's go back here. So you can see that name of template is ACL99. This is my DNAC training. That's the project name. Then you will see device type and software type. So you can click here to the device type. Let's click it. What is the device? My device type is switches and hub. Even you can go and select what type of switch, what type of hub. If we are very much specific that the device we have is 9300 series switch, so I can go and select that only, 9300. Let's go back. Then it will ask you what software is this? Is it iOS or iOS XE? So we'll go and select, click add. Now we have one blank template where actually I want to create ACL, access control list, maybe name as ACL99. So I can go and do IP access list and a standard and ACL99 permit 255, right? And that's it. Now, once you create this ACL99, and let me make sure that this is correct configuration. Copy. Anyways, we can verify from there as well. Right. Okay. So now what I will do, I'll go and remove this ACL first of all. Sure, run section IP access. So you will see there is no ACL because we want to push from DNA, and then we'll go and verify from here. Likewise, make sure that this ACL entry is not here in this switch as well. Not there, right? So let's go back here, and now what you need to do, let's go here and click save first. Once you save, next task is to commit. Commit it. If you want to give some comment, you can give. Now, later on, if you go and study more and more and more, you'll find that here there are tabs that you can go and click the simulation as well. Means suppose if you have created the variables, then you can put those variables and it will show you in the simulation. At the moment, these are the flat commands, so the simulation is not there. But if you create the template with variables, then you can go and check in the simulation here. Great. So now we have this particular template. So what's the use? Now let me show you. You can go to the design, network profile, click edit, DNAC template. You should see something here in this DNAC template, which is not showing. I think I should go and refresh this. Let's go here. That's the problem. You can see add template button here. Click here. This 99, add, and close this. Now you can see that what we are doing, you can see the logic here, right? The hierarchy, how these things are working. Within the design section, we are creating the network profile. That network profile is not a normal network profile. That network profile is for switching network profile. Now, when we are creating the switching network profile, we have option that we can use as a plug and play. And then we have option that we can use as a day N configuration. So we are creating this as a day N configuration, right? And then we are adding this ACL. And now I can go and click save this. Now where this is attached, it is attached to one of the site. Now let's click to the site. I can go and attach to both of the sites, right? So now this is attached to both of the sites. Why we are doing this? Because if you go to the provisioning, go to the inventory, You will see that site branch 1 site having this switch, branch 2 having these switch and routers. So first of all, I want to push this configuration to branch 1 switch. What you do? Just click branch 1, select this. You can see the focus. Even you can change the focus as a provisioning or even its inventory. That's fine. There is no much problem with that. So now you can see the inventory. Now you can see the device. You can go to the action. Right. Once you are inside the action, then you can use provision and provision the device. Now we'll see the power of network profile. Now if you go next here, this is the switch, right? And you can see this ACL template is coming. We have one other option here on the top, which is telling provision these templates even they are being deployed before, right? And then copy run to start. That means whatever template you are pushing, then save it. That is the default. If you don't want to save, leave it. Save it. Go next. Now you will see here all setting. So device name, the telemetry, and because this is supporting wireless features, so wireless telemetry is on here. We'll discuss this more later on. Then you can see this advanced configuration ACL 99. We can click deploy. If you want to generate, you can generate, but at the moment I don't want. Now the task has been submitted. You can go to the task as well. Click to the task. Once you are here in the task, you can see it is in progress. Click this provision device and you can wait here. It will take 1 to 2 minutes to get provision, and then you can see the success message as well.
Rantesh, why did you call it ACL 99? Just because of a name, or that was just something you picked, or what?
Yeah, just the name.
Okay.
We can give any name. And I created one ACL entry inside that. So that's why it's just the name.
Okay.
Yes, it is in progress going on in switch 9300. So we have added only 2 lines of configuration. It may be like 50, 100, 200 lines of configuration and it will push. So if we are coming here to this switch and let's see if this is done, you can see ACL 99 configuration is done here. After 1 or 2 minutes, you will see if I go and refresh this page, this success, if you want to see the detail, you can see this workflow is defined, the start and end. Now you can see all those steps. Business intent started.
Can that name not be a number? Because that's confusing when you're doing access list, right? I mean, if it's not a 99 or whatever, can you have that name?
Because this is named based ACL, right? So ACL _ 99 is a mix of alphabet and number. You can give any name. Okay, I will give any other name.
I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm asking, can you have it be anything other than just a number? Can it be something different than that? Does it have to have a number?
No, give me anything. I will put.
Oh, I'm just asking. So
Yeah. It can be.
I don't have something else in my head.
So what I'm telling that whatever CLI configurations we are putting, we can create this as a template and push.
Okay, I got you.
If it is not taking here as a normal CLI configuration, so template will fail.
Okay.
Okay. Just the automation for CLI configuration with some nice way and tracking. So now if you go and check this, you can see that whatever things happens. Now I'm going to show you one very nice feature here, and you will love Cisco DNA for that. So now we can go back here. Let's go to that particular device. So if we go here, and we know that we have pushed to this particular device. Now we are opening that device. and you will see, oops, this option here, config drift. And now we will see that the configuration that actually is the onboarding configuration, but whenever the last config change happen, so if this is the place, line modified, how many it is telling? 5. Lines added 354. This is config drift, but if we go to compliance, let's see compliance. And this place, still it is not synced. When it will go and sync, you will see that all those 2 lines have been added here in this particular switch. It will mark you that these 2 lines have been added today at this time. Still it is in progress. Sync is in progress. That's one of the nice thing that we can go and check the compliance as well. So what we have done, that we have pushed this configuration to that switch. Why not do the same thing with the other switch, right?
So Rantesh, so with that change that was made, you could roll back then essentially, yeah, to how it was before that config was pushed.
Yes, we can roll back. Yeah, if you want, we can roll back as well. So what you can do in that case, just create one template with no, push it, and even we can select all these switches at a time, 100, 200,000. Suppose I am selecting one more time, both the switches, and we can go to provisioning, provision devices, apply to all. Both switches are selected here. Provision these templates, even they are deployed before, yes. Now you can see 9300 and 91, this one, both you can see the list here, both the switches. And then you can go next, next. And now it is in progress. Now if we go back here, so for one of the switch, we have seen it was already there. Now if I go back here and connect to the other switch, and if you go and check show run section access list, so still it is in progress, seems it's not pushed configuration, but you can see this thing show users. You will see that DNA is logged into the device, and if it is 100%, you should see these lines, right? Any configuration, not only ACL, whatever you will tell, I will put in that template and it will get pushed here, anything. Right, so you can see that how easily we can go and push the configuration to the switches. But is it the same case in the routers? The answer is no. It's not the same way that we can go and push the configuration to the routers. Router story is different. Why it is different? Let me quickly show you that. So now if you go back to the design and the profile, and if you add the profile for the routing, now you can see all these informations. Now, is this router connected to some ISP? At the moment, no. So I can go and make this 0. So diagram will also go and change. How many devices, how many routers you have? Only one. That's okay. Now let's go and see what version we have for the router. This is ISR 4431. Okay. So we will go here and search 4431. Have any tag? No, I don't have. Then what's the name? This is a router ISR. You can give any good name for network profile. Go next. Now, do you have the config connections for L2, L3, OSP, BGP? Not BGP, but OSP. Let's see what OSPF and EIGRP is supported here. I'll skip this. Go next. Do you have this allowed VLAN and all those options? You can see access and all those. No, I don't have. So I will leave it because this is L2 for switch port. No, I don't have. Now, do you have a day 0 template? Day N template. I have day N. That is, oh, I can't see here. See? Not showing anything like ACL and all. Strange, right? ACL. I can't see. So my routers, they are not able to see this. Why? Anyone can answer?
Because it's a router, not a switch.
Yeah, 100% right. Because when we created our template, we have mentioned this, that this is for switches, right? We haven't created our template, obviously, for routers. So it will not show. 100% right. All right, so what we will do, let's do next here. Do save this. And which site we have this router? So I don't know, I have to go and figure out. Maybe this is belonging to branch number 2. Let me unselect this and branch 2. Save it. So you can see that we have created profile for router. Now if you go back to the tools and if you go back to the template and I can copy. Even we have option to edit, but let's leave it. Add the template. ISR ACL, or give me any other command as well that I can go and put. Banner. Okay, now you can go and click edit. If we are not sure which router, which version, simply we can go and select whole router family. There's no problem in that. And then we know that this is iOS XE. Add. Right. So this ACL, and then I'll go and add banner MOTD. I am a router. Anything. Right. Let's save this. Commit. Now we can go back where to design network profile. Can click edit. And once you are here, you will see the network profile option. Now we can go and search. What was the name? Oh, this is DN, right? So here you can go. Now you can see this. Next. Save. So now up to this point, what is your understanding related to network profile? We are creating the network profile. It's something like some sort of programming template, which is some type of container or placeholder that is tagged with a site and tagged with a template. So when we'll go and do the provisioning, now you can see the connection. You know, if you're learning this first time, this DNA, and if you go and read the book, if you go and follow the documents, it's very confusing because something you are doing in the network design, something you are doing in the design section, and then again you are jumping to the provisioning, and in provisioning also you have 20 different options, right? So sometimes it is confusing where we are doing what. Let's go to branch 2. That connected to branch 2. That's right. Let's go here.
But the way you're doing it is more logical to me. Makes sense. So
Yeah. Now you can go to this ISR and go to action and provisions and provision the device. And now we'll see. Oh, what error we have? One or more sites do not have matching devices for the profile. So it is telling that something is wrong related to profile. It's not allowing us to do that. So let's go quickly and verify the profile that we have created. Is it connected with correct site or not? You can see branch 2, that is correct site. And then why it is throwing error? Okay. So we can go here and we can go to the provisioning, branch 2, selecting this and provision the device. Again, it is throwing error, right? You can see we are getting error. What error? One or more sites does not have the matching devices or the profile. So what it is telling you, are you able to understand from this error what we can do to correct this?
Are we applying the switch ACL on the router? Is that the meaning?
Yeah, so we have actually two profiles. Let's go back to check the tools and the template. I'll come back to profile again. So if you go to the template, and you can see here that we have this particular profile that we have saved it and we have committed it. Just see the properties.
Mm-hmm.
If you see the
But
property, this is for
That's a router.
routers.
That's a router profile.
As
Is it being applied to both sites?
Okay. More. Okay, no
These are the
problem.
information, right? So that means our template is 100% right.
Mm-hmm.
No problem in that template, and it is
Yeah,
saved.
but is it being assigned to both sites?
Assigned to both sides. Yeah, that's the good thing. Yeah. So both sides, you're telling that if I go back here to design and the network profile, so it is assigned to only one site, right? Branch 2.
Branch 2, which is
Where we have the router. Right? So shall I go and select
what?
like this?
What is in branch 1?
Branch 1, there is only one switch.
Right. So it looks like that switch is not able to take that router ACL.
Okay. That this switch. Okay. So you are telling mix and match of the configuration. Okay, no problem. Let's see. So let's go
That's what
back here.
I think we're applying something that can't be applied.
Yeah,
I
right.
think we
So
are applying the
yeah.
router ACL to the switch, or the switch ACL to the router.
So if you go and provision.
Is there a way to say, don't apply this to?
Yeah, so you can see here, so what we have done, that the network profile, you can see the restriction with network profile. So earlier that we have created the network profile, one ACL profile for switch, and we applied to both the sides. Now what we are doing, we are telling, okay, now I am creating one router profile. I want to apply to one site, but in that case, already that site already has one profile, right? So that's the error we are getting. So point here is this, that create one, means you can go and create any number of profile, there is no problem. But when you are creating the templates, try to create one template and try to push that template to all the sites. Got my point? What I'm telling here is this, that we can go and create n number of network profiles. There is no problem. But in these network profile, the templates that we are assigning, right? These templates should be common. Otherwise, it will throw such type of error that we are getting now. So you can see that we have the DN template. This one. And you can see the configuration. This is the configuration we have saved. And what I will do, just for our case, we have to delete this and delete. Here we can visit sites. We have to go and remove.
So what you're saying is you can have profiles, but you use one template to apply everything.
Yeah.
What you're saying?
Use one template, so make everything throughout constant. Okay. So now let's go back here and provision and inventory. Just select one router. I just wanted to push that to the router because the nature that we have created for that template is routers. Still we are getting some error. Okay. So let's see the version. What version of router is this?
Yeah, but branch 2 has 2 devices and you're pushing.
Yeah, but
to the
you
second.
know, but we are pushing this configuration to only one
Exactly.
router. So there you see this thing. There may be chance that you have one branch where you have routers and switches, right? Routers you want to push other configuration, switches you want to push other configuration.
Sure.
Right. So that's why I just wanted to select the routers to push this configuration. Right. There may be no problem with this. It should push. And generally we are seeing these problems happening when we are pushing the configuration via these templates. There may be some problem with the template, but don't worry. We have our script. When we'll go and push these configuration from a script, no need to create profile, no need to do anything. The script will push everything. Okay, so don't worry. Whatever exercise we are doing here is just for our understanding purpose, that use of network profile, use of router profile, use of switch profile, firewall profile, etc. But when you do the actual action, I'm going to give you the script, everyone. And even in our lab also, because suppose you have 500 device. Let me tell you the actual reason. We are being through this. So once you are here, at the moment, how many devices it is showing? You can see 25. Now, if you go here, maximum 100. Suppose if you have 2000 devices, what you will do? You will go and select 100 devices, right? Then go to page 2, 100 device, page 3, 100. Like that, you have to go 20 pages to select 2000 devices, right? And then you push, then you will go and apply push button. And then if any error will come, it will get deselected. So why we'll do this much? That's why we have developed our script, tension free. Just give the list of the IPs or device name, run that script. The script will push the template. Okay, don't worry about that. We are not going to do this way, but we are just studying that how this is happening. Oops, sorry for that. I click wrong button. I don't want to do that. Okay, so action provision, let me try one more time. Otherwise, we'll assume that there is some bug. So it's something bug or the template we have created having some issue. So let's go back last time to the template. Go to the template. Go here. Click here. And save commit, everything is there. Go to properties.
Is that template under the ACL 99, or is it supposed to be different?
It will show you like this. It is different. This is different.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. This is different. This is different. There is no connection in that, but If we're telling this, so I'll go here and delete this. And now go
You can't.
to this.
You can't delete it because it's already connected to being pushed to a device.
Yeah, it's got
Maybe
deleted.
maybe it's because it's break time. So
No, it got deleted.
break
Okay.
time.
ISR and then whatever ACL. Let me close this. We don't have tags, so leave that. Let's go edit. ISR. We have. Oh, now it is searching ISR. ISR 443 something was there. Let's find out. 4331. I think that's the.
That's the one you have, yeah.
Yeah. So select this. Go back. Now we'll go here. iOS XE. Add this. Very good. Now we'll go and add the configuration. Spot on. Save this. Commit this. Now you can see it is committed.
So you see now they're on the same line. I think the other one we may have
Okay.
made it a
We are
sub.
telling within
review
this
all
I
that.
have created like that.
Yeah, I think it was a sub.
There was something there, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think you created it under the ACL 99.
All
And that's
right. Like this, I went there and click here and created like this. All right, no problem. Anyways, we have recorded that. So if any error is also coming, that's good only for a study purpose, right?
Yep.
No problem on that. So let's go to the network profile, because now we have to add that what we have created, the day n template. So you can go to day n, search,
You should have it there.
and you should have. So it is not there, right? So you can't see this day n template. Why that ISR?
It's not fresh, not refreshed yet.
It is not refreshed. Yeah, great. Thank you. So let's cancel this and okay. Now I'll do one thing. I'll create one more because we can create any number. New ISR. ISR. Let's give any number. Service provider 0. Oops, I should go and select the device type 4431 something. Right, select that. Tag is not there. Go next. Let's just skip this configuration. Go next, and now let's go to the day end template, and voila, it's not there. Next, no problem. Save it.
Did you assign that template to sites? Because I don't.
No, we haven't assigned that. But let's go and check that. That template should be properly existing there. ISR is there. It should be there like this. Save, commit, everything is there. Check properties one more time. It's like this, 100% right. Right. And now let's go back to the design, and let's go back to the profile, and let's go to the assign the site. I will go and assign to only one site because we know that here we have the router. Okay, the profile can be associated with only one site. So now you can see number decreased from here. Earlier it was 3. At the moment I assigned on the top, now it is 1. It reduced. Click edit. Next, 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 next.
And template.
And you should go here to day n and check. See, still it is not coming. Now, it is not my mistake. Right? I have, this is welcome to DNA.
You think it's a bug?
Yeah, something is wrong there in DNA itself, but no problem. Let's check it.
Can you restart DNA?
Yeah, I can restart, but no need to do that. Just check this props. So for me, everything is okay, and there is no problem in the configuration part. You will see here, it's popping up. Device is correct, the iOS is correct, everything is correct here, but still, you can see the problem with this template and the network profile and editor. But I told you earlier, the good thing is this, that we have the script. Now, do I have a script here in my system? Yes, I have. So just give me 1 second. I will search the script and let's complete this task. Okay, I will explain this script to you later on, how it is working and all. We have complete session for understanding the script, right? Let me quickly go to this folder. This is under documents, DNAC non-fabric, DNAC script. And once we are here, then you can run this script like this, python.exe and DNA like this, and oops, help. I created help buttons here. I think I have to go and type help in full. Help. Now you can see so many options that are there created, and I can, maybe its fonts are not good for you to see, but template and help. Now you can see dynamic IP list user input. User input means whatever thing will put, it will ask according to that. User input. Okay, so it is going on. Why it is throwing error? Because I should go and assign the variable inside this. So I have to go here, oops, config file. Just give me 1 second. This is the name. Let me copy this name and go here, put here. Oops.
Just type it. It's ISR 4331.
ISR 4431, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I should have some domain as well, but no problem. Let's see. So now it is telling that it is trying to deploy this. This is
No,
the
it's
status deploy.
4.3. You messed up. It's not 4.4. It's 4.3.
4331, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why we have the error. No problem. ISR 4331.
There you go.
And now you can see that they are generating the task ID.
No, that's
See?
pretty cool.
See?
No, that's pretty
Success.
cool.
So now if we go here, this ISR, let's see. Sure. You see this we have created?
I am router. Ah.
Hey, how much problem we have when we are doing this from the template, right? You have seen this. Even we are not able to do that from here. We have to create network profile and this and that and change here and all those stories. But when we are creating from this, how fast it was. You have seen this? With a script, how fast we have pushed this configuration to the switch. And the script that we have developed here is something Like it will not differentiate it in between routers and switch. As per the script, you go and define the device type. You can say device type, and it will go and start push one by one by one by one and one. You know, like that's the power of scripting we have, and that's why you should learn CCIE DevNet from me, right? All right, just kidding. Let me pause here. So now we are inside day number 3, and day number 3, command runner, device 360, compliance and security advisory. Let's go quickly, and in remaining time, whatever time we have left, let's go and check these features. These are just the cool features we have in DNA. So let's maximize this, and you can go here. Multiple ways we can reach out to the device and check that. So first of all, command runner. What you can do, either you can go to the menu, assurance. Here you will see health. From health you can go and reach. Anyways, we have to see the command runner for the device. So you can click to the device. Once you click there, on top you can see command runner and view 360. Now this command runner can be integrated with API as well. This is purely API behind the scene. With a script also you can do whatever you want to do from here. So now once you click here, you have this command runner. Now it seems like this like router. If you go and type enable and will reach to config mode like that, but it is not like that. This is something very different type of mode where you can go and do all show related command. Show IP interface brief. Whatever show commands we have, we can go and run. And this command runner will tell you those outputs. That means good thing about this is this, that you don't need to worry that how to get to the CLI, get down to the CLI of that particular device and then run some CLI commands. Generally, what is happening that whatever management platform you have, suppose if you have SolarWind, from SolarWind also you can go and SSH to the device and you can run the commands. But there you may have more privilege. Here you don't have that much privilege, but still we can go to the CLI of that particular device and we can run CLI related commands that may be useful in when we are doing troubleshooting or we want some output from here. Right. So that's the command runner. It can be integrated with APIs as well. Right. You can go click and play around with that. It's nothing more brainer in that. Now, one thing I like here in this particular inventory page, if you go to branch 1, only one device, branch 2, one thing I like here is this tab here, this topology tab here. Now you can see this topology view and it is showing red. That means it is not 100% okay. But here also, if you go and click, you can see everything is coming. How cool is this? How fast is this? You can see this is something like you have this particular device dashboard. So now I know that with this ISR device, the detail about this, right? Provisioning failed. That's why it is red seems.
Yeah, you get all the information really quickly. You don't have to go hunting for it and using all sorts of commands to do it.
Yeah. And then you can see advisory. I'll come back to this advisory. Then you can see the configuration. That's the running configuration. Power, fan. Is it the thing that very much related to hardware and software and image and license? Everything is defined at one place. You will find everything in one place and with very fast speed. Now I work on SolarWind as well, but that is not that fast. But good thing about SolarWind is that it is something like vendor neutral. You can search anything like any servers, anything you can discover in SolarWind, and it will give you some sort of access, some sort of feature. Here it is not that anything you can discover, but still nowadays you can discover non-Cisco devices as well, like Dell, HP, Juniper. But in that case, it will draw the topology and it will do basic thing, but we can't do provisioning and some advanced things. But we can discover, that's right. So now you can see this, all these features, user-defined fields if we have, interfaces, and more. Virtual port compliance is the compliance. One of the topic we have related to compliance. I'll come back to this. Security advisory, I'll come back to this. Everything we have. Slowly I will go and I will show you this for 2 minutes, not more than that. But here you will see this. Let me highlight. You can see here, this is called device 360. This view 360, right? Now, if you go and click to view 360, it will redirect to you towards one of the page related to assurance. And when Cisco has started their DNA, they have started selling their assurance feature. Some of the customers, they are purchasing using DNA just because of assurance. Assurance is really good, and day by day, Cisco is adding more and more features within the assurance. Now, what the assurance is doing, you can see this is device 360. If any down is there, you can see it is on from here. So you can see it is green, 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 green. But I have one sandbox. I'll give you that sandbox. There you have n number of devices. You can go and verify the configurations and all. There you will see all these variations. At the moment, it is very much blank because it's very a small network we have, right? You can see the physical neighbor topology. The score is 10. Actually, physically, it is connected with 2 devices. So that's why it is telling you this. View the device list. If you want, you can go and see. These are the 2 devices connected. Nicely, it is presenting the device topology as well. Then you have the event viewer. You can see this path trace. Now, this path trace is not a very normal path trace. It is very robust. We can go give the port, destination IP. If I know some destination, let's see, it is filling out. Let's go to this particular router. This is a router from one of the switch. Source option, port option, protocol option, live traffic. Packet capture will be enabled on the device and will take 5 minutes depending upon number of packet. It will go and start capturing the packets. Then ACL trace, what you want. Device interface QoS, start. And once you start, you will see that this is the source. This is the destination. We haven't specified the ports. We haven't specified the protocol, but it is telling the trace route net flow. Yeah, so no net flow, no nothing, unknown. That's why it is telling that it's unknown. But don't worry, I'll show you this trace path in the bigger DNA center later on, where you will see more and more hops. But you can see that we have this feature, how the traffic is going. Not only it will tell you the trace path, but it will tell you QoS, quality of service information, ACL, blockage, those 3-4 information it will tell you. If I click here one more time just to show you, if I scroll little down, you can see devices, interfaces, QoS, ACL trace is on. These things it will tell you. This is actually very robust. Then application experience, what does it mean? It means that if you go and enable the application visibility in this router, it will go run its engine. What is its engine? N-bar 2. So within these routers, we have N-bar 2. And if you have any knowledge related to SD-WAN, maybe you know that what devices we are using in SD-WAN. We have 2 type of device. Just for your knowledge, I'll tell you, V-Edge and C-Edge. These are the ISR devices, ASR devices, and other Cisco devices. This is Viptela devices. Here application visibility engine is NBAR. Here it is Cosmos. Actually behind the scene they are doing DPI, Deep Packet Inspection. According to protocol metadata, they can detect the application and take the action. Okay, so NBAR will be there. We have to go and enable the application telemetry, application visibility. NBAR will kick on, and then it will show you the business relevant application, business irrelevant application, and the default. Right, and then you can see the input information related to CPU, memory. Just now it got started, so it is showing you this CPU. Those are underutilized. This is nothing but your device 360. How robust this is, right? Everything we have here, everything related to this device, you will get to know. Now, generally what is happening in normal networking, some issue will happen, then some L1 engineer will come, see the interface, check, do the trace route. Again, it will say he will send the mail to the higher engineer, like that. You will go and search the topology, search the trace path, search this. Everything you can come here and do within 30 minutes. Now later on, I will show you that not only DNA will show you the problem, it will show you the solution as well. If suppose someone don't know that which CLI command to run in Cisco devices, DNA is suggesting CLI commands as well. You can run those commands, and then by the end of the command list, it will tell you that these issues are something big or something high severity. You can raise attack case like that. Like that they will suggest. Great. So this is nothing but the device 360 feature that we have in DNA. So we have checked two things, command runner, and then we have checked the device 360. Let's quickly go and check the compliance feature. Now compliance feature, you can see here. Once you are in the inventory, right, you can see this compliant or non-compliant. Clearly it is telling that these two devices, they are compliant and this is non-compliant. You know, suppose if we have 1,000 devices, what we are doing, we are exporting the list. We are exporting the list. And once we have this list, obviously you can open in Excel. I don't have Excel in this laptop, so I will open in Notepad. And now you will see that what big information it will tell you. Device, reachability, compliance status, the MAC address. You don't need all these fields. So you can filter from the Excel itself. What is the platform? What is the image status, provisioning status? If it is not provisioned, why it is not provisioned? If any SNMP issue, it will tell you integrity verification is passed. Please scan the vulnerability. What is the advisory? It is telling to do the security scan, right? So from this place itself, you can go and download this report. This is actually a very good inventory report. Now tell me which particular management platform can give such type of report. Very less, right? Very less management platforms we have to do this. Now, suppose you want to see this is non-compliant, you want to see the detail, click here. So it will come here. Now, this is a small lab setup. So you can see only 3 area, but this is not complete. You have more areas as well, like SDA compliance, some other fabric compliance. There are 5-6 areas are there. At the moment, it is working as a normal non-fabric solution. So that's why you can see this. Now, if I go and click a startup and running configuration has drift. So if you go here, it will go back in time and it will tell you that this command was missing. So that's why out of sync. And here also it is red. So what is the config drift? You see, this configuration we put right, but we haven't saved. So when we push the configuration from the script, you know, so when you are pushing the configuration from the script, you can go in that template and put write command in the below, because while pushing the configuration from a script, it is not saving the running to the startup, and that's why we have this config drift, and that's why we have the compliance. That's why it is showing non-compliant. Then you can see this software image is gold or not. Then other critical security advisories, I'll come to that. Right. So you can see that within this particular device board, once you go and open this particular device, you can run the CLI commands. You can go and check the view 360. You can go and check all the physical interfaces, software image configuration, security advisory, compliance. All these things you can see right in one place. I don't think so there is any other tool or any other management platform which can give this much deep information. Right. So now coming back to, even you can see config diff advisories. So you can see here the security advisory, nothing is here, right? So let's see. Let's go to the main dashboard. Let me scroll down. DNA license, network profile, topology, command runner, license manager. Here you will see this guy. Security advisories. Now if I click this, what it is telling, that this page shows the security advisory published by Cisco that will affect your device, their configuration, vulnerability, image, etc., etc. Focus is security advisory devices. You want to scan your network. Click here, scan the network. I want to scan my network now for all the vulnerabilities if I have. Now you'll see that the task is submitted. Now we can go here. It is in progress. It is in progress. Now you can even see the task as well and their task workflow as well. That's why I predicted that DNA market will increase drastically, you will see in upcoming days, because it has so many features. None of the other tool existed present. They have these many features. So it is going to grow. This market is going to grow, grow, grow. So it is going on. Now let's go back to the tools. If you go to the tools, you can see somewhere security advisory. It will take some 10-15 minute time. And then what it will give you the advisory, title, CVSS score, impact, and the link also. You can click to that link and it will redirect to you towards the Cisco website where you have this advisory published. You can go and verify and you can remediate those advisories. Right, so it will take some time to come up, but once you are inside the tools, you will see one more tab here. This is also interesting, and in all the versions, Cisco is adding some features here. What is this network reasoner? This is something related to, you can see, auto remediation type of thing. If your CPU utilization is high in 24 hours, it will tell you how many devices, client, device count, fabric count. If interface is down, impact is high, L3 access, MTU check. Now, if you go to any of them, I can go here. I can go to this device. Let me go one step back because we reached to that device. Once you are there, so let's go to any of the device. Oops, just one step back. You can see on top, there is one tab called Troubleshoot, right? So just select the device, click the Troubleshoot and ping. Okay, I'll give any random. I know that it may be unreachable. And see what this network resonator is doing for us. You see, you'll find very interesting thing. Now, at the moment, Okay. Okay. The CLI command ping. It's very a small thing that I have shown you. You know, this activity, it will go and draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because it was very a small activity we checked. Let me go back. Let me show you some very interesting thing. Okay, CPU utilization. Nothing, none of device actually have affected by this. Anything, if this is also not there, network connectivity, that it will go and generate something for us, some nice diagram chart and in full-fledged networking environment, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it will keep generating, 6, 7, 8, all those. So what it is doing, check the device reachability, evaluate the device feature, checking the reachability. If you go and click these boxes, it will tell you what I have checked in this. And then it will go do some CLI, try to ping to that destination. On top, you can see this is RCA. It will go and generate the root cause analysis for us. Very cool feature. And Cisco is adding, keep adding more and more. Earlier, it was only 4 or 5 features. Now they are adding all those features.
Yeah, that troubleshooting function is really cool.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. At the moment, they are not part of SDA. So it will tell you the gather the device detail. And the good thing here is they are telling that this is the RCA, root cause analysis they are doing, and then the output. Great. Let's go back one more time and quickly see if our security advisory is completed. So we can go to the main dashboard and security advisory. It is taking time to scan all the devices and then put the result. If anything is there, it will get displayed. Otherwise, you will see none. Now, this is beneficial for a big network. If you have 400, 500, 600 devices, you'll get nice output here. And then according to that, we can go and correct those problems. Okay. So this way, we check command runner, small features. We check device 360 feature. We check the compliance, how to download the report as well. And we have done the scan for a network as well. Later on, I'll bookmark this security advisory scan. I will show in the big sandbox. So there you can see the scores and other features, other report related to security vulnerabilities. So we'll see that in the big DNA lab. We have some sandboxes in that will test that. Apart from that, we have successfully completed day number 3. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Thanks for joining. Today in day number 3, we have very important topics. Today we are going to learn about template that we have started in day 2 as well. We'll go and continue that part. Then we have to understand that within DNA how this PNP plug and play thing is working. We'll see in the lab that we have two 9300 switches and how we can onboard those switches with help of PNP. So that we will see. And then we have a scripting, that scripting part we'll see later. So today, let's focus on the template creation because it's a big, huge topic we have. And then we have the plug and play lab. That is also very interesting. One of the nice feature we have inside Cisco DNA. So let's start. Now we know about these templates that we have different type of templates within the DNA. We have Velocity, we have Jinja, that these are actually the programming language on which we can go define the variables, and those variables we can go and use within the DNA center as a template. There are a few examples you can see here related to the variable assignment, you can see here that you can go and use this dollar signature to assign some variable. Then you can go and use dot signal to assign or reference something. These things are very basic programming terminology. Then if you have any number, you can go and use the number. If you have list, then the list you are defining like this in the bracket. Again, you have the list here. Now, if you have any dictionary having key and value pair. So key and value. Banana, good. Roast beef, bad. Like this, key and value pair. So like that, we have integer. If you have basic understanding knowledge about Python as well, so you'll understand the different type of integers, data types, variables, etc. Now, how we are going to utilize this? So you can see here, we can go within the DNA and we can go and define some variable. I will show you today. We have one example related to that we can go and define some of the variables. We'll go and create the variables within the DNA, and you will see the usability of variable. Now, for example, suppose if you have 3 switches, switch 1, 2, and 3, and all these 3 switches, suppose this is 1, 2, and 3. Now, all these 3 switches, you have only one interface, for example, and these switches having some host name, and these switches having some management IP, like that you think. So isn't that we can go and create only one template where we can go and make host name as a variable, the interface IP as a variable, the interface name itself as a variable, the management interface as a variable, management IP as a variable, and this template can work in all 3 places. Not 3, if we have hundreds of switches with same type of a style, so template can be usable for all those 100 devices. We can go and onboard with single template. We can onboard 100, 200 devices. So in that case, what we are doing, 2 purpose. First of all, the number of code, the number of lines, configuration items will be less. And other thing is this, that we can standardize the configuration. So today you will see I will go and create one plug and play template to onboard 2 of the switch 1 and switch 2. And I'm going to use same template. And you will see that same template with variables will be useful for 2 of the switches. Why? Because we'll go and make hostname as a variable, interface as a variable, interface IP as a variable, etc. Like that, you can see that you can define the variables. Now, in variables, we have one nice thing. I will see that not only variable, in programming language, we have nice thing. That nice thing is loops. Loop means that you can go and create some sort of for loop, some sort of while loop. Until the loop is there, they will go and print the data. So if you go and put some loop, I will show you the loop example. For example, for 1 up to 5, print apple. So what it will do, it will go and print the apple for 5 times. That's the beauty of loop we have. Now, what is happening in the switch case, that we may have interfaces, for example, 1/1/1 up to 1/1/48. That means you have 48 ports, and suppose all these 48 ports, you want to push 2 configuration line, switch port mode access, switch port access VLAN 200, for example. So what you can do, you can go and create one very small script for suppose 1 up to 48, and in this you will go and give the condition, say interface, and the name of interface is a variable, and then over the interface you want to put value switch port mode access and switch port access VLAN 100 or 200, etc. So what this script, a small script, will do, it will go loop all these 1 to 48 interfaces, and it will go and push or publish these 2 lines of configuration. Like that, this while loop, the for loop, the conditions that we have, they are very useful, that whatever repeated task you have, all those repeated tasks, it will go and print that. Means it will go and write those configuration to the devices. So likewise, what I have done, I have created a few of the examples just for your understanding. Again, these examples actually taken from the DNA guidebook only. So now you can see, for example, let me quickly show you one programming example here that you have set. You can see answer number 1. So if I go and put number equal to 10 and mod is mod equal to 4, what will happen? So the first output will be, the first answer will be number plus 1. That means 11. This will be 9. Then 10 into 4, this will be 40. This will be divided by something, maybe 2.5. This will be percent of that, like that 0. You know, if 10 and 2, if you go and use this, is very basic programming skill structure. With very basic programming knowledge, with help of velocity that we are using within the DNA, you can go and write very amazing type of scripts. Today I will show you one example with very less number of variables, but you can go and you can use as many variables. Now, yesterday what we have done, we have created one template. So how we are creating the template? You can go to the tools, and from tools you can go to the template. First of all, you have to go and create the project. Now within the project, you are creating the template. Once you are creating the template, then you are saving this template. And once you are saving, then you are doing the commit. So these are the steps to create the template under the project. Now you will find that there are various type of templates. What types we have related to template? So you will find that we have template, and these templates may be day 0. This may be day n. And then later on, you will understand we have composite template as well. We have used this day n template in our yesterday session. Today, I will go and show you this day 0 template. So question here is this, that when you are doing plug and play, means onboarding of device with 0 touch, that's the plug and play, or play and plug, whatever. So when we are using plug and play, then we can go and use day 0 template. Isn't together we can use day n as well? Answer is yes. You can use day 0 plus day n both as well. There is no problem. Generally, people are onboarding the devices with minimum configuration, and then they are using the day n template. Now, what is the use of this composite template? What we can achieve with this composite template? So answer for this is this. Let me tell you the answer for the composite template. Now, in previous session, what we have done, that we have created one line of configuration related to ACL. Now, likewise, you can go and create template. Suppose this is a template. You can go and create AAA template. Now, likewise, you can go and create SNMP template. Now you can go and create some banner, right? Now, all these small template that you have, you can go and add in one template. Everything will be added in one template. So one template is the name, and this one template will be composite template, right? This will be your composite template. These are the single template, but you can go and drag and drop this template at one place, at one container, and it will become the composite template. That's the meaning of composite template. Today I will show you that how you can go and create the composite template. Now once we are creating the variables, so variables even you can bind as well. So binding of the variable, that's why these many slides are there. You can stick, means you can put some global values for the variable, Or variable maybe when you are pushing the variable, at that time you can go and assign the value. So generally, it depends that what type of use case we have. In our case, what we are doing or what we will do, that when we go and push the variable, at that time we will go and put the values. That I will show you in few seconds. Okay, so what we will do when we'll go and push the variable, at that time we will put the value, but we can go and use the bind source as well. And then today I will show you few of the example related to defining the variables as well. See, this is nice examples related to hostname contains this platform. You may have different type of switches. So different type of switches you want to push different type of configuration. So we can go and use condition if else, if else, if else. If this is the switch, this is the configuration, this is the switch, this is the configuration. Like that you can go and create your templates. You can go and define the macros as well. You can see macros for loopback 0. Description is management address, and you can see only the last octet for different switches. So different switch ID, we have different loopback address like 10.0.0.0, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So only that part also you can go and create as a variable. Only this part, the 4th octet, also we can go and put as a variable. See, that's the power we have with the variables. Right. So today we are going to see this PNP. So you will understand more about that. But before that, I am just quickly completing the variable and the programming related to variable that we have, those slides. Your task is this, that you go on this, you check all these informations, and you can check. Now, for example, if you want to check this, how you will check? You have to write the code right in the DNA, and then only you will check. And I haven't given any, this is like a snapshot for some PDF, right? I haven't given you anything related to that you can copy and paste in the template. So what I'm telling here is this, that if you want to test, let me show you this. You can test in your own time. You have the DNA access. You can log into DNA and test it. So let me quickly do this thing. Let me go here to the tools. What I'm telling you'll understand now. We'll go to the template editor. And then let's create our own project. Day N. Day N. And inside this day N, we'll go and create one. I'll go here and create one template. Variable 1. Let's go and put this hub and switch, all hub and switch. Let's go back and suppose this is for iOS XE. So as XE, save. Now what I'm telling here, you just want to check the programming. So you can go and check that program that you have. It is telling that for each, see, automatically it is coming, right? We have this code help here. They're starting with for each, and then it is telling item in the collection. So in our case, we have VLAN. In VLANs, for example, in VLANs, and then what we want to do, we'll go here and we'll give interface, right? You can see the help is there. VLAN and $sign is nothing but the variable. Then after that, And you see the program, it is commented actually. It should be starting with this. So now it is active, the pink color. Now what we can do after for each else, and you should just start like this, right? Enter. Oops, wireless controller. Else, and then enter. And then I'll go here, for example, no interface, VLAN, and then I want to end this. Right, just a small program, just to showcase you, and then you can go and use all these things, but it should end. Okay, so for each got end here, right? This is good. Now let me go here. So we have very small program, right? And let me close this, and then let's go and save this. It's telling that it has syntax error here, some programming mistake, logic mistake is here. Or is that for each VLAN in VLANs interface VLAN? Okay, anyways, because I just wanted to show you that what will happen if you have a program and you want to test it. So let's go and save this. Cisco DNA is providing nice way to check this program before you will go and push this program to device. Okay. And if you come here, you will see so many examples are there. You can go and use these examples. Okay, so what I'm telling that once you are here, you can see this simulation. This is the simulation flow. You can go and click create simulation, give any name, test, something like that. And now if you go and click here, so whatever variables will be there in your program, click run. Is invalid entries. Some entries are there. The point here is this, I'm going to show you this simulation in other programs, so don't worry. So whatever the variable you will define, it will ask you within this particular simulation, and then once you run it, it will tell you the exact output that you want to push in the device. That's the use of simulation. I will show you this simulation after some time in the PNP section. Okay, so that is the nice thing we have, that before even pushing these configuration to devices, you can go and verify that what you want to push. So for example, let me go back. Let's go to the template, and not like this. If I go and simply do say host name, and then host name, it's very simple, one line program, right? And then I'll go and save and commit. If you commit, it will save as well, right? Now if you go to the simulation, just it is asking, see, the host name is a variable, give the host name. Now if you give the host name, if you give the host name here, say my host, something like that, and then if you run the simulation, so now you can see this preview. It is telling that this is the configuration. Once you push this template to certain devices, this configuration will get pushed. That's the simulation we have. Whatever variable and the script you will create, you can go and testify in the simulation area before pushing to the device. I hope you can understand the use of this simulation. Then you can see that we have bind with sources. And now this particular host name, if you scroll down, you will see that different options are there. Is it a string? Is it an integer? By default, it is a string. Bind with source. This particular host name, you want to bind it. Generally, we are not using this feature because we are hard coding. that particular variable. So that's the bind source option we have. So I hope that you understood the programs that you have. Once you are creating such type of programs, make sure that you test it in the simulation before even pushing to the device. Now, there is one other feature you can see, multi-line command. So what does it mean? Now, there may be chance that you are creating some sort of configuration within the DNA center, and that configuration having some prompt. So for example, if you are using crypto key generate RSA 2048, so it will ask you, you are sure, yes or no? So if you have some configuration like this where user prompt is required, right? So in that case, we are using such type of multi-prompt command line. So you can see you have to start like this. So suppose if you are creating banner, what is happening in banner? That is multi-command, right? You have to go and give 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lines, right? Like that, you can go and create the banner like this, and then end this like this, and then enter. Like that, we have user interactive commands as well, where you have to go, actually you have to go and give yes and no as well. So this is one of the multi-line, but you have other option as well, where it will ask you yes and no. That also you can script it. So what is this? MLT CMD multi-line command, and then you can start your banner. Login start with any asterisk. You can see banners generally whatever character they are starting, the same character they are ending. So then you can go give the number of lines, 4, 5, 10 lines. Then again you can go and use the same special character, and then you can go and close your banner. This is also very important related to creation of template. But apart from that, there are multi-character user prompt programming as well. Okay, let me quickly go and complete it, then we'll start the lab. We have one big lab today. So again, it's up to you. You can go and check the loops and statement and macros. Anyways, if you are very much interested in programming and all, I'm going to start CCIE DevNet batch with 50 hours of coding batch, where you will learn Python, Ansible, Terraform, Dockers, containers, all those things that we have in the exam. You will be very good in this, and you will get the lab setup as well. So you can run those things in your infra as well, that you are getting EVNG file related to CCIE lab practice. Likewise, you'll get the EVNG file for this as well, programming. Complete set of programming tools you can set within the EVNG. Again, these are just the examples related to templates and programming. Now, what we have done in our previous session, we have created the template. If you are looking for the steps that how you can create the project and template, you just follow these steps. We have done this in our previous session. I'm just showing you this, all these things. We have done all these steps earlier. All these steps we have done earlier. You can go and create the template for iOS, iOS XE, iOS XR, NX, Cisco controller, and so many different devices that DNA is supporting. All these things we have seen earlier in our previous session. Then you can go and create the template. There are so many good documents are there that Cisco is supporting. You can go and check those documents as well. Right, these are just the network setting. We have checked all these things. We have checked how we can go and create the network profile as well in our previous session, so that also you can see. But anyways, all those tasks that we are seeing here right now, everything we are going to perform today as well. So don't worry about that. Only thing that we want to do today is that we want to do plug and play for 2 of the switches. If I go and log into the DNA, you will see that we don't have switches. So now if I go to the dashboard, this is the fresh new DNA where you have only one device and two sites. This is nothing but the router that I discovered just now before the class. This router. Today we are going to onboard the switches, the remaining two switches, 9300 switches with plug and play, with zero touch provisioning, right? So in that lab, you will see most of the DNA concept will be covered. Already we have the network hierarchy, like site hierarchy. We have the area and the branch, or you have the site and the branch and building. Like that, you have the hierarchy defined. So that is one of the prerequisite for plug and play. Then you should have network setting configuration. Otherwise, the PNP will not work. So we have to go here and we have to go to the design section and we have to go to the network setting, and you make sure that device credentials are there. So suppose if it is not there, you have to go and create it. You have to go, this admin is there, assign it. Once you assign it, then you have to go and apply to the site. So which site? It will go and apply. It should be provisioned. You can see it is apply successful. It is scheduled. You can see it is scheduled. It will take some time to apply. See, assign and apply, those options are there. We'll wait for some time. Once you apply to the global, you know this thing, right? In DNA, once you apply any setting to the global, automatically it will go and apply to the branches or the sites, because they are supporting this inherited settings. Inheritance property is there that we will support. So now you can see it's green. I can see it is applied. So for PNP, you must have network hierarchy defined, that you will see here in the design section. We have defined the network hierarchy, and then you should have device credential configure. Once you have these two things and you want to do the plug and play, then you should have the template, right? You should have template. So I will come back again here. I'll show you. See, so in this particular page, this is related to plug and play, right? So you can see here clearly that when you're onboarding a switch, suppose if it is a PNP switch, day zero switch, then you have to go and give this value. This is onboarding template, day zero template, and then you have day end template that we have seen yesterday with some small ACL configuration. But if it is day zero configuration, that we will do later on today, this should be created, right? If you go in the template and if you create, then only it will pop up here. Otherwise, it will not pop up, right? So we'll go to DNA and we'll create it so we can see this. We'll see. See, like that, you can go and fetch it. And same place you can see where you are defining your day zero, you can define your day n as well together. And then if you are doing plug and play, you have to do the claiming and the provisioning. You will understand these steps in the lab, although so many steps are written here, but you will understand. I will show you. You will understand what is the claiming process, what is the provisioning process. You'll understand what is the day end template and the flows. I'll show you. Don't worry. All these informations I'll show you in a while. I think repetition of the slides, they are the same slides. Then again, this is coming to the velocity and the template you can go and create. Now we reach to very important place where we want to do plug and play. Right, this is one of the important feature we have in the DNA. So for that, people are using DNA. Such type of feature we have in Cisco SD-WAN as well. Cisco SD-WAN can do ZTP, Cisco SD-WAN can do PNP as well. Now, have you heard about this feature, how it is working, what are the key areas and all? Do you have any idea? Yeah. Have you ever worked on ZTP for data center switches?
Yeah.
You work on that?
Yeah.
Can you tell me roughly the steps, how it is working?
Okay. So for ZTP, usually the switch will boot from. So okay, so there will be we have a server. Okay.
Yeah, right.
We have a
100%.
server with, server sitting down somewhere with the configs on it. That will be, and in order for the switch to enter into ZTP mode, usually there shouldn't be any startup config. So once the switch is powered up, it starts looking for the ZTP server.
Okay, yeah.
So once it's able to reach the ZTP server, it downloads the config as its own startup config and configures the switch
Yeah.
accordingly.
So in that, you may have seen that we have something called a script server, TFTP server, template server, DHCP server, like that, right? So that means when a switch try to onboard, he needs some configuration, right? Then he needs some sort of IP addresses, DNS information. And suppose if the switch is running some older images, he want that image as well. So in that case, you may have different servers. One is TFTP server where the latest image is there. One is a script server or template server where the configuration files are, right? One is the DHCP server or DHCP plus DNS server where it will get the DHCP and the DNS information, right? Like that, this PNP is working, right? Now here you can see a small diagram. I should stretch this diagram. It's looking very small, but you will understand the flow here in Cisco. First of all, in Cisco, we have one portal, software.cisco.com, software.cisco.com. So according to the smart accounts or virtual accounts are mapped with these smart account. If you log into the software.cisco.com with a smart account, you can see that how many Cisco devices we have in the production. So in that smart account, you can see actually the device name, the serial number, the chassis number, the provisioning, all those information you can see in that. That's nothing but your PNP plug and play portal. Here actually you have this PNP as well. If you go there, you have one tab, PNP. If you open, you will see that portal. So in that, you have the list of serial number, the device hardware entries and all those things. Now suppose when you want to onboard a device, you can see number one, this is the step number one. So it will try to connect. It will try to connect to whom? DNS Center. Now DNS Center behind the scene, because DNS Center has cloud ports open, that means DNS Center can go and talk to this PNP. Now this PNP having this serial number and chassis ID, because you have some agreement with Cisco, you purchase those hardware, they have put in the PNP portal and then shipped to you. Once you got that device, you can see this unique identifier or secure unique identifier, SUDI is there. So once they ship this particular hardware to your premises, then this device knows about itself. PNP portal knows about this. How the DNS Center will know that this is the legitimate device I want to allow within the DNS Center. So in that case, it will go and check to the PNP portal, and that's why you can see the steps here. So you can see the step number one, that device itself has PNP agent. Today I'm going to show this PNP agent. If you go and power on this device and do not press any enter key, just go power on that device, the device will itself go to PNP mode. First, it will try to get the PNP information. So it will move to the PNP mode, right? It will try to get some information. So once you power on, then it will go, obviously, it will go and connect actually to the DNS center, right? You can see 1 and 2. Then this PNP protocol, you can see different HTTPS XML based protocols. They have some message exchange in between them. Then DNS center will go and check with the plug and play portal that this device SUDI, that this is confirming here, is this correct or not? Sometimes when we are doing the onboarding, then in a DNS center itself, we are getting one option to approve. You have to go to, sorry, not DNS center. You have to go to the PNP portal, plug and play portal, and you have to approve that request that DNA is asking. Once you go and approve, then that particular device will become green. That means this is the valid. DNA has the authority. So now what DNA will do, because in DNA, what we have done, in DNA, we have created day 0 template, right? Day 0 template. We have created network profile for this. All those basic configuration already we have created in DNA. So DNA will go and push those configuration, and this device will be onboarded. Right? Now you may ask that, then what about the DHCP server? What about the image? What about the configuration, right? All those things. So configuration, you can clearly see that DNA will manage the configuration, right? You need some sort of DHCP server. Either any of the L3 switch or router, you can go and enable the DHCP services. You have to go and enable some sort of option 43. You will see that option 43 is there. So what is happening when this device will try to bring up, it will go and contact to DHCP. Then DHCP, inside DHCP server, will go and enable option 43. In that option 43, we will go and hard code the IP of the DNA. So when the request will go and response will come, in this response, he will come to know that he has to go and request to the DNS center for the configuration and all for rest of the PNP process. So rest of the PNP process will happen, but you need some sort of device in between who will tell this PNP agent or the switch that where is the location of DNS server. If the switch don't know that what is the DNS server IP, then how it will proceed with the PNP process, right? I'm going to show you all these steps, step by step, everything, this onboarding process, each thing. Now here you can see this hard coding thing. So you can see option 43 should be there, and there is a meaning. So you can see that you have to go and give this within the configuration, within the DHCP configuration. And in this, you can see that this IP is nothing but a DNS center IP. This is the port number 80. And all these values that you are seeing, 5A, 1D, B2, everything have some meaning. I will show you what does it mean by all these A, B, C, D. They have their own meaning, but you have to go and enable within the option 43. Yeah, now you can see this is software.cisco.com portal where you have the plug and play portal. It look like this. You have some virtual account here. And once you log in inside this, then you can go and approve that request that is coming from DNA. Now I was talking about the information that is carried within this. So you can see 5A means PNP. 1D means DHCP debug on. B2 means B means the token B address, and 2 means IPv4. This is for IPv4 address. K4. K is a protocol. 4 is HTTP. Protocol HTTP. Then I. I is remote server IP. This is the DNA IP. DNA IP, and then J and 80. J is the remote server port and port 80. See, it's a very small string, but all these characters having some meaning, right? That you have to configure within the DHCP server. In our case, our DHCP server is the ISR 4331. I will show you the DHCP configuration before doing any further task, right? So this you have to do, just do it, and then you can see this configuration as well. I'm going to push this configuration, the DHCP configuration. I have the configuration in my notepad, so I will go and use it. So why not? Let's start the PNP process. That's it. This is the PNP. We can go and use it. Same thing I have given here. This is the portal actually. And you see, I told you that it will ask for the request and response. Even here also you can go and approve. So the green signal you can see redirect successful. DNA request come and it got redirected. You can go and create the profile as well, controller profile here. Right? All these things are there in this slide, so don't worry that you will not get any information. Everything is there in the slides, and we are seeing everything in the lab as well. So what is the task now we have? Now we have task that why not let's go log into the DNA and see the PNP process. Now before I do that, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. Great. So now what we want to do is the PNP. What are the steps we want to do, perform in this lab or anywhere in the production as well? First of all, we need the DHCP server configuration. So let's do it. I have created the script in my notepad. And where is my DHCP configuration? This is the script I want to use as a PNP script. I will show you that. And then I should have this DHCP configuration. You can see exclude some addresses, and then this is DHCP pool network, and then the default router, and this option 43. In our case, this is our DNS server IP 198.168.129.100. So let's go and open the ISR router we have, and where we have this ISR. Let's go. So naming is wrong. This is 4331. Okay, that's the host name. Anyways, let's go and paste those configurations. Right, so my DHCP is ready. How this topology? What is about our topology? So let me quickly go and draw that topology that we have. So we have one router, and then we have two switches in the bottom, and then we have one router, and then we have the DNA servers that is somewhere in the management plane. We have other DNA servers and all. Now these routers and these switches, actually they are connected. They have some point-to-point connection in between them. They have some IP addresses over here. Even I can log into one of the switch and I can show you, although this switch is not onboarded in the DNA yet, but still they have some configuration. We can log in and we can see that these switches having what interfaces. Even from router also we can see, right? So let's do this thing. Let's do the show CDP neighbor. You can see that the switch side connection is Gigi 1048, right? So gig interface 1048, and router side you can see this is 002 and 001. So 001 connecting to one of the switch, yeah, switch 1, and 002 is connecting to switch 2 on the same interfaces, right? So this is important. Now if you want to see the configuration, gigi 0/0/1, you will see that they are running OSPF in point-to-point fashion. Everything here is in OSPF area 0, and we have point-to-point link like that. So knowing these things, let's assume that these switches, so now you can see these switches have configuration, right? All these things are there. But what's the concept of P2P? Assuming that these switches have some default configuration, right? They don't have any configuration. They are erased. Nothing is there. No configuration at all, right? So what we will do, we'll go and erase everything. We'll go and erase everything in these switches. All the configuration, all this, whatever configuration we have, routing and whatever. We'll go to switch 1 and switch 2, and we'll go and erase everything from the running, from the flash, from the certificate, everything. So for that, you will see here, if I go to the notepad, I have something called erase the configuration script type of thing. Erase the startup, delete the VLAN database, NVRAM certificate, PNP information, NVRAM, crypto keys, everything, erase it, and then reload. Right, so we'll go and use this script. Now, remember, when you are using this script, erase script, this should be run on the console. So you need to console to the switch, otherwise you will lose access, right? So we have this console access to these switches. Let's go to the console of one of the switch. This is switch 1. Let's try to connect. This is actually the console connect we have. It's telling that this is SSH, but from here you can go and type all those configurations. So let's go here, and what was the script? Erase script. This is the erase script. Go here, put that, paste it. Oops, I'm getting some error somewhere. What was that error? What is this? It is not taking enable. Delete D, it is not taking. Okay. So I do one thing. Let's paste small portion. And then I can go here and paste erase. Okay. And then this part. Should have no error. So enable and then delete. Yeah, taking. Yes, great. And then rest of the portion. Paste here. Okay. So reload. No. Or yes. System config has been modified. Now let me see the last line. Reload. No. So we have given reload and no. Now you can see that this system, we have erased everything, right? Now, once you reached here, do not press enter, because this particular device will go in PNP mode, plug and play mode, right? Now, to this system should work properly and PNP should get completed, we have to go to the DNS Center. And first of all, go to the design section, go to the network profile and create the profile. So we'll go and create the profile switching. See, and this is 9300 PNP. Name I'll give. At the moment, I don't have any template. So I will save this at the moment. We'll go and create the template and come back here. Let me go and assign to the site. I want to assign to branch 1. Okay, save this as well. Now let's go to the tools and the template. This time we want to create onboarding template. So you can see onboarding configuration here. Expand this and add a template. I'll give the name 9300 PNP is the name. You can give any good name. Then let's go and add the device. I'll go and add all the hub and switches. No problem in that. Let's go back. And then the device type iOS XE. Add this. Now once we are here, we have to give the template. So I told you that I have one PNP template with variables. I will explain that. Let me go and copy paste here and paste here. We'll see this PNP template from the top. Host name is variable, right? Because it is starting with $signature, $sign. Then very basic default configuration, VRF, address family, VRF definition management, and then the enable password, no AAA login, IP routing, your domain name, the username, admin and net admin. Then here, this is important because this is the configuration. We want to give the management IP address over the gig interface 00. And then the interface name, interface that is connecting to the router is gig, what was that? Gig 1048. If you see that, you will find that gig 1048 was the interface that is also a variable. Then the description is also a variable. Then the IP address is a variable. Subnet mask is a variable because the same template we want to use to 2 of the switches. So that's why we are making all these variables. First of all, we'll go and onboard one of the switch, and then we'll go and onboard the other switch. So that's the idea here. And this is a generic template. Obviously, it will go and work for both the switches. And then you can see rest of the easy peasy configuration is there, right? So this is the configuration. Now I told you earlier, first of all, let's save this and commit it. Save and commit. I told you earlier, if you want to see this, means when you push this configuration, how this look like without variable. So for that, you can click to the simulation, create the simulation. Suppose name of the simulation is PNP1 or anything. Now you can see all the variable it is asking. What's the host name? Host name is 93001. What's the interface name? Interface name is Gigabit Ethernet 1. I don't know. We'll go and see this, but I'll give any number 1048. What's the description? It is connected to ISR. Then what's the IP address of the ISR? 192.168. I'll give anything. I don't know at the moment. 1.2. And what's the subnet mask? 255.255.255.255. We'll see that and we'll put these values. No problem. Now, if you go and click run, so it will tell you that once you push all these variables, you put the variable, how it look like. See, host name, then the interface, IP, right? Like that, it will be in the device. Okay, so I'll do one thing. Let's cancel it. Let's go back to the template. So our template is ready. PNP template is ready. Now what we want, we should go back here to the design, to the network profile, and we should add that particular onboarding template here. So let's go here. It's loading. This we have created. Add it. Done. So why we are doing all this? Because we have to complete our PNP process. So behind the scene where it reached, let's see. Let's click to the hardware. It is telling that, see, you will see PNP session. So let me highlight so you will understand what exactly I want to show here. Spotlight. Okay. So now we'll see here that PNP service reload service PNP zero touch is successfully started. IOX is ready. Guest cell destroyed, etc., etc. Guest cell down, down, down. Then 102 is up. It is down. This is actually one of the interface we'll see later on. Then Cisco. Then somehow my switch knows that this is the DNA IP. How it is knowing? From the DHCP request that we have configured to the router. Then it is telling the PNP is started. This is the port number, etc. So this is started actually. And now if you go back here to the router. So if I go here to the router where I have my router here and it's down. Let's log into the router once. I want to show you something in the router. Let's see, show IP DHCP binding. So it is getting some IP here, you can see, because that PNP is working behind the scene. Now what we can do, that we can go to the DNS center. Once you are inside the DNS center, you will see that here everything is done. You can go to the, where I can go, provisioning. You can go provisioning, and provisioning you can see inventory and PNP. If you click to PNP, plug and play, then you can see there is one switch which is unclaimed, right? So you have to select this switch and you have to click claim. Save it. Now you tell that, oh, is this a switch name? Leave it, no problem. This is the site you want to apply. Yes, I want to apply to this site. Then you can go next. Then it will ask, oh, this is with this particular PNP. You have any good image? See image, I told you earlier, the ZTP process. You have some script server, means configuration server, you have some image server, you have some TFTP server or DNS, like this is working. So your DNA is working as an image server and the script server. Now you can go next. And now you have to go and put the variables like I have shown you in the simulation page. 93001. I've typed PNP as well, suppose just. Now what is the interface name? What's the description, right? So interface name that is connected. And if you do show CDP neighbor, you will come to know that this interface is actually Gigabit Ethernet 10. Show an interface gig 1. I actually am looking for full name, full Gigabit Ethernet, and then 1048, right? So let's go back to the DNA. So interface name is gigabit 1/0/48. Now description connected to ISR, then the IP address of the ISR. Right. So actually you will give the IP address of your side. Let's see the ISR side. What is that IP? So ISR side IP is 1.1. That means that switch IP will be 1.2. This is switch IP and the subnet mask is 255.255.252. Right. So click next. Now we'll see the error. Remember, so it is telling that SNMP credentials is not defined. That's why it is generating the error. So I can't do the claim. And that's why we should have those things configured earlier. So I should go to network setting, device credential, and you should see this SNMP read and write. So let's do this thing. Arrow. While discovering, we have done this and apply. And then I'll go to the right. Arrow and apply. It will take 1 or 2 minutes to get applied. Now it is applied. This is in progress. That means it will work fine. Let's go back to the provisioning and PNP. And we have to start this claim process one more time. No problem. This time we'll do a little bit faster. Then you have to give this the PNP 93001 PNP or DNP, whatever. PNP and then the gigabit Ethernet 1048 connected to ISR router 192.168.1.2 255.255.252. Let me confirm this is the correct IP 192.168. Or this is not correct. This is 198.1.9. Okay, that's fine. We can go here and make this 198.191.2 because my side is 192. Click next. Now you can see you can preview the day 0 configuration as well, but let's go and click claim. Now you can see that claim process is working, and if you go and check the hardware console, now it is should be working. So now you will see, okay, session is closed. Otherwise you could see some more messages here, and I don't want to click. We should do some back off messages are there. We should do it earlier. When we have started the process, we should have everything ready. So meanwhile this is working, let's quickly go and do this configuration erase. Let's do the configuration erase for other switch. So let's go back here. And now for other switch, everything is ready, right? So why not let's do this. Where is my server? Here it is. I can go to the switch number 2. Let's connect it. It's connecting. Okay. It's connecting. Let's paste this. Confirm. And then delete and reload. Copy and paste here. Reload. No. Confirm. Now we'll see that for this switch also PNP will start. And once it will start, then if you come to this place, you will see one more unclaimed. At the moment its state is onboarding. That's good. We can wait for 2-3 minutes. So this process will progress. And it is refreshing after every 30 seconds by default. Still it is onboarding. But I can see here, you can see this device name, I think it took. And this 93001 DNP, we should put PNP. Anyways, other device hostname I will go and put 2 and PNP. But once it is successful, then you will, oh, I can see it's gone. Okay. Now it is provisioned. See, it is provisioned successful now. That means that if we go here and if we go here and press enter, that means it got provisioned. Let's reconnect. So our PNP seems worked. See, worked. And now if you go to the DNS Center, let me create one duplicate. So once you are in the DNS Center, it should show you within the provisioning and the inventory. Now you should see 2 devices. One we have discovered by own. One we have provisioned with the plug and play. Right? Zero touch provisioning we have done. That's great. And what's the status for other switch? Let's see. Other switch seems rebooting, and we know that after reboot, by default, it will move to PNP, plug and play. Now, once it will move to plug and play, we have everything ready. We have the DHCP server, we have the script, we have the network profile, everything we have. That means that once you go to the DNS Center and you refresh the page, you will see that again one unclaimed device will come here. What we need to do? Same thing. Now you can see here that this is one-time hard work. Means if you go and create the framework, later on anyone can come, connect, and a device will get provisioned automatically. Right? So let's wait and let's provision the other device as well. If should see here in this particular place, the PNP. Now you can see it's rebooting. Do not press anything here while it is by default moving to the PNP phase. Automatically, you will see that it will go to PNP. Now you can see no startup. It's unable to find a startup. So starting auto install PNP ZTP. Auto install will terminate if any input is detected. If you press enter, it will go. We want auto install. Even here also you can see, generally we are typing no or yes. Do not press anything. It will move to PNP. So we'll wait for 30 seconds. We are waiting. Let's wait. Let this timeout will expire and move to the PNP. We are waiting. While we are waiting, let's go to the here one more time. Click refresh. Still not showing. Because what will happen? First of all, it will go and try to connect with the DHCP server. So if you go here to the DHCP now, and if you go and check show oops, it's gone, session is gone. Let me reconnect to the ISR. And we are here. Show IP DHCP binding. Now you can see that the other device also try to connect. Now if it connect to this particular L3 switch or router where we have the DHCP defined, or even some server also you can go and define, and you have to give that option 43. So once it will connect, it will give that particular device the DNA IP, right? So now if you go back, you can see, you can see that, see, just come here. Now you can see this is in the unclaim stage. So now we can go and do the claim. Same thing, same script. Go next, click here. This time we'll go and give the 93002 PNP interface name. We know that is Gigabit Ethernet 1048. This is also connected to ISR, but this is switch number 2. So switch 2 to ISR, like that you can give any good description. I don't think so any problem with the space, but I'll go and give underscore here in between. Then what is the address? 198.192.2 and subnet mask 255.255.252. The other address was 1.2, so this should be 2.2. We can verify this. Go next. You want to preview configuration? We know because we only have created, so let's click claim. Now we have the console here, and you can see behind the scene. Oh, now you can see this logs and all. It moved to PNP process. It tried to reach this particular IP here, and then the PNP kicked on. See, PNP zero touch started. IP port, you can see. So you can see all those log messages. And what will happen after 5 to 6 minutes, even less than that, this device will also get provisioned with the template. Now, once you do all these things with the day 0 template, next you can go and push the day end template. Right? So we'll wait for 1 minute. Just wait, let's this get completed. If any error is there, it will not work. So what will happen in this place? So this is planned, then you will see provision like that. Network, planned, provision, those are the states. It's trying. I can see total devices. It is telling one is provisioned and one is in progress. This is provisioned, this is moved to onboarding. And once you get the name here, that means this is success. So still it is onboarding. We'll wait. Let's wait for 30 more seconds. And if you see the name here, that means the provision done. So now you'll see that how this PNP is working. With same template, single template, we are able to provision 2 switches. Like that, you can provision n number of switches with a less number of templates. So we have almost done with the template concepts and everything. There is one small concept is still there in the template. And let me tell you that concept and we are good to stop. So that is the composite template. How we are creating the composite template. I will go and show you about that as well. But let me make sure that is now you can see this is done. Although it is showing onboarding, but if I refresh, this is also provisioned. This is also provisioned with the PNP process. This is one of the nice feature we have in DNA. Now, if you go to the provisioned and if you go to inventory, in branch 1, you could see all these devices, if I refresh, after maybe 10-20 seconds, you will see that the other device also here, and then still syncing. You can go and click to the topology, and then you will see nice topology. From ISR, you should see 2 devices because it's not synced.
So if you're provisioning, let's say 10 devices, are you going to go through step by step and put in the IPs and all those things for all the 10?
Yeah, so you can go and provision 10 devices at a time as well. There's no problem. But yeah, according to their variables, we have to put the device IP addresses and all. So that
Okay.
is one of the thing that we have to take care. Now clearly you can see that it is drawing the topology as well. Some cross connections are there, but that's fine. So you can see that we are done with the provisioning. With PNP, with 0 configuration, we are able to bring up that device in the DNA. Right. So now let me quickly give you that brief related to composite template, and we are good to stop then. So let's quickly go here. It's very easy. So go here and create one template. I'll go and give name as a AAA. Right. And then not tag. I don't need tag. Let's go here and give the hub switches. Okay, let's go back. Give the iOS XE, something like that. Scroll down a little bit. iOS XE. Save. So I am creating this AAA. So for example, AAA new model. That's one line, but you can have n number of line. You can save and you can commit. Even if you commit, it will save and commit, so no problem. So I have this AAA. Now again, I will go here and again create one template. Say SNMP. And then this also. We'll go and put the information and we'll go and give the name iOS XE like this. Add. Now we'll go and give say SNMP server community RO. Oops. RO. It's not allowing me to write RO and RO. Okay. Great. RO and then SNMP server community RW. Just giving any random configuration. And then this also will go and commit. Means save and commit. If you commit, it will save as well. So now you'll see that we have 3 single templates. What is there in Vary? Postman. 3 single we have. Now we want to create the composite template. So you go and create the composite template. So add that template. Same way add that template, but here you have to go and choose this composite template. What's the name? The name is DN AAA. You can give any logical name, no problem. And the host name, anything like that. And then let's go edit hub and switches, go back and then go to this software as XE, add. Now you will see that you have this composite platform where you can drag and drop AAA, SNMP, variable. Now we have all this like that. You can create long list. Then we can save and commit. So now we have this day end template.
So
So
the composite combines other templates.
yeah, this is composite. So all the other templates we can combine here in the single template, right? And now let's go here and let's go to the network profile and let's edit this. Let's go to day n, add. You have this composite template. Save this. Right, and now if I go here to the provision, since my device is onboarded, so let's check with one of the device. Now you have to go to action and provision the device and go next. It should take AAA SNMP variable. It should go and give the variable. This is 93001 day n. And this is the template name. Deploy. Let's provision. Task is submitted. In progress, and if you go here to the switch, let's connect it. Oops, reconnect. Still it is showing DNP. Once this provision is successful, it should show you day n. Let's go back to DNA. Where is the task? In progress, refresh. Going on. See the workflow. Back. Details. Most of the things are successful. See. And you run section SNMP server. Wow, I can see some capital arrow. And what was the other thing we have done? Triple NU model, right? So maybe by default that was also there. But you can see that host name got changed with the DN template, right? Oh, wow. We have done one of the big thing today. You know, this is one of the big thing we have in DNA. Doing the PNP onboarding, check this status, how it is working, the workflow, how it is working, the templates, how you're composite, how you're creating the single templates and all. This is what the capability of DNA we have. Thanks for joining. We are inside day number 5 today. We are going to check the ISE integration with DNAC. And in our exam, you will see some portion will be there in the exam as well. And that a small portion that we have related to integration, it is actually already integrated in the exam, but we should know that how we can do the integration, and after that we can verify it. So that's the key thing we have. Otherwise, the portion that we have in the exam is actually very small. One question is there, complete question is there related to ISE, but in the other section as well, you have a small integration with ISE and DNA. And further, you have some other tasks that you have to do within the ISE. Okay, not in the ISE, but you have to do in the DNA. But whatever, suppose if you do the integration with ISE and DNA, whatever policies you will create to DNA, it will be reflected in ISE automatically. Those things we will see today. But first thing first, let's go and do the deployment for the ISE first. Once we do the deployment, then we'll go and do the integration. So let me go and open the lab. In this lab, you'll see there is some ISE which is undeployed. If you go and open the VM console, it should come, or maybe I have to go and remove that. Okay, you can see. So once you will start deploying your ISE, what it will ask you? It will ask you, you have to go and type something called setup. So here you can go and type setup. Oh, seems it is already deployed or something. Let me check. It should be undeployed. So, okay, let me quickly check which ISE I am. So this is ISE deployed. This is ISE undeployed. I should go and click this VM. It is trying to log in. Well, wait. This is the setup, right? This is actually different ISE, which is already deployed. So this we want to deploy. So what you need to type here, setup. Once you type setup, then it is coming in the bottom. Maybe you can see that in the bottom, right? Enter the host name. Are you able to see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
ISE.
Okay, so I'll go and give the name. And then let's continue and give the IP addresses and other information. So in this case, this is 198.168.133.28 because we have other ISE whose IP is 27. Subnet mask, and then the default gateway. This is as per our this particular lab data sheet. IPv6, no. DNS. And the primary name server we have actually. Secondary, by default it is no. Enter the NTP, same. Add the other NTP, no. Time zone is UTC, okay. Enable SSH, yes. Now enter the username. I can leave username as an admin and then the password. Cisco 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now it will go and ping to these DNS, these NTP servers, gateway and all. If everything is okay, if they are reachable, then this process will continue, and this process, what they will try to do, that they'll try to bring up all the services within the ISE. So that we can go further and we can verify this. But this will take minimum 30 minutes to bring this up. Okay, so what we will do meanwhile, while this ISE is coming up, we'll leave it and we'll go and log into the DNA and we'll do other tasks. Okay, so let's go to the server here, the remote session, and let's go and open the DNA. And we can further study the rest of the things. So because this is new DNA, you will see that nothing is discovered here in this DNA. What I need to do again, that I need to discover. Okay. In the upcoming lab, you will see that I will make sure that all these devices are discovered because I don't want to discover the devices again and again. So let me quickly go and log into the DNA. And I want to discover the devices as well. And then slowly we'll move on and we'll verify the ISE and DNA integration. Let me go and log in. Now it is logged in, means the login is in process. Let's go to the CLI sessions of these switches, switch 1 and 2. At least I should have one router and one switch discovered. So let me quickly go and check the IP for this. 198.168.128.22 and 23. And then I have IP for ISR, that is 198.18133.145. I don't know that the devices, what SNMP is configured here, so I should go and verify the SNMP configuration as well. Otherwise, the DNA discovery will not work. Right? So let me quickly check that. Okay. Meanwhile, you can see this ISE configuration is going on. All right, so you can see that we have the ISE here. Let me go and log in this ISE. This is already deployed ISE, but what we are doing that we have a new ISE whose IP is 28 that we are deploying now. So let me go and go to 28. Now you will see that it is unreachable because it is booting up. Once it will get booted, then I will log into 28 and then 28 will go and integrate with this particular DNA, right? So this is fairly new DNA. In the old DNA, you can see everything is here on top. But in the new DNA, you have to go here to the menu and then you have to go to the system settings. There you can go and see the ISE related information. So if you go here and if you go and search authentication and the policy server, so you will see that ISE information will be here. Now the 28 is booting up. Still the deployment is going on. So that's why you're not seeing anything, but I can go here and I can add one other ISE which is already deployed. That is 27. Right. So meanwhile it is booting up. Let me go and log into 27 here, this particular ISE, and I will integrate this. Okay, so you can see the steps. Later on, I'll go and integrate 28 as well. So what you need for this integration? Now in the exam, they will not ask you little bit, detail and all those details, minute details about the integration and all, but I will show you that just for your knowledge purpose. It's loading in. What you need to do, that in this ISE, now you can see this ISE also has this menu like DNA has. Nowadays, same thing you will find with the SD-WAN vManage as well. You can go to the administration, system and deployment. There you can see this ISE. So what it is telling, this is the standalone ISE. ISE generally have 4 functions. One is PAN, administration node. One is the PSN, service node. One is Pixie Grid. That is the actual integration for exchanging contextual information between different appliances. And then we have MNT, monitoring node. So if I scroll down, you will see monitoring, policy servers, Then you can see this Pixie Grid. So this particular ISE is a standalone ISE. It is working as all-in-one type of ISE. You can see a standalone. Now, if we have cluster of ISE, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, few of the ISE you can dedicate as a PAN. Few of the ISE you can go and dedicate as a PSNs. Few of the ISE you can go and dedicate for other services as well. Right? So you can do all those things. In this case, we have one ISE. In exam also you have one ISE doing everything. So you can see Pixie Grid is enabled. That means the integration can be happen in between DNA and ISE for SDA, software defined access. Okay, again going there and doing this, let me quickly verify this 28 is up or not. Still it is not up. So let's go here and integrate. Let me integrate this DNA with this 27. What I need is this FQDN. This is mandatory. So now let's go here. Now you can see we are at the authentication and policy servers. I can go click ISE. It will ask you the server IP. Let me go and give. It will be there in the exam, so don't worry about that. You don't have to do this. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Username is admin and the password is the same. FQDN you have to go and give. I copied and pasted here. Now if I scroll a little bit down, I can go to advanced setting. Connected to Pixie Grid, that's right. In exam, you don't worry about this TACACUS, no need to do 2.1. And up to you if you want, I will explain about 2.1 as well. Use DNS Center certificate for Pixie Grid. I will leave this setting. Click add. Now this integration is in progress. It may generate some certificate error that will bypass. So the Pixie Grid, with that help of Pixie Grid, they are trying to establish a relationship. You can see this certificate error is not trusted. I will go and accept this. Now everything you will see green, green, green in a minute. It's going on, good. Connecting to Pixie Grid, loading and validating Pixie Grid certificates, subscriptions, and the Pixie Grid topics. It should also load. Meanwhile, you can go to the ISE back here. And if you go to dashboard and if you go to work center, I think in administration itself, I can see Pixie Grid services. If you go to the summary, now you can see total client 1, approved 1, no pending 1. Generally what we are doing is not again required in the exam because all those things will be there. But you can see we are allowing it. Automatically approve new certificates, allow password, saving. Allowing the Pixie Grid information. Automatically can be enabled when an existing already client is in pending state, so that's why it is not allowing us to do that. Let's go to client management. You can see that this is in pending state. So you can select this and click approve. So manually we are approving it. Now I can go to the settings and for further requests, it will not ask you for approvals. It's done. Now if you go here, this page, see everything is green. And if I refresh, showing active. Now in your exam, once you come here, it will show you active like this. So no need to do anything. Once it is active, then you have to go back here to the design and the network setting. You have to make sure that at the global level and the branches level, you have that information, the ISE information already there. What you need to add is only the DHCP server if it is not available. Let's go and add this ISE information here. Click add server. This is not required in the exam. It is already there. We'll go and add AAA network client endpoint ISE. Yeah, protocol will be radius there. Don't worry about that. Then if you go scroll down and protocol radius, the only thing you want to add here is the DHCP server. You know what DHCP server is there? Here the DHCP server in this lab is 198.1.8, maybe 133.1. Oh, domain, and this is the domain name. We don't need domain name there in the exam. Here in this tcloud.cisco.com, DHCP is the top one. Here it is 33.1. In this we have like this. Save it. Now what I'm telling here is this. Now it will get saved. That if you go to the network on this menu and the design and the hierarchy, you can go and add the area here. It's a little bit slow, it's taking some time. Add area. So you will find branch 1 and branch 2. Let me go and add branch 1 and branch 2. Area 1 and area 2. So the point here is this, that what you need to do in that question, that once you are in the design section and the network setting, the information that you are seeing at the global level, make sure that you have added the DHCP. You should see that information in branch 1. You have to go and click to branch 1. Now you can see, right? Information is there. Where is the DHCP is there, right? You can see the DHCP and branch 2. This is our step number 1 and step number 2, right? Now, once your integration is 100% successful, everything is very good, then what was the step number 3? So what you have to do, you have to go to the policy. And I told you this is a little bit new type of DNS. So here you will not see the VN virtual network, but don't worry about that. You will see virtual network inside the SD access. You have to create one virtual network. IoT. In that, there is other way that you are creating that. Don't worry about that. What you have to do in exam, you have to create IoT like this. It's taking some time. Don't worry about that. In exam, it will be getting created very fastly. Now, since we have the integration, when you are creating this IoT virtual network, once it will get created, I'll show you something. So what was the step number 3? That create the IoT virtual network, and then you have to go back to the policy and the scalable group actually. So you can click anywhere in the policy. You can see this scalable group. Oops. Yeah, this thing is very important. So at the moment you come here, mark my words. At the moment you come here in this section, you have to click start migration. And you have to wait for 5 minutes. So what you will do in your exam, that click start migration and start doing some other thing. Do not touch anything for 5 minutes. Migration means now whatever policies we have ISE within ISE and DNA and ISE, they will go and sync. So suppose if I will go and create some scalable group called IoT, you will see here in this ISE as well. Okay, so let me quickly show you this. If you go to the main dashboard and if you go to Work Center, somewhere I want to see that scalable groups. So somewhere you'll see this TrustSec components. Let me see if I can. So many. So security group you can see. Now, what I will do here is this. How many security groups we have? 19, right? Now, if you go here to the DNA, go to a scalable group. Already you will see that in DNA you have employees and guests, right? What you need to do is create one called IoT that should mapping the VN that you have created IoT, right? And save. Okay, now you're saving this with help of Pixie Grid. That should be reflected. Still it is going on. Now if you come here and refresh, see 20. Because now we can see IoT somewhere here. Right? That's the integration now. You are creating everything here in the ISE and it is getting reflected there. So that was, I think, a step number 3, that create the VN IoT and then the scalable group IoT, right? The next steps are very easy. What you need to do, you have to create the pools, right? Creation of pools. Already I have explained earlier. It's very easy that you can go to the design section and network settings, IP address pools, and go and first of all create at the global level and then branch 1 and branch 2. Now, so far, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. No questions, no problem. Now you can see that initially we have deployed 28, which is also coming online. So I can go and log into the 28 as well. And whatever task I have done with 27, the other ISE, I can go and do all those integration with 28 as well. There is no problem at all following those steps. Okay, so before moving further, let me quickly go and show you that what are the topics we are going to cover today. So let's see that. So we are going to cover these topics. It's very easy. And one by one, I'll go and cover. So what we have done the Pixie Grid integration of ISE and the DNA. In DNA, you can go and define the user roles, and then later on you can go and do all those manipulation here. So let me see which document I have opened on. You can see this document I have already uploaded there in the day 5. This integration that you are seeing here, actually this is external authentication, external Takakis authentication with DNA that generally we are doing. What is the idea? Idea here is this, like this. Idea is this, that who is logging to DNA? The users which are logging to DNA, what type of activities they are doing, right? So you know that for all the networking devices, we are creating Takekis profile within their DNA and giving them some access like access level 1, 2, 3 or privilege level 15, etc. Same thing, why not do with DNA? Maybe there are 20, 25 users, they are logging to the DNA. Are they admin? Are they network user? Are they observer? Etc. etc. Those roles we can define, and then those roles can be logged within the Takekis profile within the ISE. That's the whole idea we have. So what I'm telling here that if you go here to the DNA, and if you go to the system, you can see users and roles. And if you go and check the user management, and if I go and click add, you can see at the moment it's super admin. Admin is super duper admin. You can go and define the other roles like network admin, observer, right? These type of users you can create. You can see the role-based access control that we have. Super admin, network admin, observer. You can go and create more as well. User defined. I can go and give this L1, for example. I can go next. And then you can go and select that L1 users can go and do assurance, only read or write. Network analytics, read or write, like that. Design. I don't want that L1 will do the design. Network provisioning. And they will do the design. So that also I will go and deny. Services, that's okay. I don't want them to do platform because that is related to DNA platform, programming and other services. Security, deny. That's all the ISE and DNA integration and all like that. Next. Create. So now you will see that we are creating one user L1 with our user defined access. L1 has been created. Back to the rules page. So now here you can see there is one user which is not connected with anything. It's a 0. L1 0. Super admin is there, network admin is there, observer is there, right? So like that, you can go and define the user and their access credentials. Now, if I go here, one of the user named Babu, and last name is this, username is Babu K, something like that. What is the role? L1. Let me go and give the password. Let's save. So now we will see that we have one user who has very less privileges. So let's see. Username is Babu K. Let's go and try to log into the DNA with that user credentials. Let's see. Babu K. Now, so this user that we have created, now he has very less access and all. So that's why you can see that can't see design and other things because we have disabled all those things. So he can see only assurance and some of the dashboards like health dashboard and etc., which is done. And now if I go back here and if you go back to the role, you can see that one user called Babu K, actually it is assigned to this particular role. Now the problem here is this, that this user activity, Babu K user activity, we can't monitor within within ISE. Somehow, if this Babu K will come from somewhere from ISE and with Takakis rules and all, so then we can go and monitor their activities like authentication, authorization, and accounting. So that's why we are doing this external authentication. You can see this external authentication we are doing. While you are doing this external authentication, you should do this in terms of Takakis. And that's the reason you will see that we have this document. So what this document is doing, telling us to do all these things. I will do all these things. Before doing this thing, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. So you know that what exactly we are looking for, right? Great. All right, great. So we'll do that. Now what we need, first of all, we need radius and Takakis to be enabled. And we have enabled only what? We have enabled only the radius earlier. So we should go back here to the system settings. And this time I can go here to the authentication and we can go click edit. I want to add Takakis as well. So if you go and add Takakis, no problem. You have to click add and update. Let me go and put the password here. Click add. Now it is updating. So now you see radius underscore Takakis, right? Still it is going on. All right, so this is the first thing you should do. Now, if you go here to the ISE, and if you go to the menu and the administration and the deployment, you will see here that in this deployment page, if you are enabling the Takakis, obviously you should go and check the Takakis certificates, but you have to enable this enable device admin service. You see here in the notification that this is for Takakis. It requires Takakis license. If that license is not there, it will not work. And to enable Takakis, you need additional license from Cisco. So let's do this. So now we have enabled this Takakis feature here. And now we have this integration. Now we'll go back to the design. I'll make sure that we have the Takakis also enabled here. So now you can see this is the radius. You need to do the Takakis. The client endpoint radius, that's okay. This portion you have to do the Takakis. Okay, it's going on, and let's go. Just follow the document. So we have done this. We have updated this. We have enabled this, right? Then same thing I tried to show. You can see this 27. The same lab is there. And then license also you should go and check. You should have the Tachicus license, otherwise it will not work. So once you do that part, then what I'm doing here, I'm going and adding this particular device, this DNA, within the ISE and enabling the Tachicus setting. Right? So I will do that. And obviously we are following all those steps step by step. So I will go and follow this step as well. So we'll go and add the DNA within the ISE. Right? And if we have multiple IPs, you can go and add multiple IPs. There is no problem. That's the same thing it is telling. If you want to enable radius as well, you can go and enable radius plus Tachicus. I can go and enable only Tachicus. Okay. So how this look like, you can see here. Up to page number 12, I will go configure and I'll come back. So let's go back here. Let's click save. Now I'll go back to ISE. Our ISE is .27, right? So let's go there. Go to the menu. And you can go to the network devices. Add the network device. What is that? That is DNAC. What is the IP? Let's see. 198.168.133. It's, let me quickly see that. What is that? 129.100. So this is 129.100, right? And then we can scroll down, and I can go and enable this radius and Tachicus. For radius, we know that password we have Cisco 12345. And likewise, I can go scroll down the Tachicus. Cisco 12345, right? Submit. So now you can see that we have this integration. As per the document, you can also follow the document. I'm also following. So up to here we have done. Right. Now what it is telling that we have different type of users, right? We have super admin, network, observer, and I created one more L1. So like that, we can go to the work center, network access identities, and we can create the network access users. So here you can see that we have net admin, observer, super admin. I will go and create only 2. But it's actually very interesting, this phase here. We have a user identity group, and then we have users. So what user identity groups we have? I should have somewhere in the notes as well. Yeah. What I'm telling you, you'll understand once I'll go and create. So here, if I can go and add that page. Later on, I'll explain about this. So I'll go and create only 2. For example, super admin, network admin, and let's create one more, observer. These 3 I'll create. So you will understand more and more about this. So what I'm telling, that you can go to the ISE and you can go to the work center. You can see somewhere identities and identity group, user identity group. First go to user identity group, and this user identity group, I can go and add this, submit. I can go and add this. Name is just the name. You can add the description as well if you want. And then observer. I can go and add. Yes. So these are the user group. Now I will go and create the identities. There is anything? No. So I'll go and add one identity. I'll give the name as admin. Okay. And this is internal user, no problem. Login. This is there actually in section 2.1. You have to give login password, enable password. Enable password, I'll leave it. And then below in the user group, admin is part of super admin role. I'll click submit. Well, it is telling that admin is already there. So I'll make this admin 1. So now we have admin 1. Likewise, I'll go and create net admin. Password is same. And then in the below, I'll go and add, instead of super admin, network admin role. Now why we are creating? Because in DNA already we have these roles. Then I'll create one observer role and internal user. That's okay. You can give some different password for him. And then this will be observer. Right, so like that we have created this, see, the user, this user group, and these user groups are mapped with the users, right? Like that I have shown here as well. Now, next thing what we have to do, we have to go and create the tackagus set. Okay, so I will show you that. These are also easy. So I will go and create the tackagus command set. Generally, we are giving permit all like that. So there, by default, there is one rule called deny all, but on top of that, we'll go and create permit all commands like that and check mark this. So I will go and do that. So that is a tackagus command set. Then you have to go and create the tackagus profile. There we have to give some special attention when we'll go and create the tackagus profile. So when you are creating the tackagus profile, the special care is this, that make sure that you should have this as well in the bottom. Otherwise, things will not work. Okay, so let's go and create the tackagus command set and tackagus profile. You can see super admin, then observer, then net admin. Like that, we will go and create. And according to that, we can go and assign the privileges. So let me show you up to this step. Okay, and Cisco AV pair, that is important. From where this attribute is coming, I will show you that. Cisco AV pair is the attribute. This is type mandatory. And then the role we have to go and define. So the role is super admin role, right? So I'll go and create that. Let's go and do it. So here we are. Now what we can do, we can go to the Cisco ISE Work Center. And here itself, we'll see somewhere this policy element and policy set. So let's go to the policy elements. Once you are here, you can go to the results and you can go to tackagus command set. Deny is there. I'll go and add one. Permit all for DNAC. Like that, I'll go and give the name. Submit. Now I'll go and create the tackagus profile. There are some default. Let's go and create our own. What is that? Not observer. Go and create the super admin, something like that. Super admin role. Right. Now this super admin role, what level of privilege you want to give? So I can scroll a little down here. Give 15. Maximum privilege 15. Now the attributes you need to add. This attribute is mandatory. The name is Cisco AV pair. From where it is coming, I'll show you in a minute. And then the role, we have to go and define the role. So role equals super admin role. So now you'll see that I have created only one, but we can go and create more, right? So I'll go and create one more. And that will be duplicate. Let me show you that. That will be net admin. Okay, and then the net admin, it's up to you what privilege you're giving. And then we can go and add the attribute. This is also mandatory. Cisco AV pair and a role equals, what was the role? Let's go and see. So network admin role. That's great. Let's go back here. Network admin role. Right? Like that you can create. Now, once it is done, so what we have done that we have created the Tachicus profiles. We have created the Tachicus command set. Now, once you are done with this, the final stage is this, that you have to go and create the policy. So now we'll go and create the policy. Policy creation is again very easy. Whenever you are creating the policy, you have the authentication and authorization policy that you want to create. So authentication policy will create, and then inside the authorization policy, you can see DNAC observer, DNAC network admin. This is just the name. What you are doing, the condition you are giving, what condition it has. So identity groups equal to the group, this name, this name, this name, and then the command, the permit DNA, and then the cell, what cell they have. And that's it, they are done. So let's quickly do that step. It's actually easy. You can go here, you can see the default, expand this. First, you will see authentication and then authorization. Authentication is coming. Let's quickly verify that. Default is all ID users stores. That's okay. We are good with this authentication rule. Then authorization, local exception. And then bottom you can see authorization policy. So let's go to this authorization policy. I want to add, I will go and add only 2 rules here. Say DNAC super admin, and then the condition. So let's go and add the condition. Click here to this plus and it will come. What we want here, I want the attributes. Oops, Click here, the attributes, close this. So what you want? You want, let me see here, you can go and give this group name, internal identity group name. If I go to this identity group equals, you see that super admin we have defined this user group, right? That's it. This we can go and save as a condition. You can see internal identity groups equal to this, and then the command set we have created permit all for DNAC, and then the shell profile we have created, that is super admin, right? Likewise, I can go and duplicate below. This time I can go and make this net admin, right? And then we can go and edit this rule that we have here. So instead of super admin, what we can do, we can go and search the net admin somewhere, and then we can use it. And then instead of this super admin role, we can go and give net admin, right? Again, we can go and create duplicate below, just last one for the observer. Observer. And there we can go. Click edit. It will come. It will take some time, but it will come. Now I will close this, and then we'll go to the observer role. Scroll down. Use this. And then instead of net admin, we can go and give the, I think I haven't created the observer role here. So I'll give the default, but you should have one more role. If you want, from here itself, you can go and create cell profile. Let me show you this. Click this plus sign and try to create from here. Let me show you this. So I already clicked, actually it is taking some time. DNAC observer, right? And that observer role, some default setting, maybe 3. And then you can go and give the attributes, define the Cisco AV pair, and then the role should be, I need to check that role. Let's go back here, and this is observer role. Let's go back here and put that. Submit. Oh, it is coming up, and then you can go and define this observer, DNAC observer somewhere you can see. Click save. If everything is okay, it will save everything. And now all the rules that how it is creating. Everything is almost done. Only one thing we have to do now. We have to go to the DNA. We have to go to the user's external authentication and make sure these steps. So the last step is this, that go back to the DNA. Go to the DNA. Go to the systems and users, somewhere users and roles. You'll see this external authentication. And now you can see that enable the external user. You have to go and give the AAA attribute. What is that? Cisco AV pair. It is there on the top. Right. Even you can go and give in this format as well. There's no problem at all. Whatever you will give. Cisco AV pair. And then if you scroll down here, you should make sure that you have this tachicus enable, right? Update. Should see some message here. Should update this and it should work. Yeah. That's it. This is the last thing that we should do. Click here. Oh, now you can see update is done. And we are done with the ISE integration, external integration with tachicus. Done, done, done. Okay, so this was the topic related to integration, ISE, user roles. Then I should go and cover these two topics as well, system backup, stream, and the report in DNAC. It's very small topic. I'll cover in 2 minutes. Meanwhile, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. So let's check about this system backup. Now, earlier, there was one problem with DNA. That DNA was unable to take backup for the configuration. So we know that from DNA, we are managing n number of devices. Two types of backup. First of all, DNA itself is a management platform where it has different type of databases, relational databases, different type of configuration, etc., etc. So can we take backup of the DNA itself? The first thing. Second thing is this, that DNA is managing good amount of devices. Can we take backup for all the devices? So that we are going to check. Now, first of all, let me show you the option that we can go and take the backup for all the devices managing from DNA. And you can see here in the bottom, which version is this? Let me quickly see about 2234 can't take the backup for the devices. Means it can take if we run some script and all, but in 2237, if you go and check, I'll find here itself somewhere you can go and take the backup for the networking devices managed from DNA, which is not there in 2234. In the new release, we have that feature. That's the one thing. The other thing is this, how the DNA would take the backup for its own system and all. So for that, you can see we have this option called backup and restore. You can go there. Now, this backup got failed somewhere. It was taking the backup and all, but it's actually very easy. You need some server where the DNA can go and do the backup. So you have to go and click here to create backup. Backup. Now you can see the options. Create now, daily, weekly, right? So let's go and move with create now. Now you can see now itself it will start to take the backup, but where it is taking the backup, where you have already defined the backup servers and all. So can we go and define it? Yes, you can see in the configuration section, DNA remote host. We have two options, DNS enter NFS. Remote host, you can see this particular IP is actually its own IP. This is the maglab port number, username and the password to the maglab. It is taking the backup in its own. But you should go and give some NFS, host and server path. It will go and do the backup there. That's it. It's very easy. Taking backup for DNS system itself is very easy and straightforward. You can take the backup. Right. Now, next very easy topic we have related to reports. Now, within DNA, nowadays, we have good amount of reports that we can generate. You can see there is separate tab here related to reports. You can click there. And before running the report, I just wanted to show you that different type of reporting options are there. All reports you can see, AROS, all data, AP data, channel, client summary, client session, device life cycle, endpoint profiling. Is good amount of reporting is there, right? And in the category, you can see AI related report, access point, client related report, group communication summary, inventory, licensing, network devices, SWIM, network advisory, telemetry. All these reports are there. What formats you can go and download? You can download in CSV, you can download in Tableau, you can download in JSON. Different formats you can go and generate the reports. Now suppose if you want to generate, click generate. And then it will tell you that, okay, network device availability, this is the format. I will go and generate the report. So what's the location, what the network type, start, end time, device name, IP, location, software, and all those information you will find in this report. It will ask you which location you want. You want branch 1, branch 2, global. You want routers, access point, wireless, core switches. I'm selecting everything. Next, you want CSV, Tableau, JSON, last 3 hours, 24 hours, 7 days, custom. You want to email this. I don't want to email. You want webhook notification for your WebEx or Teams, etc. You can do that. You want to generate the report now. It will go and generate the report. You can see how easy this is. Now it will take 2 to 3 minutes to generate the report, depending upon the size of the network and the speed of the APIs, because they are generating the report, taking help of APIs and all. And then you can go and check in this section, view all reports. And then you can go and download it. It is in queue. Once it is done, you can go and download the report, view the config. Here option, if you click there, it will go and generate the report. You can see this download button here. Nothing is there in this, that's why maybe it is not generating, but we'll give some time, 2 to 3 minutes, and then you can download the report. Right, so this is the reporting feature that we have. The last topic I want to cover today is the SWIM feature. And I have a nice document related to SWIM. What is SWIM? This is nothing but software image management that we can do from the DNA to all the devices. Irrespective of how many devices we have in the network, we can go and check the golden images. We can go and upgrade the images. You know, all those things we can do with the DNA SWIM feature. What DNA has done, they have done full automation for the SWIM, full automation for the software image management. You have to go and click few buttons and DNA will do all the tasks for us. This is one nice 20-page document. You will see that how things are connected. So DNA is connected with plug and play portal. Within DNA or any third-party server, you can go and make them as a distribution server. So first of all, what we are doing in DNA, that within the DNA, we are downloading the golden image from Cisco. Now the DNA has the golden image, and then we are tagging those image as a golden image. So what I'm telling here is this, that if you go to the place here, the design, and then you will see image repository. Right, at the moment, none of the devices are there, but if devices are there, you can see virtual and the virtual and the physical images that we have, but don't worry, what I will do later on, I will show you this feature when I have devices here listed, and then I will explain you about this feature. Meanwhile, I'm going to give you one small task here. Please go through this document. It's very small 20-page document. Go through this document. Later on, when I have devices in their DNA, I will show you this feature. It's very easy feature we have, but there are some prerequisites. You can see here that your DNA should have this CCO connected, Cisco credentials connected. Your plug and play portal should be connecting with DNA. Then only the DNA will go and download the golden images from the Cisco itself. Automatically, it can go and download the image, and the DNA can work as a distribution server. So from DNA itself, you can go and schedule the distribution, and not only the DNA can go and push the image to the devices, but DNA can go and generate the device readiness report as well. For example, if your device having less memory and you want to push the image, you should have some readiness report, right? That your device is ready for the upgrade or not. So DNA can go and generate the device readiness report as well. Before pushing the image, you should run that report first, and then we can go and schedule the image upgrade process. So I can go and schedule, say, 500 devices, Monday 10 a.m. Rest 500 devices, Monday 5 p.m. Like that, we can go and schedule it within the DNA, and DNA, with that specific time, it will go and push those images to the devices. So what we can do, we can download the images from Cisco with the CCO integration. DNA can work as a distribution server for the images. DNA can mark those images as a golden image. DNA can run the device readiness report for upgrades. DNA can schedule that upgrade. So within DNA, we can go and do the scheduling for those image upgrades. All these important tasks, operational tasks, DNA can do that. And later on, Cisco is working to integrate DNA with the AI. Cisco is developing their own chat GTP type of tools and all those things. Later on, we will see that AI plugins within the DNA. Within the DNA itself, DNA can self-heal, self-remediate, all those things DNA will do later on. All right, so this image, some of the tabs I will show you later on, because at the moment we don't have any device discovered in DNA. So next time, once I will start this session, I will first cover 5-10 minutes to swim, and then we will move on. Yeah, you have any question? Please feel free to ask. Thanks for joining. Today is day 6, and today I am going to cover a very interesting topic in DNA, that is DNA assurance, AI, artificial intelligence, ML, machine learning tools, issues remediation, WebEx, and then I will show you that how you can go and generate the Aura report. What is Aura report? We'll come to know. I'll show you after some time. Okay, so let's start the assurance piece. As name suggests, the DNA assurance. So DNA itself is a management platform. Means you can go and use DNA in 2 flavors. One is that when we are doing the SDA deployment, so in that case, we can go and define where is the control plane, policy plane, data plane, etc. Or suppose if you are using DNA just as a management plane device to do day-to-day operations, to do operational tasks, etc., we can use it. Maybe 90% customer at present, they are using DNA as a management plane, and only 10% more, they are adding or they are using all the capabilities of DNA. So today, we'll go and see the use of DNA in terms of assurance. How for the operational folks, with help of DNA, DNA can help identify the issues. DNA can help in the troubleshooting, remediation, etc. So all those features we are going to explore today. Now, before we go and use the DNA assurance feature, we should go and enable the telemetry within the DNA. And if you go and check the data sheet, you'll find there are more than 15 different types of telemetry that we can go and enable within the DNA. So once you go and enable those telemetry features within the DNA, and obviously DNA will go and enable those features in the associated devices, then DNA will start learning all those telemetry, and according to that, DNA will suggest. Now, can you give me a few of the telemetry example? What are the telemetry features we have? You know that? Yeah, you
I
can.
have no much idea on this.
Okay, no problem. Telemetry features, such as SNMP, IPSLA maybe device tracking, something like that, IP device tracking or something, syslog, and then in wireless, we have different type of telemetries. So good amount of telemetry features are there. I think Michael has joined. Michael, can you give me some examples related to telemetry within the switch or router? Yeah, Michael, you're talking on mute. I think his audio is not correct. No problem. So what DNA is telling that even if you start the assurance feature within the devices, you go and enable the telemetry. So we will do that. Let me quickly go to the document, and I'm going to show you different documents today. But I should have one document where I can go and show you. Directly, I will go to the lab setup, and I will go and enable the telemetry. So you can go and see that how we can enabling it. I have my lab box here. Let me quickly go and log into the DNA. This is one of the lab where the traffic generation is going by default. It is going there. Let me go and quickly log into the DNA box. Oops. Let's go to the main dashboard. And what we want to enable the telemetry, right? So you can go here, first of all, to provisioning and the inventory. Once you go there, you can see few of the devices we have already discovered. Actually, this is a full-fledged SDA lab that is going on behind the scene. And then in this lab, what are the devices we have? You know that how you can see those devices. So multiple ways we have, you can go and see. One way here, you can see on top, this topology mapper. You can click and see these devices we have. One router ISR and two switches, 9300 switch A and B. All right, so how you can do this? Let's go back to the inventory. You can see on top the focus is inventory. And now I can go and select all the devices. Then you can go here to the action and you can see this telemetry. Now, enable telemetry, application telemetry, update telemetry. So we'll go here and click to enable telemetry. Once you do this, You have chosen enable application telemetry in one router and two switch. Note DNA requires this license to enable it. Okay, no problem. Let's enable it. Now this is successful. This configuration we are pushing. So going on, we'll see if any error will come. DNA will let us know that there is some error doing this, enabling the telemetry. Right, once we enable the telemetry, what next we can do? So if I go here and you can see here, do we have any other thing that we can go and do here? So now you can see this telemetry there disabled. Only thing that we can do here is the update the telemetry settings. Right. So once you kick on this telemetry, after that, what will happen? That DNA will go and start collecting all those stats, all those important data, and then it will put somewhere in the assurance dashboards. If I go back here to the main dashboard assurance, and if you go to the health, you will see after some time that all these information will get filled. What is the device health? I will come and I will explain all those things later on. But before doing anything, you have to go and enable the telemetry. Likewise, these are all the wired devices. You can go and enable the telemetry for the wireless devices as well. So if I go to the main dashboard and if you scroll down, you can go down, down, down. And if you go down, now Cisco has removed that. But if you have some older version of DNA, you will see that in bottom we have something called telemetry, where you can go and set the label of telemetry as well. And the newer version, Cisco has removed that option. That only option we have nowadays is that you can go here, go to the provisioning, inventory, select the devices, go to action and enable the telemetry. Right. So far, you have any question?
Yeah, so Ratnesh, this is Michael. Sorry. Yeah, my stuff did not boot up this morning correctly. So I apologize for that. That's why I'm late. But the wireless telemetry is still available, isn't it? So in other words, if the device was listed in the devices here under inventory, it would enable that telemetry on the wireless device, right?
It is default. By default, it is on wireless telemetry. Now there is no need to enable it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And we have full-fledged session for wireless tomorrow. 2-hour session for wireless. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Any other question you have?
I don't.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move on and let's go back to the document. So this way you can go and enable the telemetry. There is no problem in that. And if I can go here and if I can go to the assurance, I will come back and I will show you all these options one by one, one by one, one by one. But before going there, I want to present you one very nice document we have from Cisco. You can see I already uploaded this document in the shared drive. You can go and access. If you go through this document, how the DNA assurance, how we can go and enable it. Everything it is explained here nicely, and you will see here that what are the telemetry features we have. So let me quickly scroll. We are going to spend 5 minutes here just to walk you through this document, and then we'll go to the lab. All these important slides here. We know already we know all these things, so I'll go next. These are the DNA things that we are doing. If you want to check the validated design, now this is old. You can get 2022, 23, those documents. But still, this is good document that you can explore. Last day, we have discussed about ISE and DNA integration. Although that video recording was just 1 hour, but it was quite busy session. If you see that 60-minute videos, you'll see that we have done a lot of work doing integration and enabling the tachycus within the DNA. So this thing we have done yesterday. And what's the use? Why we are doing all this integration and all? If you have true integration in between ISE and DNA, then you can go and create the policies within the DNA and it will be applicable to the ISE. So one of the lab that is going on behind the scene here, you can see here I have integration with DNA and ISE. And if I go inside the ISE and if I log in, so I have few laptops connected with within the SDA fabric. Those are onboarded and those profiling and those policies are there in ISE. So if I go here to the ISE, if I go to the operations and the live logs, obviously you can see those. So I have one user, Grace Smith, and I have one user, Emilia Johnson. You can see they are authenticated and authorized as a campus user. Why? Because this is like full integration. We have integrated lab where we have the SDA fabric, where we have the PixieGrid ISE integration, and then these onboarded hosts, we can go and see those activity in the ISE. This is also one part of assurance. Why? Because when we are troubleshooting with help of DNA assurance, if any user authentication failure or any ISE unreachability failure, everything will pop up within the DNA as well as a issue that we will see. So these integration we have done earlier. You need to enable PixieGrid. That is one of the mandatory steps we have while doing the integration. Once you do all those things that we have done in our previous session, and then any user activity you can see within the ISE. That's a document, 46-page document that you can go and refer. Nice document. I have already uploaded to the day number 6 document section. You can get it. Now, at this point of time, we know that how we can go and create the network hierarchy, site area, building floor, those things we already know. And the same thing you can see in the document. I'll quickly scroll it down. Because once you have all these basic things, once you discover the devices within the DNA, then only you will go and enable the telemetry. Once you enable the telemetry, once you have the users within the fabric, or even if we are using non-fabric DNA, then you can go and see the assurance related data. Now, if we go and categorize the assurance related data, basically there are 3. Okay, so in general, if I ask you one question, Michael, that what are the 3 things that is making a business? Components of business, yeah? Or anyone can answer. Yeah. Three components of business. What are those? No one is answering. No one is listening. Sam, you're there? Eric. Rebuilding block of business. What are those? Yeah, Deep, you can try.
Yeah, I'm getting the question, but I'm not sure what to say.
Yeah, so either it's ACI fabric or it's DNA fabric. The point here is this, that everything nowadays becoming application centric. So 3 key feature or 3 three key components for business is network, client, and application. Now, how all these three are glued? So client, all the clients, when they have to use the applications, they are using the network, right? Now, that's the thing, that's the beauty we have in the DNA, that DNA can give you health-related application for all three. So if we go to DNA assurance and their dashboard, you can see network, client, and application. That's the idea behind this. All the SDN fabric that Cisco is producing, the idea behind this is this, that client, they are using the applications, but they are using our network. So as a network engineer, we are doing all this router switch, APs, wireless, security policy, all those configuration where in terms of network. But nowadays, these platform, all these SDN platform, they are actually application centric. Earlier, how was the scenario? Network was there, and on top of network, client and applications, no, these are start building those. So the admins, they are building the applications for the client earlier. Nowadays, application is the core. So people are recognizing the application, and according to application, now network is building. That's a change in the mindset. Initially, network-centric applications were there. Now, application-centric network is there. But you see that DNA is the perfect solution for this. And that's why you can see that within DNA assurance, it will tell you about the network, about the client, about the application health. Everything it will tell you in single dashboard. One place you will come and it will tell you all those things. So let me do one thing. Let me go to the place where we have full-fledged deployment for the devices. So you can see one other DNA. In this DNA, if I go to the assurance, this is the assurance dashboard. And now you can see that, let me go to the main dashboard first. Where you have so many devices, you will see the main dashboard where we have the assurance summary, where it is telling the health score, network devices, wireless client, wired client, then the critical issues. Then you can see the trends and insights, snapshot and all. So the point here is this, that once you go to the assurance dashboard, then first of all, this is the summary page. Summary page means this particular page will tell you about network, client, and network services. Everything means applications, everything. But you can go to the individual dashboard as well. Now I'm inside the network dashboard. In this network dashboard, you can see it is telling you routers, their health status. This red means down or unhealthy. So you can see routers. If I scroll a little bit down, you can see all the list. So here you can see all and poor. This health score 1111. If I go and overall health, if I go and change to good, then see these routers are good, healthy. This list of routers, their health score is more than 8 or 8 and above. Like that, you can go and check the access. You can go and check the wireless controllers. These are the category that we are doing while you are provisioning the devices. So if you go back here to the provisioning, and if you go to the inventory, you will see that as per our deployment, we are categorizing the role of the devices. I don't want to take any tour, cancel this. Come on. Okay, so here you can see the role of the devices. If we can scroll a little bit, it is not giving me much information here, but in this side, you will see the role of devices. Either it's a border router, or it's a edge router, or it's a WLC, wireless controllers, AP, etc., etc. So everything will be summarized here inside the assurance dashboard. Now, is this assurance is telling us only about the network health, client health, application health? That's the role of assurance dashboard. The answer is no. Not only the assurance, with assurance, you can go and check the health score for 3 major components of businesses like network, client health, application health, etc. But you can go deep inside client or deep inside network or application, and you can explore more about that. So what I'm telling, if I'm here in the network, and let's go here, you can see all the summary and trends and all. If you go here and let's go and select the all and poor, so you can see that this is the SDA router, border router, control plane router. The model is this. This health score is 1. Now, if I click here, this is switch sims, switch plus router. If you click here now, it will go, and it's very important. So you can go inside 360 view of that particular router or switch or WLC. Once you are inside this 360 view, then you can see that which particular time duration or time frame the router went down. Maybe they have some high CPU, maybe some power issue, interface down. So the point here is this, that not only that the assurance dashboard will tell you that any issue is there. You can see this time frame that I'm scrolling. But what time, what is happening with those devices, they will tell you. Now, suppose this is one of the site, and that particular site, you don't know the topology. So you can see that 360 view, it is telling you about the topology as well. You can see the topology, and anytime you can click anywhere and it will give you the whole information. See, view detail information about this particular device. You see the device information like the device info, CPU, memory, interface related information. 3 out of 25 interfaces are down. It will tell you that which interfaces are down. You can see this red one. These are down. Seems operational status is red. That means down. Port type, if you want to select, you can go and select. Right. And then if I scroll down little bit more, it's loading up. So you can see this RX, TX errors and all. Isn't like something related to that somehow the L1 engineer, they are escalating the case to L2 engineers, and then L2 engineers, they are logging into the devices, they are checking the RX, TX count, the interface up, down status, all those things you can see in the single shot, in the same place. The CPU, the memory information and all, everything we have in this dashboard in some sort of picture format. That is the assurance. Now, again, the question arises here is this, that, okay, now you're showing me that the interface is down, or maybe CPU, memory, etc. So the first instance that we are seeing here, if you go back one step, that overall, we can see that this particular router whose overall health is 3, that is not good. So this is the summary and list of the routers you can see there, right? Now then you are going to 360 view of that router, and then you are telling that detail that it may have some sort of CPU utilization high, 52 times, or it may have some PoE, power device, some PoE issue, RX or TX issue, 45 times, right? So is it assurance job is done? Like assurance is telling me which particular device in a network, what particular time, what interface, and what issue. The next question is this, that can, with help of assurance, we can remediate it. Can Cisco DNA provide remediation as well? The answer is yes and no. Yes means it will suggest you that this is the issue, these are the commands. No means that still Cisco is working and they are integrating with some AI plugins and all, that it can provide auto remediation. That means that this DNA will track the device for some amount of time, maybe 10 times, 20 times, and then it will check the issue. If this issue is occurring and if DNA having answers for those issues, it will auto fix that issue. That's the next phase. Maybe it will come in 6 months or 1 year, but Cisco is working on this to do auto remediation. Now, we are at this point and now we want to see the suggestion from the DNA. So you can click here and you can see that new page is opening. What it is telling? It is telling that the network device having high CPU, 99%. Now we can see the suggested action. Run the embedded Wireshark to see the CPU, means it is telling that take the CPU captures. Some commands are there. Different platform have different commands related to take the CPU capture packets. Maybe there is no issue with traffic. There may be some issue with some certain process. So it will tell you to, okay, you can go and check that high CPU is due to traffic or process. Then verify configuration is compliant. These two things it is telling now. It is telling check the CPU history. Now suppose if I don't know that what is the CLI command to check that, then it is telling that this is the command show process CPU history. And if you click run, what it will do? It will log into that and it will tell you that CPU process history. You can see it is peaking up this time frame, right? It's going up, coming down, going up, coming down. You can see 2 marks are there, a star and this. This is something you can think as an average, and this is something that is going up and it is coming down like that. So this is one of the command it is suggesting. Then it is telling that check the CPU queue with the highest hit counts. This also you can run. So controllers, why it is due to L2 protocol or some forwarding if you have STP loop, some broadcast if you have CPU due to multicast traffic or any other failures, etc. It will tell you. Then it is telling to check the COP policy if COP is hitting. Then it will tell you some other commands as well. Suppose after doing all these suggestions, if we are not able to fix it, then by the end it is telling that, okay, done with your work, go and open tag case. Okay, so still this auto remediation, this is not the auto remediation, but remediation part Cisco is working. In future, you will see that Cisco will provide auto remediation feature. At the moment issue will come, the system will go and fix that. The DNA will go and fix that issue. So this is related to network. Then you can go and check the client information, wired and wireless client informations. You can go and check. This is also very interesting feature we have, because if you go scroll down here in the bottom, you will see that it is telling that, okay, wireless all. If I go and click wireless with filter poor, it will tell that within the wireless network, what are the clients, they are facing some issue. So it's going on, but it will tell you that which are the clients connected here. You can see these are the clients, these are the users, their health score is very poor. They are associated with which particular AP, what's the IP address. Now it's the duty of the support engineers that they should go and fix these issues. Right, and then we can go to wired as well and we can check the poor. So let me go and change the filter here. So I can see this camera and desktop, they have some issue. Let's go and go inside that desktop. It is unable to get the IP address, and that's why the issue is there. Isolated system. And we have this path trace feature. We have the application experience feature. So with client, you can see that if client having issue, Cisco is giving some more information related to client, we can do some path trace. We can go and check the application experience for that particular client, and then you have the detailed information about that particular system. So you can see how good this assurance feature is this. Not only it is telling about the network components, health issues and how to remediate. You can go and check the clients as well. Now you can go and check the applications as well. So let's quickly go and check the application. But again, for application, you should enable the application telemetry that we have enabled earlier. And then you can see the health status related to application. So it's loading. We can wait for a few seconds. Once it will load, you will see that display is really beautiful. And in this display, even we can go and check which particular client is using which particular application and how long and all those things. So we are here in the unknown location. Wow. Still it is loading. Let this page get loaded. 1000i also we can go and integrate with DNA. If I scroll little down, still it is loading. But you can see here in the bottom that we have something called, some issue. I need to go back and refresh the page. Seems loading time is more. No problem. We can wait. Go back here. Assurance. I simply want to check the overall application and the application. Again, I click to applications. It will take some time to load, but you will find it very interesting, this application page. Still it is loading, no problem, we can wait. Okay, it's loading. Okay, while it is loading, why not we'll go and go back here and go to our lab section, other lab section, where we have enabled the application telemetry. I can go here to the health, already we are there, and we can click here application. Now, once you enable this application telemetry, it will take some time to get all the data. Still, it is not getting all the data, but what are the components we can go and check? Again, I will log into that other lab. I will show you that. Business relevant application health, application uses, and the trend, top applications by throughput, top endpoints by throughput. All these important informations we have, right? So let's go back here and still it is loading. I need to refresh. Let me duplicate this tab. Once it will load, then you can see very nice display related to applications and who is the top talkers and which particular user, even how much applications in MBs and GBs they are using. Everything we can get. Okay, so it will take some time to load. No problem, I can come back there. Let's go back to the documents. So this is one of the nice document that I was covering earlier. This is in the old DNA. Nowadays, I don't think so. We have this option to go and see that. Telemetry. We have enabled that. Once you enable, the main dashboard will look like this. Green means good, red means bad. Then you can go and check the network health. So you have the network health, client health, and the application health. You can go and see the trends. Right, I will quickly scroll it. You have different filters. You have filters related to all, router, core, distribution, and then all, poor, fair, good. All those things, all those filters you can go use, draw the diagram, etc. No problem. You can go and check the trends as well. And this is good for both wired and wireless network. So not only wired, but you can go and check the status for the wireless network as well. Right. So this is the document. Nice document I have already uploaded related to network DNA assurance. Okay. So you can go and check that. Let me see what is the other. Okay, this is the demo guide. This is also good. This is just how we can go and enable the telemetry. All those important informations already I have shown you and explained you. But there are more. I will go and cover one by one. So let's go back to our dashboard where we have this. Seems gone. Let's go. Let's go to the applications. We are already there in applications. It's loading. Hopefully this time it will load. Great. It's loading. Wow. So beautiful. You can see how nice this will look like. This is the application page for SJC01. When you have filter here on top, you can go and change this filter. Right? We know that we have global and others. So these are the sites. Now, if I scroll down a little bit, I want to show you everything. So now you can see here the business relevant application health. This much is good, then this much is poor as well. Which are the application which health is not good? MS Office and WebEx. There you can see how much data has been utilized. Business relevant 97%, irrelevant 2.6%. That's great. Then you can see the health.
Why does it say that the health of the application isn't any good? How does it know that?
Yeah. So how DNS Center is knowing that health of the application is not correct, right? That is your question.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, what's telling it that that health is poor?
Yeah. So let me explain you. You have to go to the history of DNA. Maybe I had told you earlier the history of DNA or not. So DNA is a cell's name, right? What was the actual name for DNA? Today you will see that. Today in the Aura report, I will show you what's the actual name of DNA. But when everyone was developing their own SD-WAN framework, then Cisco, they have introduced IWAN. You know that intelligent WAN?
I remember hearing it. I don't think we used it.
IWAN. Intelligent WAN was there. The idea for intelligent WAN was the same that we have for SD-WAN. So it was independent of transport. It has control plane, data plane, etc. It has management plane. It has policy plane. Whatever idea we have with the present SD-WAN, like Viptela SD-WAN or any other SD-WAN, the same idea was there, but to make independent of transport, it was using DMVPN technology.
So they basically took that product and pulled it into DNA.
Yeah, and there they are using one product called Epic EM. Now again, this EPIC is not ACI EPIC, but EPIC EM was the actual software that Cisco has developed for WAN. And this EPIC EM is actually nothing but DNAC. Okay. This is just the sales name or the marketing name, but behind the scene, I will show you today. When we'll run the Aura report, in Aura report, clearly it will tell that this is EPIC EM, enterprise module. It's not a DNAC. Now we know that the evolution of this LAN managing device is from WAN, right? So now you think, now suppose if you know SD-WAN, in SD-WAN, how we are monitoring the application's health, the cloud-based application health, like SaaS-based application health. And the point here is this, even in all the technologies, whatever WAN we have something called HTTP probe. So we are sending application probe, and some SLAs will be there. Like, for example, within 1 second, you are sending 3 probes. And if you're getting the response 3 times, then health score is 100%. Like that, they have some mathematical calculation. Suppose you are sending 100 probes and getting 80 reply. That means health score is 8. So suppose if health score it is showing 2, that means you are sending 100 probes, you are getting 20 response. Some sort of mechanism is there.
Got it. Yeah. So it's probing the applications with.
Yeah, these applications, these hosted applications, they are sending some application probes, and then actually HTTP probes, and then as per their response from that particular site, it is marking the health score. Actually, this particular feature is related to WAN feature. It's a WAN feature embedded in this DNA, because DNA evolution itself is from WAN, intelligent WAN.
Cool. I appreciate you sharing that.
Sure, thank you. And today I'll show you that EPIC EM when we'll run the Aura report.
Okay.
All right. So now we'll see, for example, if I go to one of the user, you can see Grace Smith. If you go inside that particular user, it can go in deep, detailed information it will tell you. So let's go and see that Grace Smith, which application he is using, how long he is using, everything it will tell you. So if I scroll down here, oh my God, so many issues. We'll go and check the issues as well. The topology, success and all, connected RF. Not telling that. Okay, I'll do one thing. Let's go back. Going back to
That's pretty
application.
excellent. You got it all in a single pane of glass. You can see everything. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's all business related things you have in same place. And this is one of the features. It's not like DNA, all features we have here. This is one of the DNA feature assurance. And within one place, you have everything, right, related to network. We have other features as well, and I will show you that in a moment. If I go to MS Office 365, let's see that application. And you know what is the application visibility behind the scene these devices are using? That famous Cisco N-bar, network-based application recognition, right? They are using from maybe more than 10 years and all.
Yeah, they've combined all the best features of their products into this DNA.
Okay, so not much information, but yeah, it is telling that this particular HTTP probe is going from WAN edge. So users, they are associated with WAN edge, means the gateway for those users are this WAN device. And from this WAN device, this traffic is going on where we have health issue. And what are the users? You can see all the Grace Smith, Thompson and all, they are using this particular application via the wireless network. And then they have the issue related to that particular application. And you can see the loss latency, everything means it's really cool, right? Otherwise, someone has to spend 3-4 hours to collect all this information. And maybe he has to go and check different teams, gateways, topology, diagram, everything. DNA is collecting everything in one place, and you can get all those information. So that's the cool thing we have in DNA.
Yeah.
Great. So that was related to assurance. Now, if I show you AI feature, you will be simply impressed. I am very, very impressed with this AI integration that DNA has. So I'm going to show you AI integration now. Then we'll go and slowly move. So within DNA, what we have done so far, that we can go within the DNA and we can check the assurance health related information. Likewise, we can go and check the issues and events. Now, since this is the SDN framework, so DNA can be easily integrated with any ITSM type of tool or any ticketing tool, any type of ticketing tool like ITSM or etc. So suppose we have DNA, and this DNA can be integrated with
Like
ITSM,
ServiceNow?
ServiceNow or Remedy, or there are so many, right? So ServiceNow, for example, and if I have arrow like, oops, not this. But anyways, I'm just trying to draw a both direction arrow. And suppose this is the DNA and this box is ServiceNow, for example. So what we need to do in DNA is this, that we need to go and enable the API bundles to integrate with ServiceNow. So DNA within the assurance, so we have assurance feature, and within the assurance feature, they are generating the issues and tickets. So DNA can generate the issues and tickets. Now we know at this point of time, so not only DNA is generating the issue, telling what is the problem and all, but DNA is giving suggestions as well. Step 1, check this. Step 2, check this. Step 3, check this. Step 4, check this. And suppose all these steps are not working, then you can go and open a tag case. Now, issue and plus remediation, everything will be pushed to the ServiceNow. So at the moment, DNA will trigger issue. That issue with all those information will be reflected inside the ServiceNow. Someone can go and open the ServiceNow ticket. He can see, oh, this ticket belongs to this group. This is the issue. These are the remediation steps. And then he has to go and work on that. At the moment, they will go and close that ticket here in the ServiceNow. Then it will get closed in the DNA as well. So DNA has integration with IT management tools, both ways, right? So knowing this fact, let's go back here and check these issues and events. Now here, I'm not showing you the integration, but it has integration. At the moment, I don't have ITSM, but I have in other lab. I think I can show you later on that you can do the API integration. Let's go back to the main lab we have. Here we are. So now if we go here and we can go to the issues and events. First of all, I'll cover you all these normal issues, then we'll go and check the AI-driven issues. Okay. So if you can see any issue marked with AI, that is for artificial intelligence. For example, if you go to P1, layer 2 loop issue, we can click there. It is telling that which particular site, which particular switch having this issue. And now you can see this very interesting thing. Generally, whenever any issue is there and that issue is persisting, so that issue, what we are telling that issue become problem, right? Any issue, that is incident, if it persists for some longer time, that become problem, right? And if you are resolving the problem, then you have to generate some sort of RCA report, RCA file. That DNA is doing for us. So here you can see that problem details. It's telling that there is problem. What is the problem? Host MAC address flap detected along with the other events, STP loop. Then you can see that we have this root cause analysis. So first of all, let's see the problem. So these are the switches where we have some loop. Oops. We have some loops here going on. And then you can see this root cause analysis. Now, it's very interesting. You will laugh as well. So if I go here and you can see this, we have the machine reasoning engine, MRE. And here you can see I have mentioned this ML, machine learning tools, right? So DNA is integrated with machine learning tools, MRE. And if we go back to our place, and if I run this, you will see these boxes are coming, right? So now what it is telling that analyze issue, see, it's still popping up, still going on, this analysis. Complete. You want to see the detail? Click here. Now, are you feeling that IT job will go if DNA will do all these things?
So go back to the reasoning activity there.
Yeah, I'll show you that.
Right there to the left.
Yeah, I'll show you all these boxes. So what it is doing, you'll see here.
So this is
that
what it did.
These boxes are there. We can click there and it will show you more detail. So what it is telling, analyze issue detail for receive MAC flap, get more information for the network devices, current issues, STP, like that. If we click here, it will generate some information here. If it has to run some CLI command, it will do that here in this side. It's not doing at the moment, but for different, see this box?
That's a CLI command.
Yeah, CLI. So if we click here, it will run that. See, show a spanning tree wheel entered.
That's awesome.
See?
Oh, wow.
So that's the next generation tool. And unfortunately, the moment people don't know much about DNA, or even they are knowing, but they are not using it as a full-fledged solution. But this is really great. And every release, so what release is this? This release is 235. Now we have 237, I think. Every release Cisco is adding some more and more features here. So after some time, you will see maybe after 6 months or 1 year, give 1 year to this, it will become one of the hot selling product from Cisco. You will see that. Because there are other management tools present in the market, such as Glueware, such as NetBrain, such as XYZ. There are good amount of tools are there. They are not that much capable that Cisco is. Now, only problem with DNA is this at the moment, that they are just for Cisco devices. If Cisco will go and do some agreement with other vendors and put their APIs as well inside DNA, means from Cisco DNA we can manage other devices as well, then this will become matchless. So we can manage Juniper, Aruba, etc., etc. Then this product will become number one. Okay, all right. So this was related to issues and event. And before going to this AI, I just wanted to show you one more thing. So, okay, I'll go to AI and then I'll show you the issue setting. So let's go to the AI-driven issues. This is again very, very cool. And this is something that is like next generation type of RMA tool. So I'll show that why I'm telling like this. So it is telling that there is high deviation from baseline. That's the P2, AI generated P2. Now, if you click here, see. So it is telling, first of all, basic information that one site impacted, 8 impacted clients like that. Now, if I go here, you can see problem, impact, root cause, suggested action. So in the problem, I can zoom. In this time frame, we have some issue. Then impact. You can see these are the users, they are impacted. Just telling the impact. Then these are the APs, they are impacted. Then root cause analysis. You can see the root cause. Who will give you this much detailed root cause? Then failed distribution. Then failed percentage and failed count. All these nice information. And then finally, suggested action. It's telling that check your DHCP, check AAA, CPU memory, RF conditions. How good this is. Really awesome. So AI generated events are also, you can go and check. Not only you can see, but it will tell you root cause analysis as well, RCA details as well. That is really very good we have in DNA. Now, before taking break, let me quickly go and show you one more thing here. That is the issue setting. That is also a very important thing inside the assurance. So what Cisco is doing, that Cisco has some default values for different issues. So as per Cisco recommendation, Cisco is telling if any layer 2 to a loop symptom, that they are marking as a P1. If any router unreachable, they are marking as a P1. Is this something that we can change? Now suppose interface down, for some company it is P3. For some company it is P1. So these are something that we can go and change. If you want to make,
these are like groupings of different ideas, and you can set them to your preference of priority.
Yeah, 100% right. So we can make this as a P3, or some P3 we can make P1, etc. Those options we have, we can do and do the custom settings for these events issues. All right, so we have learned a lot about, and again we'll learn more about this. And we can take one 10-minute quick break. And after the break, I'll continue and I'll go and show you the MI tools is there. I will show you that. The remediation tools are there. I will show you that. And then we'll check the integration and the aura report. So let's take a 10-minute break. Let me pause the recording. All right. So what we are seeing the assurance feature. We check the AI. I'll go and show the ML tool, some more tools as well. And then the issue setting, remediation tools as well. Later on, we'll go and check the WebEx integration as well. So let's go one by one. Where we are, let me quickly go and show the remediation tool. So if I go to the lab here, this lab, why I'm showing all the time, because we have admin access to this lab. So let's go here to the main dashboard. And if I can show you from there, so if you scroll down, I can see somewhere network listener. If you go there, now what this network listener is doing, that it will tell you so many different information related to DNA and managed devices. Okay, if we go here, check the device count, client count, utilization, CPU utilization, some of the SDA information, MTU link check, network connectivity, so many nice good informations we have. Let me quickly go to the lab that we are checking, the demo lab. If we go here to the main dashboard, if it also will show you that network listener, yeah, here it is. So we can go here because this is full-fledged lab, so we may have something interface down too. So if you click here, you can see it is telling that these two devices are affected due to interface down. Then you can go within that. You can check 360 view, run commands, divide device details, but these are the two devices whose network is down in the tool section.
So this is kind of like manually going through the different AI functionality yourself, right? You're saying,
yeah,
let's check this, let's check that, but not actually doing everything the AI might do.
Yeah. So I'll show you something cool here. So if we go and click this, and you can see this troubleshoot here on top. This is part of network reasoner CPU utilization. Now the same we have checked earlier as well, but if you go and click troubleshoot, input, okay. Run the machine reasoner. And again, that same thing will happen because this is same MRE tool that is integrated here as well. Still, Cisco is working on this tool, so this tool can give us more and more information, and it will get improved. You will see later on, maybe 6 months or 1 year from here, this tool will get improved. So in this network reasoner, you will see more and more features added. The counters will get increased as this tool will get improved. So bug identifier is there, network bug identifier, good amount of information already there, but still it is progressing. Earlier we don't have this much features, now we have these many features. In coming time we'll see more features Cisco will add. This is one of the feature we have in the tool section. So if I go here to the tools, you can see this network reasoner. Then you have security advisor, bug identifier. These are the tools that Cisco is adding. You can go and check it. Okay. So where we are, let's go back here in the agenda and you can see issue setting. I just wanted to show you this issue setting and this integration. These are very interesting. So let's go to the main lab. Issue setting, already I explained you that you can go and change the priority for the issues as well. Let's go to the main lab where we have the admin access. If I go here, so two places now we are checking, assurance and tools, right? So let's go to the assurance for the issue setting. And if you go here, you can see the issue settings.
I assume you just create a custom profile with your priority on it. And it switches it out. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So you can go to custom profile and you can change that. Add the profile and manage profile. But I want to show you one interesting thing here that is there on top. So I will show you this in a minute. You can see all these issues are there and then you can do the custom as well, right? Now let me show you this thing. Manage subscription. Yeah. Notification, how we'll get the notification? Okay, 13. Okay, let's check the event name. Okay, let me scale the font size so you can see. Okay. AP coverage. Okay, I'll do one thing. AP high utilization. Now you will see here the subscription method, REST API, syslog, email, WebEx, PagerDuty. What you want? I want WebEx integration for this event. I want email notification as well. Syslog also it will go and we have to go and set REST as well. It will go and send PagerDuty also it will send. Go next. Now select the existing instance. If we have it, never have. Let's create new. What was the issue? AP down, etc. Just the name I'm giving. Now WebEx URL. If we have WebEx room ID, obviously when WebEx we have some ID and all. and it will generate some token. I'm just putting some random number, but if you are using WebEx, then you have all this information, right? Go next. Then it will now you will see that if this DNA has integration with web servers, automatically it will populate. So let me go here. If I can show you some realistic thing, if I can go here, and go here. Where we are, sorry for that. Where we are, issue settings, and on top you can see manage subscriptions. It'll take some time to load. It's loading. Make sure that your API is enabled in that. DNAC could not, please try again later. Okay, no problem. It's 2S. Okay. Yeah, because we don't have full-fledged access, seems it's not showing anything. The events are not coming, but you can understand like that. You can go and set. At the moment, I don't have email server configured. It is asking that you can go and add the email server like that, primary port and all. Webhook is there. Even we can go and integrate with Teams as well if you have webhook. So email is not there. That's why it is not showing there. You can go and you can see ITSM integration, everything you can see that is coming in the external services inside destination. So if I scroll down somewhere, you will see that external services and destination is there. Oops. Destinations.
It's under settings, external services, destinations. Yeah.
Yeah. So here already it is there, but it is coming from the system and setting. So system setting, if you scroll a little bit down, you can see all those options you have.
Right there. External.
This external services, and here you can see even this ISE integration, and then umbrella, vManage, all those things. So you can see destination and CMX and machine reasoning and all those. So many integration options we have. WebEx integration, 1000i integration, you can go and see. So because it is not there, so it is not showing. So we can go and integrate with like that. You can go and integrate with the WebEx, PagerDuty, what was the other API, REST API, etc. All those integration you can go and do that. Right? This is under platform and toolkit. So I can go to system where we have that system, and somewhere you will see software management, user, soft system health, data platform. Oops, this is different. Okay, anyways, let me go back here.
Looks like you can go to settings. Right?
Yeah, just I'm showing that you can go to this manage and development toolkit and just to go here. Okay, so like that you can go and create this integration for the events. If you want some email notification, if you want some PagerDuty system, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these 5 integrations are there for different events. These are event notification integration. Any doubt in this? So far, so good. Any question?
Yeah, that's straightforward. Yeah.
All right, very good, great. So now we will go and do one very interesting thing. I will show you. This is really awesome. That is Aura report.
What's an Aura report?
Yeah, I'll explain. So let's go here. So what I have covered so far, that we check this assurance. This document is already uploaded there. You can go and have a look. Then this assurance guide also we checked.
Oh, you put that in the shared drive, did you? Those two things? Okay.
Yeah, this is under day 6. You will find it. It's already there. And then you will see one other document that we have covered today is the AI related document. This is also very good document. AI network analytic, whatever I have covered, same format you will see in this document. It's a small 30-page document, but very relevant. Let me quickly go through it.
Yeah, it just walks you through everything. Okay.
Yeah. Heat maps and all the baselines, and then finally it will tell you about RCA and all those information. So this is already there. Now, the last topic we have for today is this Aura report. What is Aura report? This is audit and upgrade readiness. Now this Aura report we can run in nowadays in all the platforms, like all the SDN platform. We manage, and I think in ACI I haven't checked, but we manage also. We have this readiness reports. Even we have readiness reports for wireless network as well. So how we can go and check my DNA? Suppose I have a DNA, means one cluster of DNA where we have 3 DNA in a fabric, and we want to upgrade the image. So it is suggested that before upgrading the image, so from 2.3.5, I want to make to 2.3.7. Upgradation is very easy, right? What you have to do, we can see this small cloud icon here. If you go and click there, then go to software management. At the moment you will come here, if this DNA has internet connectivity, it will tell you that now you can go to 2353. What version it is running? So it is running 2337, and now we can go to 5.3.
Wow.
That is,
Big jump. Yeah.
big jump here. And now we can see what new features they are telling here. So let's see the new features. They're telling that AI ops and analytics, speed of troubleshooting with client DNS dashboard, NetOps, go green, configure AB power profile, SecOps, enhance security by automatically remediating rogue access. That's the auto remediation they are adding. I told you earlier that they are adding more and more auto remediation. If you want to see more, you can go and check here. Now, what you want to do? You want to download? So now download is in progress. Okay, it will download. But before upgrading the image, make sure that you are running this Aura report. Otherwise, the upgrade will fail. Something will happen. Okay, so how this Aura report is, we can go and run. It's very easy. I will show you that. So you should have maglev access. Maglev access is port 222. So I have here, you can see that I can go and access through DNA. I have configured this access with port number 222 to 4 times 2. That is the required port for maglev. So now you can see username maglev. We are inside this maglev. Let's go back. Then you have to go and do these configurations related to cloning and copy the script and all. So I'll go and I'll copy this. I'll go here. Oops, what happened? Some restriction, some rule, something is there. Saturday, Sunday, what is this? Okay, no problem. I can go and copy and paste one more time. Let's go back here. And clone this directly.
Now it's copied, so now you should be able to paste it.
Yeah. So let's go and paste. You can see, copied and paste. Actually, I copied this maglev. It's telling unknown.
Oh, no,
Git is unknown. Wow. So what I can do here? Bash shell. Okay. Okay, no problem. Let's go back to the Google.
Well, that was get clone direct. The
Get
next one said get clone via.
bash shell in Cisco DNAC. Although it is there, see this command sudo maxctl ssh. Let me see. Okay, so paste. Oops.
You have to be
You need to
sudo root.
have root privilege. Okay, that's why it seems it is not working. No problem. Let's see. SSH. So, and then get is unknown, so that's why it is not taking. No problem. We'll do something. Let's go back. Let's see.
And your
So,
other screen had another right there.
Yeah, so generally this command you can run. I used to run in my setup, and then you run this command and then change the mode to DNAC Aura, and then it will run. That means finally you have to go and run this script, and that's it. It will go run the report. We'll see that. I have other server as well where it will work, no problem. So once you run this Aura report, what will happen? Let's see. So it will go and run a different type of checks. I think more than 30 checks it will run. You can see all the checks. This is just the snapshot. DNA health, infra, WLC assurance health, all those health reports it will go and run. It will go and run all those reports. And then you can see checks. I told you only 30, but you can see it's more. It's more than 62 checks. And then it will give you suggestion that you have these errors, these bugs, improve, correct these bugs, etc. Then only do the upgrade. So I have an Aura report here in the dashboard in my system. I'll show you that how it look like. Once your run is successful, then you can go and check that particular Aura report. How to run this Aura report? I will run in some other server. I'll show you that, or I will try to fix this maglev. It should work. Let's see for 2 minutes, and then I know there's grapevine or something. Can I go and install Git inside this? Let's see. Python. What Python version is running? Let me see. It's not supporting. So anyways, I will check this and I will run that and I will show you that. Today what I will do, I will show you the Aura report, how this look likes. Next time I will run this in other server. So you will see behind the scenes while running this, how this look like. Once it will get completed, then you can use any type of WinSCP or any type of server. So that report will be collected somewhere inside DNA. From there, you can copy and you can download that report in PDF format or some other zip format that you may want to send to the Cisco for further analysis.
Does question mark give you anything? You just do a question mark here.
It's a Linux server. It's a grapevine operating system. But there are commands I will check later on after this class. And tomorrow anyways, we have class, so we can go and see. Let's go see, because we are checking. So let's invest 2-3 minutes, not more than that. And then we'll go and check that sudo. Actually, oh, is this the whole command I need to use
That's to disable.
to enable?
That's what you want.
Okay, like that we have command. Oops.
Is it Cisco 123?
Yeah. Same old password that we have. It's telling that no change made.
Because that's already active, Magshell. So you need to go to the admin center.
Yeah, get is unknown.
The admin interface is not the Magshell.
So actually we are logging from maglev and running this command.
See mag config. See that? Maglev for admin config. See that mag control?
Maglev config you're telling?
No, maglev. It's just a scroll up a hair.
Oops.
Oh, that's more than a hair.
Okay, no problem. I'll check later on. Means anyways, tomorrow we have class. I'll check. So what I'm going to show you now, that once you run that script, then it will generate nice output. I'm going to show you that output. Okay, and then we'll stop, because anyways that output itself will take 10 minutes to understand. Okay, so I'm going to show you that output.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for joining. Today is day number 7 and topic is wireless integration with DNA as a non-fabric solution. Now, when I'm talking about non-fabric, so do we have fabric solution as well? The answer is yes, that we have fabric solution as well. Let me open one slide here so I can go and draw. Fabric and non-fabric solution means what? Fabric and non-fabric means that when we are talking about fabric, then we are talking about actually SDA, software defined access, that we can go and create within DNA. So DNA or DNAC can manage non-fabric wireless, this is non-fabric, and then fabric. Now either it's non-fabric or fabric, still you have to go and you have to do all those steps that we are doing in the design section. Like you have to go and design, create network hierarchy, give network settings, all those settings, etc. Still you have to do design part. What is difference? That you have to create fabric and those devices will be part of some fabric. So SDA fabric. In this case and in this case, maybe 70-80% steps are same. So today we are going to discuss about non-fabric solution, but if you work on the fabric solution as well, that I will give you the document for that. If you do fabric solution as well, very much same steps, everything is same. It's almost same. You can't say that it's different and this is not different. Now, coming back again to this fabric and non-fabric term. So if I ask you that, is this fabric solution is something new that we are doing, this SDN solution is something new that we are doing? The answer is no. This is not new, because the wireless network that we have, they are doing all these things from long time. So we know that in wireless solution, we have something called WLC, wireless LAN controller, right? From this WLC, what you are managing? You are managing some sort of APs, access points. And then these access points, they are connected with the end system, right? This is the rough sketch of the wireless network. Now these access point, they are working as a data plane devices, right? Because WLC is the control plane. And this WLC, again in Cisco, you have two flavor. One is something called radio OS, something like that, and one is iOS XE. One series is, for example, 350X, or maybe I'll type 4 or 5, etc. One is 9800 series WLCs. So two type of controllers you have in Cisco. One you can think as a legacy, like supporting radio OS 3500 series, and one is that Cisco has done new innovation. Same iOS XE type of operating system will be there. Actually, same iOS XE operating system is there, and their configuration style is same, that you are configuring routers and switches which belongs to iOS XE images like ISR or any other 9000 series switches, or even 3850 or any other iOS XE switch. Okay, so the point here is this, that first of all, WLC has two category, and then you are seeing this diagram, you'll find that this diagram is very much controller based. So before the evolution of SDN and all, this was in use. Maybe this was in use from last 10-15 years. The control plane and data plane, and here they are forming some sort of WAP tunnel. If you go and learn basics of wireless networking, if you are interested, I have some YouTube videos related to that how this wireless networking is working. So you can understand that basics of tunnels and all, but behind the scene, they are controller based services. Now, if I go and compare this particular wireless network with wired network, because these informations are important. So we know that wired network, you have something called router, and then you have switches like access or distribution switches. I'm drawing only two switch, and then you have wired connection to the end system. Wired connection to the end system, right? Now, this particular arrangement that we have, so where is the network? How these networks are different, right? You understand this philosophy, then this will become very easy to you to understand. Because what is happening, that people are thinking, oh, wireless network, it's like something that is very strange. It's something like it's very new and blah, blah. That thinking will be there. But if you go and compare it in terms of network, you'll find that if there is one router, all the interfaces in the router, they are one other network, right? So suppose this is 1.0, this is 2.0. Then switches, they are part of same broadcast domain. So that means somewhere maybe you have DHCP server, and these guys, they are getting the IP addresses, but these switches, their gateway you have to define here, maybe VLAN based gateway or whatever, but switches are part of same broadcast domain. They are part of same network. Likewise, you have this particular section, they are part of same network, right? Now, what about wireless network? Wireless network, in wireless, where is the network? The question is this. So in wireless, you know that SSID will be there. How they are working? SSID is nothing but they are the network. You can think one SSID is one type of network. So suppose I have my laptop, you can see my laptop. And if I go to my laptop, you can see this wireless connection here. If I go and click here, if I go and expand this, so you can see so many different Wi-Fi, ACT and high times and Manoj and etc. These are what? These are some sort of SSID. These are some sort of network. If I go and click and authenticate and join, that means I will be the part of that network, right? So that means that if you are in the WLC, oops, let me go and draw some new diagram. So what I'm telling you here is this very simple, straightforward thing, that if you are checking this WLC, I have WLC somewhere. Let me try to draw and understand the networking. So WLC. And then from that WLC, so many APs, these controllers can sit anywhere. These controllers can be anywhere geographically, it can be anywhere. And then your data plane can sit anywhere. Okay, so maybe it is in North America and your data plane maybe it is in South America, like that. Okay, because what is the role of the control plane? Control plane role is this, that you can go to the control plane, you can define policies, SSID rules, traffic rules, channel rules, all those things you will define from the control plane. And then those information you will push to where? You will push to the data plane. This is the AP. Everything you will push to the data plane, and from data plane, whatever recipient they have, whatever end system they want to connect, because again, I can go to this laptop and then I will see a long list of SSID, maybe corporate, maybe guest, maybe contractor, etc. According to that, I can connect. It will get authenticated. And this message will go to the WLC. Right. So behind the scene, the SSID that we are seeing inside the laptop or the system, those are nothing but the network. But whenever there is network, there should be some other things. Right. There should be some security provided whenever someone try to join the network. And that's why these WLCs, they are connected with ISE. Now I'll come back to ISE in a moment. The question here is this, that then where the DNA is fitting? What's the role of DNA? If WLC is doing everything, is working as a control policy, etc., then where is the DNA? So DNA can sit on top of all the WLCs that you have. Maybe you have 20 controllers. All these 20 controllers, still you want to manage from same place, because all these 20 controllers having 20 different IP dashboard, etc. Now all these 20 things you want to manage from one place, single pane of glass that we are telling, right? So that you can do within the DNA. What you can do in DNA? In DNA, you can go discover the WLC. At the moment you'll go and discover the WLC, it will automatically discover all these APs associated with WLC. And then you can go and create whatever you want to do from DNA. It will go and push to WLC, and from WLC it will get pushed to the devices, these APs. Right? What is the benefit? Benefit here is this, that we know that DNA policy plane is ISE. So I don't have to go and create the policy in ISE, in WLC. I can go and manage entire network within the DNA policy plane. Everything you can manage from DNA. And that's the big plus we have with DNA, irrespective of wired or wireless network. Okay, so that was the brief introduction about why we need this integration and all. And nowadays you will see things are moving in WLC, and lots of job openings are there related to wireless engineers as well. And if you learn little bit of wireless, you'll see that this is not that difficult. So now what we want to do now, let's go back.
I think for now, Cisco, you have to log into one WLC at a time, right? Is there a platform that currently integrates all the WLCs?
There is no such orchestrator for WLC. You have to log in one by one. That's right.
Okay, yeah.
But if you are managing from DNA, so you know that from DNA, from same place we can log into different WLCs.
Right. Okay.
All right, so where we are. So yeah, so I have uploaded very nice documents. First of all, you can see this particular document. This is 9800 non-fabric. Non-fabric document is only 111 pages. And this is the guide that after this class, if you go and read this document, you will understand 100%. This 111 page document, and plus there is one lab guide for 52 pages. So 160 pages you will understand after this class. related to wireless. Even if you are new to wireless, still you will understand everything. Why? Because 80% things already we know. So if you go and see this document, all this information like DNA can do what, manage. I will touch this part because this is really interesting. So now we want to manage the WLCs, policies, everything from DNA. Now the good thing here is this: suppose you have primary and secondary DNA. Oh, sorry, you have primary and secondary WLCs, or maybe you have tertiary WLCs as well. Within DNA itself, you can do the configuration related to HA. It's like 3-4 clicks. You select, provide whatever the HA IP address in between, and you can create the HA from the DNA itself. And then obviously all the policies and all, I'm going to show you after some time how you can go and create. This is one of the network. You can see different buildings associated with this CAP WAP tunnel. So all these APs, they are associated with these controllers, and all these controllers you are managing from the WLC, managing from the DNA, sorry. So you can go and read this document. Now, who is providing the policy plane here? We have ISE integration. And why we need ISE integration? So maybe you have heard about that terminology, that is 802.1x wireless and wireless MAB, right? So within ISE, not only you can create the policies related to wired MAB. MAB is like MAC-based authentication. And if you want to do authentication related to username and password, that is 8021x. So wired and wireless, both authentication rule you can create, right? So someone who is corporate user, they wants to connect, right? They wants to connect to the AP associated with WLC that is managed by the DNA. Then as per the rule that we have in the ISE, they will get the authentication or not. We'll see that. Okay, I can see. So this integration we have already done. I'm just scrolling these pages because you will feel confident. These documents, 80% we have already completed. How to create the site hierarchy and all. Now you can go and take any DNA project, you can work. There's no problem. After having 7 classes, you can manage any DNA network, you know. This much study we have done so far. So this thing we know. Let me quickly scroll little bit faster. See SSID. I'll in the lab I will go and create this thing. So now you can see here that this part I haven't touched earlier. Let me highlight. So you will see this wireless. So what we have done within the design section, we have done this network hierarchy. This part we have done, and then we have done the. We know this part. We know this part. Image repository part of SWIM. Network profile we have created in our early classes. Authentication template we will see later on in SDA. I will show you this. Then you will see below network, device credential, IP address pool is part of the exam. QoS you can create if you are creating, doing some WAN configuration. Then you can do this QoS, and then you can see this wireless. So today we are going to do this wireless part. We'll see that how we can go and create all these things in the lab. So don't worry about that. So idea here is this, that how we can go and manage the policies, the configuration, everything from DNA for n number of WLCs. How we can do that? That I'm going to show you. Meanwhile, your task is that you can go through and check this non-fabric deployment guide, and you will understand everything. Whatever lab steps are here, I'm going to show you. This is the lab guide that I will go and follow, and you will be knowing each and everything in this particular lab guide. Okay, you have any question? Can ask. All right. So what I will do, I'll go to the lab, and as per the lab guide, I'll configure it. So what it is telling in the lab, let me see what are the topics we have to cover up. Scenarios. Okay, so see the scenario. Check API status on GUI means simply just telling you log into the GUI, the WLC GUI, and see some things there. Define and discover. We have to discover this particular WLC within the DNA. Then you have to go and create the enterprise wireless network, guest network. You have to go and check the configure ISE portal, provision the devices, access point, etc., right? So we'll do that. Now, last class, when we are doing the lab related to Aura, so it was not working, right? So let me quickly show you this Aura first, and then I'll start this. Let me quickly go to the DNA Center. Open this device. And where is the Aura? Cisco DevNet. It is there somewhere. Aura report. Okay. Let me go and check this DNAC Aura. Oops. Here it is. Let me quickly show you that was a pending thing yesterday we are doing, but some issue with the maglev. So what you need to clone this, copy, and this is, we are inside maglev. So git clone is completed, very easy. Then what you need to do, only 2 steps are there. Then you have to go and run this like this. So you can go here and paste this Python script, and you can see it's working. Now once this is working, oops, what is happening? I don't know. It's actually a little bit slow, but it is going on. Maybe it is completed. So I'll run this one more time, no problem. Okay, let me do this. Paste. Let's go back. Maybe some more things I have copied. Okay. Let me copy only this portion. Let's go here and paste like this. And then see. So it is asking the username for this. Okay, administrator. Password. Let me give the password. Then let's see. System is a little bit slow, so it is taking some time to load. Okay, so you'll see that this is the way you can go and run. It's very easy. Then it will start, running. It will ask you the admin password, and then it will ask you the maglev password. Give those password, and then it will start. It will work. So I will leave this behind the scene. I'll come back to this. Meanwhile, let's go and do our task. So we are here. Let's go to the DNA. Log into the DNA. And then let's go to the, this is, I already, once you log into the WLC, it will be like this only. I can see everything is blank, 000, no user, no AP, nothing is there. That's okay, no problem. Then we'll go to the ISE as well. ISE is one of the successful product from Cisco, and they are good. ISE product is good. So now I logged in into the DNA, into the WLC, into the ISE as well. And what is the task we have? The task number 1 is to discover the WLC. So if we scroll down, somewhere you will see discovery. Here you can see discovery. Discovery. WLC. Oops. Give the name. Then the address, I know that address is 164.07. So let's give that. 64.0.7 and same address because only one WLC is there in this. So we'll give the same address. Then we should go and add the credentials. So you can see we have the CLI netadmin, read, write, and then I'll go and add the netconf as well because this is very important for telemetry applications. We should enable netconf while discovering these. Otherwise, the telemetry feature will not work properly. Or it is telling that netconf is already there. Let's scroll down. Oh, netconf is there. Let's discover this. So discovery is in progress. Task has been submitted. Let's go and check this aura where it reached. This has some issue seems with the password. But yeah, this way it will run. Maybe some issue is there related to maglev password. But it will run, and yesterday I have shown you the report as well, and it will generate the report in the PDF file. Okay. But anyways, we have other lab as well. Until I'll show you that the execution, I will keep showing you this. I'll check in the other lab as well. It must run and it will give you the output. So leave this and let's focus on the lab part. Let's go back and see the discovery. It's very slow. It will come up. Okay. So where is the lab guide? I'm going to follow the lab guide. So in the lab guide, what it will tell you, let's go. Only 52 pages lab guide is there, but it's very good. Let's go. Check the step 1. So once you log in, the step number 1 should be that you log into the WLC, check few things. Then it is telling that go and check the network hierarchy. It's okay. I'll go and check the San Jose buildings floor. Any of the floor we have to go and assign that discovery. So we are discovering that. This is the IP and the range. It's very easy. We have done this many times. Then discover with netconf port, set this as a global. Once you discover, it will be like this. So let's go back here. You can see the discovery is done and netconf is also there. So now we can go to the inventory. And once we are inside the inventory, we can see that we have our WLC discovered. Before assigning this, make sure that we have the building and the floors. So we have the building and floor. Any of the floor I can go and utilize to assign this. Actually, you can assign in the building. Floors, you can go and assign the APs. So let's click this. Click assign. Choose the site. And then I can go to this particular building. Sign it. These are the system configuration for DNS. Means it is telling that I am the syslog server, NetFlow is not configured, I am the SNMP server. These are the DNS informations. So let's click OK, assign. All right, so I will give you a quick recap here. I can see Michael has joined just now. The recap here is this, that we are doing the lab related to non-fabric solution of wireless, how we can integrate with DNA. So far we have discovered the WLC. Now, if this WLC has associated access points, at the moment you will discover the WLC, it will go and discover all the APs as well. So once we discover, we know that discovery process we have done in day 1 or day 2, all this discovery, network hierarchy, and other important features in DNA. Once we discover that, then what I have done, I have assigned this particular WLC with this particular building. Now, once we have done this assignment, then we have to go and create the network profile. In the initially when we start the session, I told you that now from DNA, we are going to manage the WLC. Now, it is possible that you can go and create the wireless LAN, and you can push those to the associated APs. But what we want to do now here, that we'll go and create all these wireless LAN from here, and then it will get pushed to these, right? This controller. That's
So
the thing.
Ratnesh, will the devices that are part of that controller automatically fall under the building of San Jose? I mean, is it smart enough to know that anything attached to that is San Jose?
Which devices, WLC or AP?
So WLC you put underneath San Jose, right? You
Yeah.
assigned it to San Jose.
Yeah.
Does it mean anything attached to that WLC automatically gets assigned to San Jose?
We have to assign it. So I'll give you the, so what is happening?
So all the APs that are running on that wireless controller aren't automatically under the San Jose building?
Actually, this is not right, but I'll tell you the answer for this. So generally, we are managing everything from Cisco Prime, right? So all these WLCs and APs, they are associated with Prime. So from Prime, we can export the maps, floor maps, etc. And then you can come here and import it, and then you discover the WLC, and then it will be as it is, that it is in Prime, it will show in DNA. So in that case, it will be shown in the proper building, proper site, everything will be like this.
Okay.
All right, so what is happening here is this, that you have to actually go to the design section. I'll show you that. And you have to go to network hierarchy. At the moment, I don't have APs, otherwise I could show you that how it is happening. But yeah, I have AP in other lab. I will show you this question. Just wait for this particular question. So now you can see this nice floor map. It's loading up. Now what you need to do, you have to click edit. At the moment you click edit here, whatever APs are there, it will pop up, and then you can place the APs whatever location you want, like car parking or terrace or floor 1, 2, etc., etc. So it will be there, but you have to do the placement, and then it will generate the heat map. Okay. But now if you import from the Prime, it will be there automatically. And good thing about this is this, that, okay, let me close that DNA. I have that actually in the other lab. I'll show you that today only. I'll show you that DNA can generate 2D and 3D maps as well. You can see 3D, and it's awesome. It's loading. It is slow, but it will load. Once it will load, then this is something new, innovation you will see. I'll show you this 3D map after some time. Let's follow the lab guide, complete this lab, and then I'll come back here. Okay, so where we are, we have just discovered the WLC. And once we discover the WLC, then we want to create the wireless LAN. And that wireless LAN, whatever we'll create, that should be associated with the ISE as well. So you will see all those information and interaction. Let's go back here, check the lab guide. So we have done the discovery. Now we're going to do the deployment for the wireless network. See, design and network setting. So far we haven't hit the wireless tab. Now once you go and hit the wireless tab and create that wireless LAN network, we'll go and do that. This activity we are going to do now. So let's do that. Let's go to the design. You can see design and you can see this, what is that, network setting? Inside network setting, you can see this wireless, but before going that wireless, you can see that in the network already I have my ISE IPs learned here and the DHCP server, everything is set. Because before you do this step, you should have this AAA integration, which is already there. Now let's go to the wireless. Once you go to the wireless, you're not seeing anything here, right? Why? Because within the wireless, you should be in the global. At the global, now you can see this SSID, right? I can go here and click, see enterprise and guest. Let's click enterprise. I'll go and give the name. Suppose this is for employees and my controller is the name of the controller, 9800. Now you have dual band operation or you have single band or 2.4 gig, it's up to us what we want to select. This is for voice and data, SSID, administrate, broadcast, all those informations is there. What DNA has done, you know, if someone don't know about that nitty-gritty of this WLCs or wireless network, still they can go and create the profile, still they can go and create the SSID, because DNA will give you all the best practices things. So if I go here next, I will see that for enterprise WPA2, and it is telling that what is most secure and less secure and what is supported and not supported, right? Then here it is telling that to do this integration, you should configure AAA. So you need to go and assign this. That is already part of our network setting. Then MAC filtering, fast lane. Yeah, fast lane is one of the standard practice we have. You can go next. Then you can see all these things. By default, it is checked like over the DS channel, neighbor list learning for this many seconds timeout. These are actually best practices. You know, BSS, idle timeout and all. Okay, so what we'll do next. And now we are here. It is telling that do you have profile for wireless? I will show you that. The profile, if I have any duplicate tab, what I am telling. Let's go to the DNA. So earlier we have, so it's opening the same. Earlier we have created the profile for wireless, for switches and routers. So what I'm telling that if you go to the design section, if you go to the network profile actually, if you go to the network profile, you will see that Bay Area profile is already there associated with 6 site, but you can also create your own. So what we have to do here, once we reach up to this point, we need to associate with profile. Now profile association is done. Go next. This is the summary page. So what we are doing, we are creating the SSID, name this for voice and data, administrate the security settings, then some advanced setting related to wireless network like fast transition. Fast transition, generally it is for roaming facilities, for Apple devices or some other devices, you know, over the DS channel, MFP, client protection and exclusions and all those things. And then it is associated with profile. Let's click save. Wow. See, this message. So today I was configuring ACI. You may know that application-centric infrastructure for data center. And I was seeing same type of diagrams and all in ACI. So I don't know what Cisco is doing, but if you log into vManage, nowadays you will see same type of display. If you log into Cisco ISE, you will get same type of GUI. If you log into ACI, you will get same type of GUI. If you log into DNA, you will get same type of GUI. So maybe Cisco behind the scene, they are creating same type of GUI for all these controllers. All right. So now we have done this successfully. Let's go back. What it is telling to go to network. Let's go back. And if we go to wireless, you can see that we have created one of the SSID like this, right? Why it is telling configure AAA? I already configured it, right? Okay, it is already there. Successfully gone. Okay. So what we have done as per the lab guide, you will see that we just follow all these steps, configure the AAA, check the fast lane, and AAA server. Yeah, we have added this value. Like that, we have created same step. Oh, I haven't created this management interface. I should create right at the management page. No problem. I'll go back and do that. Add interface 1 to 8. The same type of configuration we have for SDA fabric as well. Same way you have to go and create the profile and all. The only thing I haven't done is that I haven't created this interface. So let's go here, select this, click that edit. And then if you go next, go next. Where is that interface? I'm not seeing that. Let's go next. Bay Area. Okay, here. So I'll go and add one interface. Interface say VLAN 128. Save it. Okay. Wireless home. Go back to wireless home. So we are here, right? Now we'll go and create one more for wireless. While you create for wireless, it will be a little bit tricky if you don't know wireless. And since we have ISE and DNA integration, so whatever profile we'll create here for wireless SSID, it will be reflected in ISE as well, that I will show you. So we'll go and same way we'll go and create for wireless as well. Let's go and create it. So we'll come here, create, click guest. Let's guess this. This is for guest SSID. And now you will see some of the changes, like it is not for voice and data, it's for data only. And then security. So you can see open. Let me quickly check what security that the guide is suggesting. So it's open only. No problem. I'll go like this. Okay. Continue. Configure this AAA. Now here, just on top of that, you can see ISE authentication server is ISE authentication. That's okay. This is self-registered. You have hotspot option as well. It's up to you what you want to do. And then the original URL, it will redirect towards the original URL. That's okay. No problem. I can go and use fast lane here as well. MAC filtering is by default enabled. Then this adaptive or advanced setting, that will leave it as it is. We'll go to the Bay Area. And here also I'll go and add one more interface. VLAN add is 129. Now this is the hard work that we are doing, but the point here is this, that you are doing this for one time. Next time onwards, you don't have to do this. Suppose if you are managing 20 or 25 WLCs as well, these
You're building a
profiles.
profile. You can just use the profile over and over and over, right?
Yeah, so profile is already there. I just clicked associate it. Let me cancel this. Oops, I need to create. Okay, let me go back. So profile is already there. I have shown you there that wireless profile is already there, associated with 6 sites. So once we are reaching here, we are simply connecting with the profile. That's it. Deassociate profile or associate profile. If you have other profile, you can associate with that. Right? Any doubt in this?
No, that's excellent. Yeah.
Okay, so these already exist on the wireless controller, right? And you're importing them into DNA.
No.
Oh, you're not creating the SSID.
Yeah, so we are creating the SSID. These SSID we will push to the wireless controller.
Okay, so example, if you have an existing wireless controller, you add it, and you wanna would the import bring all the SSIDs and everything? You don't need to configure, right?
Yeah, so that's the sad part of this integration. Still, that feature is not there in DNA. Cisco is telling that it will come. At the moment, we are creating everything from scratch.
Oh, okay. So if you want to onboard an existing wireless controller, you need to reconfigure everything.
Yeah, it's like in this manner. Yeah.
Okay. But is there a way to, let's say, download the configs from the WLC? You import then import it into DNA, or you just have to manually configure?
Yeah, it's not there at the
Not so
moment. Yeah, it's not there. Yeah.
It's a feature that's coming.
Yeah, it will come. Yeah, Cisco is working on this.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Because, we are working for a few customers and they ask the same thing. So what about existing SSIDs that we have? How we can integrate with DNA and all? So that's a valid point. Yeah, it is coming. They will 100% they will introduce. Why? Because why we have this 9800 behind the scene? I'll tell you the story. Why we have all these new platforms? Because these platforms are API aware. So later on, Cisco will introduce some API who can be integrated with DNA. So these things will come. 100% these things will come. All right, let's go back and here. So portal. This portal, I'll go and give some name. Portal name is DNAC training. Okay, and then I will show you some other features as well. Let's just scroll down and click save. That's saving. So now I can go and click next. This is the summary. Go next. What we are doing at the moment, we are simply creating the profile. Or in other words, we are creating the configuration. We are not pushing this configuration to the DNA managed WLCs. That we will do now. Okay, so now once you have these configuration, behind the scene, you have this integration as well, that your DNA is integrated with ISE. And then you have created your wireless SSID, one for enterprise, one for guest, right? Now, what you need to do, you have to go to the DNA, provisioning, inventory, and then you have to select this and you have to do the provisioning. So if you do the provision device, you can see in bottom, configure WLC HA. If you have multiple WLCs, you want to make this as a HA, simply click 2-3 times and it will do. So this HA feature, Anyways, you can do from WLC as well, but you can do from DNA as well. So let's go ahead and click provision device. Now you can see what will happen. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the workflow. So whatever configuration that we have created, you will see, first of all, it is asking, oops, where is 1 to 8? So maybe I haven't put all information related to 1 to 8, 1 to 9, but it is for guest interface. And the IP, this is there in the lab, right? So if you go and just follow it, I'm just following it. No new brainer. So for 1 to 9, if you go and finally push this configuration, IP is something 100, 1 to 9, something. Let's quickly go and check that. While you do the provisioning, yeah, this is the IP 100, 1 to 9. So let's go here. 1 to 9. What was that? 1 to 9 then. Come on, I just missed that IP. Two times 100, okay. And then 100, 1 to 9, 100 or 254, and the like that you have IP. Anyways, let's go click next. You'll see that what exactly it will do. I'll show that. You can go next. It's telling no device selected. I can't go back. Something is wrong here. Let's do the provisioning one more time. Provision this device. Let's go next. I don't have a problem with this. 29.100.1 100.254.24. Okay, and then let's go to next. Should select. Now why it is showing 0? That's the problem. And that's why seems it is not working. But anyways, we'll correct it. No problem. We'll check that guide and we'll correct it. So what is happening here is this, that you can see, oh, I can see this guest. Do we have the enterprise as well? Oh, employer. So actually it is working. Let's provision it. You can generate the configuration and you can see it's very simple. Whatever SSID we have created, now we are pushing to the device. So once this push will be 100% successful, then if you go to this WLC, you can see wireless LAN count will become 2. 1 for enterprise, 1 for guest. Okay. And while it is going on, I'll do one thing. Let's go to the ISE. You can go to the ISE and you can go and check the policy I want to check. So let's go to policy. Policy set. Oh God, I'm checking. I want to show you the authorization policy, and this policy also I will show you. You will see that automatically it will go and create some policy that is coming from DNAC, DNAC Training CCIE. This is the name that I have given for the portal. DNAC Training CCIE. DNA itself communicating with ISE and guest related policy it is creating. But let me go back, let me show you the authorization profile. So I can go to this results. Once you are inside the authorization, you can go to authorization profile, and you will see that from DNA, there is one profile pushed named DNA training CCIE profile. And if you go there, and if you go to common task, if I scroll a little down, this is there in the guide as well, that you can go and assign the static IP for that ISE. What is that ISE IP? 100.64.0.100. 0.100. What I'm doing? 100. Okay. And now you can go scroll down and save it. This is the redirection portal. Manually, we are telling that to redirect to this particular IP. That's a simple thing we are doing here. Let's save this. Once when this is saved, then what you can do, let me quickly show you the policy first, and then the guest policy. Both I will show you. So if you go to authentication policy, we'll see, I told you earlier that not only we have a wired MAB, we have wireless MAB as well. And then we have wired 8021X, wireless 8021X. These things are there. This is the policy you will see everywhere in the corporate as well. This is as it is simple and default people are using. So no brainer in this, but brainer is in this policy. When you have this authorization policy pushed from a DNA to ISE, what it is telling that this is the authorization policy guest flow for wireless MAB. This is for devices who don't have username password. Obviously guest user, they don't have username and password. So that's why we have this condition. And then you can see this is station ID. The condition ends with this. And then you can see the other redirection policy. In this other redirection policy, we have wireless MAB. You can see the profile that we have, which is telling that statically go to that particular IP that we have changed. And this is the condition ends with this particular SSID. Okay. So it is creating this profile for guest user. And now if you go here again to the ISE, and if you go to work center, and if you go and check maybe guest access, so many options you have in ISE, right? You can lose what we are checking. Okay, so we can go here and check the policy set maybe. Let's see. Same policy set I'm landing seems. No, I don't want to see that. This portal and the components. You should go to portal and components. Once you go there, you can see this we have created. In one of this step, if you watch the recording, you can go back and see I put this where you have one DNA page coming. Now, if you go here inside this guest portal, you'll see some interesting thing there. I'll show you that. Now, once you go there, if I scroll down, you can see now the AUP pages and all everything, but you can go and check the portal setting. By default, all these things are checked. Otherwise, you have to go and manually check all these interfaces. That's DNA has done for us. Then we can go to the login page. The default setting, if you want, you can change. Then you can see the registration form. And then interesting thing you will see here is this, that AUP, I'll come to AUP. Self-registration, success, username, password, and all those information. This AUP, acceptable use policy. Here, use different AUP for employee, skip AUP page, etc. And then if you go here, if you want to change the guest change password setting. You can go and change. So you can see so many options are there. Just for guest authentication or guest user, you will not see these many options and granularity in any other platform that the ISE is providing when it is integrating with DNA, right? But the thing here is this, that at the moment DNA is working for us. They are creating all those policies, everything for us. But if you are doing normal WLC and ISE integration as well, you can create all these policies. But in that case, you have to go and do the configuration here. Now, clearly you can see earlier it was 0, right? Now it is 2. So now you can click here and you can see that this and these configuration from where it pushed from WLC from DNA. So DNA has pushed those configuration to this particular WLC. And not only one WLC, you can provision n number of WLCs. DNA will take care. Now from DNA itself, if you have 10 different WLC, you know that you can go to that particular WLC page itself and you can go and check the compliance report, see the config drift, wireless info, mobility, advisory, summary, and then if you want, you can always go for 360 view. And you can go and check all those informations. It's not associated with any API at the moment, but all informations are there. Yeah, you have any questions so far? Okay, so earlier when I started the session, I told that 2 very nice documents are there. This document I already scrolled and show you that. You can see non-fabric deployment for DNS Center. This is a design guide. This is 111 page and this is 52 page. And I told you that after 1 hour, if you go and check anything in this, you will understand. Each and everything you will understand. If you have little bit knowledge of wireless, then well and good. But still, you will understand that what we are doing. Now, this is not the end, that what we are studying here. Still, you can go to the DNA and you can go to the DNA and the configuration that you are managing for WLC. Still, you can go to the tools and you can go to the template editor. And you can go to the day end template, not the onboarding, but you can create your own and day end template, and you can create the template for WLC configuration. And from here, you can manage the configuration for WLCs as well. So that also you can do. This is all related to non-fabric integration. So please go through these documents, you will understand everything. And then you have this lab document as well. Everything it's here. See assurance and everything, heat map and all. And then you can go and check this. This document also you can go and check. There's no problem. You'll understand both. Okay, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. Yeah. So earlier in this session, I told you that both integrations are possible, right? The SDA integration within SDA, any of the device can work as a control plane, border plane, and the WLC as well, right? Now, if you have little bit interest about SDAs and their configuration and all, so I think, yeah, you can go and check this document. I'll tell you the page number. Integrate wireless, yeah, page number 57, where you will see this integration of SDA fabric in terms of wireless. Now I'm planning to cover this in the upcoming session. So if you check the session, we have session for SDA deployment later on. So in that section, I will show you this part, but The configuration that we have done today, you can see in the SDA also we are creating the SSID the same way. You can see same way we are creating the SSID. Same way you are configuring. Everything is almost same. So you are creating one for employee and then you can go and create one for guest. Same way you can create for guest as well, right? Same way you can go portal configuration. It will get pushed inside the DNA. And then what you need to do, you have to go to that particular device, because in SDA, those devices will be blue, right? Do we have that? Let me show you that. What I'm telling here is this, that DNAC. Where is our lab? Let me see. If I have the lab, here it is. We have our lab, right? So if you go to this particular lab, what I'm telling you'll understand. Okay. So we can go here to the design and we can go to the wireless. What version is this? 235. You're not seeing the security and trust. It's very much ISE handoff seems okay. Anyways, so wireless, see so many profiles related to wireless, right? Now you can go to the, let's go to the provisioning and inventory. And let's search WLCs. So when I'm searching WLC, it is showing so many devices. WLC is this. These are normal WLCs. Do we have any WLC which having role of fabric? I can say WLC fabric. And this fabric, it is there. Okay, so let's go back to the fabric. So now you can go to provisioning and you can go to the fabric sites. And I want to see the WLC here. The number of fabric devices 7, fabric roles 3. Where is WLC? We need to figure out where is the WLC in this. So maybe here, let's go. We can easily get it. WLC. Can say so role you can see here. If any of these devices role is a WLC, so what does it mean? That you can go here, click this. You will see one extra tab here called WLC. If you click that, then that device will become WLC. Maybe this device don't have capability for WLC, so it will not become WLC. But few of the switches, they can work as a WLC switch as well. So it is not there in this. As the same thing was explained here in this document. So you can go to that particular device and you can change the role. You can see in the bottom, embedded wireless. Maybe you're not able to see, but it is written embedded wireless LAN controller. So that particular device, this particular device will take the role of WLC, and then whatever SSID configuration we have created for employee and the guest, it will get pushed automatically here. And then you can see these configurations. Maybe you are unable to see, but this is the configuration for guest and employee SSID, and it will get pushed. And same thing. Now you can manage, like you can manage the non-fabric, you can manage the fabric controllers as well. All right, so this document is also there in day 7. So I have uploaded all these documents just for your reference. So you can go and have a look. And if you want to learn more and more, just go to this particular site. This is full-fledged SDA deployment, where you have the controllers, where you have everything. In this DNA, you can practice for your exam as well. There's no restriction. You can go and just check any of the site where you have 2 branches, and you can play around with this. Oh, any question you have, please feel free to ask. Today our class is a little bit short. Thanks for joining. Today, day 8, and today I'm going to explain you about automation within Cisco DNA. Before I start this automation, how we can automate Cisco DNA, and with that automation, different types of tasks that we can perform within DNA, that otherwise you have only one option in DNA that you can do via the DNA GUI. So before doing that, we should know that in terms of DNA automation, what features we have and how it is working within the DNA. So let's try to understand this. Now we know that as a network engineer, we have started our career from CLI. Then after that, so you know that we have started from CLI, command line interface. Then after some time, maybe few years, maybe 90s or 95 or 2000, we are starting seeing this usability of GUI. So that means that we shifted from CLI to GUI, but still there are so many things that we are doing from CLI, such as router configuration, switches configuration and all. But if you see Cisco ISE, or if you see any security product like advanced firewall, the problem there is this, that if you do all those configuration from CLI, it will be lengthy, and you can't memorize those much CLI configuration, because it's impossible for humans. So that's why we have GUI, and good thing about GUI is that within these GUI, you have some sort of workflow. So you know that you are doing a step A, then automatically GUI will go to B, and then C, and then D, and likewise you can complete the task. So defined workflows are there while we are doing from the GUI. Still, there is some problem in GUI. Can you tell me the problem with GUI? Then we move to API. What problems we are facing in the GUI? Yeah, anyone can answer. Yeah, Rick, you're there? No one is responding. Amit?
Sir, if more than, suppose if 1 or 2 routers are there, so we can create template for them. But if more than, suppose hundreds or thousands are there, then if we start creating for them, then it will be problem. Maybe.
So the problem with GUI is that you're right. If you have to manage more devices, then it is problematic. But the problem here is this, that for GUI or for CLI, is still you need some human interaction, right? That means some human, they have to go and do the CLI configuration. Someone has to do the GUI steps and all. But for API, actually, you don't need that. Even some bot or machine can go and do those configuration on behalf of us. So we can schedule those API instruction, we can embed those APIs within the program, and that program can do all the work on behalf of us. So that's the evolution. We have application programming interface, APIs, and believe me, you have to learn this if you want to sustain in market. Means you have to learn different type of programming languages. There is no single programming language that will do everything. And now we are moving towards infra as a code, IAC. That means that from different type of programs, you have to manage the entire infrastructure. Now, when we are talking about infra as a code, what does it mean? It means, so let me clear this and I'll explain it and then we'll go to API. So let me try to draw in this half. If you see present environment, any enterprise organization or any network, any corporate network, you'll find that they have something physically present that they are telling data center, or maybe branches, or maybe virtual branches, etc. But data center will be there, or main hub, or regional hub, etc. Then they have application hosted over cloud as well. Now, since evolution of different type of clouds, we have Google Cloud, we have AWS, we have Azure. So these three major, but there are so many other cloud as well. But GCP is there, AWS is there, and Azure is there, right? And then if you go and see the services, so DC doesn't mean that it's just LAN, WAN, or whatever, means routers, switches, firewall, servers connected. DC means that obviously you have network, obviously you have network security, but you have some sort of compute. You have some sort of a storage, right? You have some sort of other things as well. And likewise, if you see, go and check the GCP or any cloud, you'll find that there are networking component, there are databases, there are relational databases, there are so many different apps. There also you have a storage, there also you have compute, right? So this is the complexity you have at present in the enterprise. Now, if someone has to go and manage the LAN WAN devices, data center devices, cloud hosted applications and all, how he can do? From CLI, from GUI, how many GUI he will learn? How much CLI he will learn? It's actually almost impossible. And that's why you may see that different teams are there. So team is there for storage, team is there for compute, team is there for network. But the point here is this, that network team should manage the in-house data center, and network team should manage the networking over the cloud. Likewise, the compute means the admins, system admins, storage, you know. Now, all these things possible only if you do from infra as a code, IAC, and that's why we have evolution of all these DevOps and NetOps and Net DevOps and all those things. Now, very much you can do all these things from code. You can't do manually. And when we are talking about code, these devices, for example, ACI, DNA, SD-WAN, the LAN WAN and data center devices or non-Cisco devices, they understand API. So you can write any code such as Python or Ansible or Terraform. Terraform is one of the language which is universally accepted within the cloud and within the Cisco premises, means Cisco managed services, Cisco controllers as well. So for example, Terraform. With Terraform, you can go and manage configuration. Actually, configuration management, infra management, all those are different things. But for example, with Terraform, I can go use infra as a service as a concept, and I can manage the entire physical and the cloud hosted environment. Okay, so there comes the importance of API, because when we are talking about programming, then in program you have to go and embed these APIs. Now these APIs, what are those APIs and all, we'll understand in 5-10 minutes. Okay, you have any question in this?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I will go inside DNA and I will show you that how DNA is supporting this API. They have API integration and all, how we can go and enable the API within DNA API integration. We'll understand that. This is actually Cisco definition. Cisco is working on intent-based infra or intent-based network. Intent is nothing but the business use case. If you have some requirement in business, that is intent. And from DNA, we can go and fulfill that requirement. So that is the intent-based fulfillment or infrastructure that we have. Now, this diagram is very important, that from DNA, you can go and manage the IT related or IT management related task. ITSM such as ticketing tool, you can see ITSM. Within ITSM, you have ServiceNow. Different type of tools are there for ticket management. Then Infoblocks, Tableau, different IPAM, reporting, analytics, all those things you can go and integrate with Cisco DNA. Then it can go and integrate it with third-party tools as well, software development kit, SDKs. Then it is, so these are the features within the DNA, intent-based feature. From DNA, we can go and manage the software image, device discovery. There is command runner. We can go and create the template. We have assurance feature within the DNA. We can go and do the plug and play. We can integrate with wireless network. We have topology, self topology generator features in DNA. DNA can go and check how many applications are going through, which client is using all those things from DNA we can go and get. Then you can see that we can go and integrate with Cisco Meraki, Cisco Stealthwatch. These are the external integration that we can go and do with DNA. Even we can go and integrate with Cisco ISE. We can go and do the integration with vManage. Cisco ISE integration is actually full-fledged integration. Other integrations are not like full-fledged integration. It's something that DNA is supporting, but it is not supporting 100%. Okay, so these are the basic things, basic slides. Let me go and quickly move to the API. Now we are inside API. As I told you that API, application programming interfaces, these are something from where you can embed these APIs in the programming language, and they can do everything for you. But these APIs, they have some certain defined methods. What methods we have? So these 4 important methods you can see. Get, just get the information, like show commands in Cisco devices. So that is the get some information. Post means creating new object. Today I will show you this post and get. Then we have put method, just to update an object. We are using this put method. And if you want to delete an object, then we are using this delete method. This is just, there's 4 important methods that we have, but there are others as well. And these are the 4 major methods we have within the API, that you can go and use the API to do get some information. You can do some creation of object, updating object, and deleting the object. Some slides again, these mostly slides taken from Cisco. So what is the purpose? If you are using these APIs and programming, then obviously you will go and reduce the ownership cost. You can go and reduce the overall operational cost, because all the repeated tasks that we can do from CLI or manual intervention, that we can do from the programming. How you can go and install whatever DNA that I share with you. Actually, there this DNAC platform is already install and up and running. If it is not there, then you can see in the top, there is one cloud icon. Let me go there and show you this. So once you log into DNA, you can see there is this cloud update. If you go and click, go to the software update. So it will tell you that which version is running and you can go and upgrade. So now it is telling that 2337 is here. And if you go and switch to 2330, it will go and support some AI ops feature, net ops feature, SecOps feature, and some FIPS certification they have. So these many new features they will update. Means they can support if you update this DNA. Now, what are the application we already have? So if you go and click installed app, I'm looking for this platform, network data platform and all this platform, because these are the platforms which is actually providing the programming interfaces that we have. So you can see here that you can go here and DNAC platform. If you install, then you can go to platform, you can go to bundles, and then you have to enable it, right? So let's go here. Now our DNA is little bit new. So you have to go to menu, and then you can see this platform. You can go to overview. We can see this developer toolkit, bundles, runtime dashboard. Go to the toolkit. Once you are there in toolkit, I should go to bundles. Let me go and check bundles. Yeah. So once you are here in the bundle, you can see that if you want to enable AI endpoint analytic, you can enable ITSM integration, you can enable ITSM ServiceNow integration, you can enable. This is the API integration that we have. If you want to enable API, you have to go here and click enable. Because it is enabled, it is showing active. Right, so API is active here. Now let's go back here to the developer toolkit. And now you can see these are the API list that we have. Now, if you want to see any API, for example, I'm looking for network related API. Yeah. So you can see that network related API, these what method they are? They are get, right? Get, delete. We know 4 major methods are there. Get, post, put, delete. So all those methods you will see here. See put, post. But when you use this post method, they need some sort of payload. Get is flat method, means it will give you the information. If I go and click get overall network health, if I go and click to this, now here you can see this is the API. First portion you can see that this is the URL, and then from here we have the API. I'm going to explain you about this URL as well. Let's go back to slide and I'll come back. So now you have enabled it. Now you can go and check get, post, and other methods. Okay, these are the documentation you can go and check. After this session, I will share the slide and code everything. So you can go and have a look on that. Cisco has their own DevNet site, developer.cisco.com. You can create your profile there. You will get all the labs related to ACI, SD-WAN, DNA, all labs are free. Once you reserve those labs, it will be there for next, I think, 8 hours. You can do all the tasks and then you can close that lab. So you can go and create your account with your Gmail account. Also, you can create your account in developer.cisco.com, and then you can do all sort of test verification related to programming and integrations. All right, so here you can see that network devices API. Once you go and run this, it will go and generate some result. I will show you the result in a minute. Okay, up to this point, if you have any doubt, please ask. Do you have any? Any question? Oh, my friend is dialing in. Any questions so far? No? Now let's focus on this URL. The good thing about API is this, that they are very much like HTTP method. So this is the URL. Normally, whenever we are surfing the website, we are using URL. This portion is the DNA IP. And this portion is something that is the method defined for the API. And this part is the actually API instruction. This is the instruction part. So from this API, what we want? We are telling DNA, or we are querying DNA, that DNA, I want network device list. Now within DNA, the schema is there that they will go and present the network device in terms of different table values. So values are name, description, data type, default value, and so many others as well that we will see. Now this information that we will get from here, this information we will get in different format. We can get this information in JSON format, we can get in XML format, we can get in any other method. So before going that far, I will show you this method. I can show you this method in 2 places, and you can also try after this class. First of all, let's go to DNA Center. Here we are. Now my method is network health, and there is some different. Here it is network devices, but anyways, no problem. Let's go and search for network devices. So where it is, so let's see. Even I can go here and search network and then devices. It should go and search for us device with some ID and ID. Here you can see get devices. I can go and click here to this. So we are within the DNA and we are going to run this particular API in get method. If you go and try this, see these values will get generated. Host name, management IP, MAC address, location, serial number type, and all good information. Let's click run this. Now once you're running this, see we are getting this response. First of all, the status code is 200. That means that client is requesting and the server is responding. Both ways we have success. So now you can see this response. This is big because in this DNA I have only 2 devices. Suppose if you have 1000 devices, then you can see how big this output will be. So this is the output in JSON format. This output, what we are doing with the programming skills, that whatever field we need, we are filtering this output with some field. Maybe we want to see that what role the devices has, what is the operating system type, what is the version. Only those 4 or 5 things we can go and select, and then we can print in some table format with help of any programming integration such as Python or Terraform, etc. So that is one way that you can go and try out these APIs. First of all, they are working or not. Sometime it is happening that the software development team, they are asking network team that could you please provide the APIs. Basically, they will ask you only the API. So then you can go to this place and you can get all those API, list those API and give to them. Anyways, they are smart enough, they are going to GitHub and getting all those information. So probably they will not come. They will come only to network team. They will tell that, okay, do you have test lab? I want to test these APIs and all. All right. So now how they are testing, let me show you that. So what they are doing, that they are using this Postman software. This is the Postman software developed by Cisco. Cisco has developed this software, Postman. This is basically used to do query related to APIs. So once you are in the Postman and you can search for this particular topic in GitHub, network programmability basic. It's a very nice topic, and they are providing all sort of folders. You can see within these folders, I have all those APIs. So if I go inside the Cisco DNA Center, you can see I have list of API. instruction that I will go and run. So the first instruction you're seeing here is this login method. On top, you can see that the DNA IP and port, they are marked as a variable. So if you put things within two braces, that means you are making these as a variable. But these variables, you can go here and set. So I already set the variable username and the password. This is my DNA IP. This is the username and password. So that means that if you go and hover around this, it will tell you, oh, DNA, this is the IP for DNA, and this is the port for DNA 443, right? Actually, I already executed this, so you can see the token as well. But then you can go and check the headers. I will show the header information. Within header information, it will tell you that, okay, what's the token? It should tell you some other things as well, token and IDs and all in the header. And then test is something that Postman will generate, how Postman is going to generate the token and how they are going to print. So this is PM for Postman environment set and all. So let me go and rerun this. Once you run this, you can see this success code 200. That means this API post method is successful. And then it is generating some output. So let me go and show this output. So here it is generating the token. This is the token that with this particular API call we are generating. Now you can see here that we have other APIs as well listed here, and how easy this API testing we have with the Postman. So what I will do, I'll go here to network device list. This is my API already defined here. I will go and click send, and once I send, you can see, yes, within DNA we have these two devices. These are reachable. These are the MAC address. These are the host name. So if I go back to DNA and if I go to the dashboard, you'll see that, yeah, we have those two devices discovered, and it is displaying inside the Postman as well. It's loading.
So what you say, you're running the command in Postman?
Yeah.
Okay.
The APIs we are running through the Postman. And
But
then
can you run it in DNAC, the DNAC?
yeah, from DNA as well, we can go and run. So for that, you have to go to this menu, platform, and developer toolkit. You can see this API, and then you can go and search which particular API I'm looking for. Suppose I'm looking for network devices. So I should see somewhere network devices. And here you can see, I can go and click network devices. And then you can click try out. Even you can see here, nice feature that DNA is providing code preview. Now, suppose this particular API you want to integrate within any type of programming language, such as Python, Ruby, JavaScript, jQuery, PHP, Go, Ansible, it will go and generate the code for you. So this is the code, equivalent code within the Python, within the JavaScript, within the Ansible, right? And then let's click try it, run this. So it is running the same output here, you can see within the DNA itself. All right, great. So let's continue our discussion. I'll come back. I'll show you 1-2 more Postman script or Postman APIs. Let's go back to the document. So now you can.
When do we need a Postman? I don't think I got that. When do you need it?
Postman, when you need, once you do my ACI classes, I will show you that why we need this.
Okay.
Just kidding. Postman is one of the testing tool for programmers, and without Postman, they are not doing anything. So it's not that with Postman you are doing all this get method. You can do whatever you can do with Python or Terraform. You can do with Postman as well. Postman can be your full-fledged solution, but generally programmers or software development team, they are using as this as a first-hand testing tool.
Okay.
Yeah, first they are
Okay.
testing in Postman and then they are putting within the program.
Into the program. Okay.
All right. Now you can see the return code here. Anything related to 200, that means is good. And then 400, that is not good. So if you're getting 403, that means the server recognizing the authentication credential, but client is not authorized. So that means failure. So 400 is failure and 200 is okay. These are some of the status code, but there are a lot more. The status code is there. When we ran our API, we are getting 200. That means it is successful. API run is successful. Once you go and run, already I have shown you this code preview. Once you go and run, you will get this output in very much all the time. You'll get in this JSON format. Sometimes it is in dictionary format. Sometimes it is in list format. It depends. Sometimes it will be. Sometimes it will be, very complex, like list within list or array within array. So you have to go and check one list, and within that you have nesting of lists. Like that you have to filter, parse it, and then you have to put or feed inside the Python language. So sometimes it is very easy, key value pair, but sometimes it is this API output is very difficult to parse. We have this code preview. We can go and generate the code in these languages like JavaScript, query, jQuery, and all. If you are specific to certain IP and you want only that output, so you can go and filter out that IP and it will generate only that result. This is from DNA that just now I have shown you. Then curl is also there. Curl is also a nice tool that you can go and use to test the APIs. Curl, I like curl. This also I'm using. You can see you have to go and use this curl method. Postman is something like it's very easy to use. Curl is, you can think curl is CLI version of Postman. This is also used to do queries and it will give you the response. So you can see curl / Postman. Now here we have this Postman. Postman is also upgrading, and I have shown you this particular API and their result. But you can see my Postman, how many scripts I have. I have a script related to FTD, ACI, Intersite, SD-WAN, ACIs again, NSOs, WAs is WAN optimizers and all. Everything. Whenever you see any API, you can go and do query within Postman. A Postman can work as a first-hand tool to query all the API. It's actually very powerful tool, this Postman. All right, so now what we want to do. So the point here is this, that with these APIs, we can do everything that we can do from the GUI as well. They are very powerful, and we'll go and see their power as well in 5-10 minutes. I'll go and run some APIs and we'll go and try to solve certain use cases with these with help of these APIs. So here you can see, if you want to get the device list from Postman, you can go and get. You should go and give the content type and the token if it is required. Let me quickly go and show you this, and then we'll move on. So here we are inside the DNS Center, and if you want device detail, click to device detail. Let me go and happening is getting there. Okay, so I can go here. These are already, seems I have already run this. Any API that I haven't executed? Okay, network device ID, but I don't have network device ID. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's do an activity. I'll show you this activity and you will understand that how we are utilizing API to run other API. Okay, so one very important concept related to API is this, that output of one API can be input of other API, and that is called nesting. So you may have 4 instructions within one program. For example, you are running network devices API, you are getting the serial ID or device ID or UUID. That UUID or serial ID, you are using that particular output to get the information in the next API. Then again from that API, you're running that API and getting information in the next API. So first of all, APIs, they are some sort of machine instruction that machine can understand other machine, etc. The problem that we have with CLI and GUI, they need human interaction. CLI and GUI, humans are doing some configuration, and we humans, we understand the CLI commands and this GUI instruction, right? But APIs, they are not dependent like that. They can be understandable from the machine, and output of one API can be input for other API. That's the key thing we have with the API. So now you'll see that I want to, let's see what I'm telling here. So I want to run this particular API, but it is asking some serial number. What is this? Network device by serial. But I don't know that this serial number is right or wrong, because this is some old script. I simply imported in this Postman and then this some old serial number. So I want to confirm that my device having serial number, or I want to know that what serial number that my device has. So for that, what we can do, we can go to the device detail. For example, if you go here and if you go and run this API, and if we see this output, let's see if we can get the serial number from this, because this is device detail and this is something that is giving robust output related to that particular device. So let's see if it can get us the serial ID. So I can see here that some ID is there, but this is not serial ID. We have the instance UUID. Oh, yeah, here it is. See, I have serial ID. So what we have done, that we are running one particular instruction or API, and from that API, although I have big junk file, big JSON file or dump file, we are telling this, but with programming skill, we can go and filter only this part. And then we can put this in a for loop, that in for loop, we can give the condition, okay, till network switches or till the device type is 3850, run this script. So what it will do, suppose if I have 100 3850 switches, it will go and take all those serial number one by one from all those 3850 switches, and then that serial number can be, this serial number can be input for next API. So let's see where we are. Okay, here you can see the network device by serial. So instead of this serial number, I can go and put the correct serial number here. And then if I send the instruction, now we'll see that it is giving you output just for one device, right? All this information, because now we are querying with one serial number. So you can see that we got this information from other API, some device detail API, the third one. And then this information with programming skill, we filter this information. And then this information we are putting in other API. Somewhere serial number was this fourth one. And then we are getting this output. Okay, so like that, we can go and nest these API. I will show you that we have full-fledged Python integration lab. So there I will show you that. Okay. All right, so let me quickly go and complete these slides. You can go and get the UID, you can go and get the serial number, you can go and do whatever you want to do from these APIs. These slides I will share. This is just for the knowledge purpose. Now, in case you want to do the lab related to programming, related to DNA, you can see these are the open sandbox from Cisco. They are always open. You can go to this particular URL. Obviously, you have some Gmail account. You can go to this URL and then they will give you some topology. What you need to do, you can see the instruction. You have to, this is always on, so you don't need to go and do this, on or off, or you don't need any type of any connection, any connect Cisco, any connect to access this lab. These labs are always on and they will give you nice topology, what devices are there, what hosts are there. You can go and simply run all these API, you can practice. Again, all sort of information is there. Now, if you want some private lab, these are some private labs you have. And you can see these are some older DNA where you can go and practice for your exam as well. Older DNA, you don't need to spin up in your infra. You can simply go and use this link. Some other useful link about DNA lab, API overview, some documents. Okay, so you can go and check all these important documents. So far, any question you have? All right, if no question, then I'm going to show you one lab. And after that, we'll take 10-minute break. Okay. All right, so now if you go to same folder, day number 8, we'll see that I put two things there. One is DNAC DNA code, other one, actually this is one big project. This is DNAC project. This is, in this you have very complex programming that we have developed earlier. I'll show you that programming, it's very complicated. And then you can see this DNA code. This DNA code, basically all these codes taken from GitHub. So we check different GitHub pages, and from there we have copied some nice code here related to DNA. You can see the codes are there. You don't need this DLL and all, so let me delete. So I will go and show you one easy code and then we'll take break. So let's go and do I have code related to token generation? So let me search. Yeah, get token is there. Okay, open file location, get token. So let me go and click this. So whenever you are doing the testing, you need some IDE. I am preferring this Visual Studio Code. If you are doing your programming, you use this particular software. This is free, and this is actually maintained from, I think Microsoft is maintaining this particular tool. So all the time they are giving patches and updates. You can go and do n number of things from single place, So you can see this is our workplace. And if I go and scroll up here, you can see that here you can go and run your programs as well in this place. They are giving some integrations such as PowerShell, Git Bash, command prompt, Java, debug, split tunnel. You can integrate with any programming language, this particular IDE. This is really good. Not only that, what you can do on bottom, you can see here in the bottom, this green symbol here, remote connection. So if I click here, then I can go and connect with some, you can see WSLs, containers, attach containers, clone repository, debug. Means you can go and connect with any type of containers, package, etc. And you can run the script from here. Now, this is one of the feature, but there are other features as well. let me show you this. I have this remote explorer. I can go and integrate with Docker. And if I go here, dev container, and it's going on, it's try to connect. And it is showing some of the script that I have, some of the containers actually that I have. And do I have ACI, ACI Terraform, but ACI toolkit. So even you have, I think, DNAC toolkit as well. So let me click there. It's connecting. You can see in the bottom, let's try to connect with that particular container. Let's wait. Once it will get connected. I'm just showing you the feature of this particular robust IDE tool that Microsoft is developing. Although they have professional version as well, but this version they are giving to the programmer community to work on that. And our CCIE DevNet exam also using this particular IDE only in the exam. So here we are, and you can see that we are inside the container, right? And once you are in the container, I can go to the bash. You can go and see ls. Oh, do I have anything here? It's just the container, seems. And now if you have the container, if you want to clone some programs, some packages, I think you can go and clone. So if I go here to GitHub page, and if I go and search DNAC, Cisco DNAC, I should search anyways. So for example, if I go and click, I'm just showing you that how you can go and clone the packages and run. So I can go and copy this command. I can come here. You should have git install. It's cloning. Now if you go and see, so now we have this DNAC cloned here, and then I can go to basic labs and we'll see what is there in basic lab. So it is telling that you have basic lab related to get the token, get the host, network device, blah, 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 all those things, right? So before running any of this lab, you should have the environment variable set, or the variables used within these labs should be set. So let me do one thing. Let me make some more space. So what I'm telling here is this, that if you go and check lab 2.1 get network device list, and if you go here, if you see any of the program, I'll show you later on as well. So on top, you'll see in the program, it's actually got hanged, seems. Okay, we'll give some time, seems. Keep waiting. Now, this is actually genuine problem with Docker. You know, Docker can crash anytime. So if you are using Docker to run do some execution for the program and all, it is recommended that you do cloning for your database or data store attached with the Docker. So if Docker will go, still you have all your scripts, everything will be there. Okay. So Dockers can crash anytime. There is no reliability with the Docker. If we are running within some Linux or some other place, it can crash, it can reboot. What we are doing, that we are doing, we are creating some data store, and that data store will be common for all the Dockers. So next time when you run, new Docker will come, but you have your data store or volume safe. Okay, so do I have this? Let me scroll up. Let me see if we have that. Oh, we have that. Great. And basic. And so here we are. If I show you this, I don't know where is the environment variable. So let me go and check dnac.py. It's all methods it has, and then Yeah, DNAC. So here you can see that we have the environment variable set. And I don't know if you can see this properly or not. Let me make some more space. So here you can see that we have the environment variable. The good thing about this is that this is always on sandbox. So if I go and run this script, we'll get the result because this is correct. This is live in Cisco environment. So if I go and run that particular script, what was that, lab 2? Let me see. That script is lab 2.1 get network device list. So if we go and run lab 2.1, why auto completion is not working? Do we have Python here? Okay, it is there, but it's very old version. That's the problem with the Docker. The second problem, that it may have some old binaries and it built like that. Yeah. So I'll go and run this program in my main shell, and there you will understand more about this. So let me close this Docker at the moment. I don't need it. So what I will do, let me go and exit from here. I think oh no. So Docker is still running. Docker. It's not Docker. Okay. So I have terminated that. And let's go back here to should got terminated. Exit. Still it is showing up. Anyways, we'll check later. So what I will do here is this, that let's go and open our folder that we have program DNAC sample ports. Or now it is going there and connecting and checking that. Or I can do one thing. I can go to files, open folder, and show local. We'll go to the local file, and where is our training document? Oh, day 8, and then DNA code, select. So now the local folder will come. Here you have. And now from here, I want get tokens. Somewhere you have that. So where is the token? I can search as well. Token, where are you? Get site discovery, DNAC APIs, topology, report, side, all client, and where is token? So let me quickly go and check. Any path you can choose, and any way you can go and open this. There's no problem at all. So I can go and double click as well. It will open this file here. You can see it is opening. Get token. What is there? There's so many import function. I'm importing all these packages function. Here we are disabling the certificate warning, and then it is telling that, okay, you have to pass the DNA user and DNA password. Where is DNA user and password? So it is there in this particular file from env_lab. You have the URL, password, and this. So where is env lab? Here we have, oh my God. You can see information here. So because different DNA I have for lab and other practices, you can see this is the correct IP. This is the correct IP. Admin, this is the correct password. All these things are correct. So this environment variable related to DNA is correct. So now we have this small program where we are importing all this important information, negating the certificate warning. Within the HTTP method, we are passing the username and password, and this DNAC auth we are calling within the API, within the token, and then we are printing the output, printing the token. And then we are closing the main function. So this is the main function where we are calling the API. And then we have all these packages. Now these packages that you are seeing, this is something that you have to learn one time. If anything is wrong with related to these packages, anyways, this script will throw error. It will tell you certificate error, install this particular package. I am unable to generate the time, install this date, time, or time package, like that. So you will get this package warning. Don't worry about that. But this is something that you have to learn just once, because this will be common in all the program. Then you have this main function, how you're defining the main function. So you're defining the main function and then you're closing the main function. Within this main function, you can go and call n number of functions, and these functions carrying instructions, and those instructions are API instruction. So now if I want to run this, it's very easy from here. Let me go and go here. We are inside this, and what's the program? So I can go and do Python exe and then get token .py. Okay, so what error it is throwing? Where is that get token? From where it is running? I want to see. So it is actually in basic 2. So that's why. Basic 2. Oops. Where we are within DNAC, actually in this folder we have this. Within DNA we have other DNA folder, and that's why it is throwing that error. So now we are here. Now let's run that program. See, it is printing the token, right? So knowing this thing, let's pause for 10 minutes and then we'll continue the session. You have any question, please feel free to ask. Thank you. Okay, so now you can see there's a small Python program, and nowadays actually I'm focusing on Terraform, because with Terraform you can manage everything. That I told you earlier in first 30 minutes that Terraform is going to become one universal language for on-prem and cloud-hosted services like Azure, GCP, anything you can manage from Terraform. All right, Python, why we are using? Because it's really fast and it's also easy to understand. Terraform is like that only. That is also easy to understand and it's really good. Okay, so now we know this information. Now, the first few lines, you can see from line number 1 to 20, they will be common. And now let's go and check other script, that easy script only, that we can go and get the list of network devices. So let me go and check if I have DNAC site get template. I don't have any template in my DNS, so that I will not run. Which folder is this? Okay, DNAC code, basic. Let me go to basic 2. So basic is there. Okay, let me go to, my goodness. Let me go to basic 2, and within basic 2, get token. Okay, where I have get devices. There are 2 basic folder names, basic 2 and basic. Within basic, there are again so many. Oops, get token, get IP, get all devices. Okay, here. So if I go here, let me clear. So here we are. Now you can see that first few lines we are importing the packages. They're almost the same, and then from environment lab we are importing the URL, username, and password. What we want to get all the device list, and that device list we want to print in the CSV file format. Now, if you go and check, this script is little bit tricky, it's a big script. Let me try to explain this. That's the problem with a small editor. If you have big screen, that's why programmers need big screen, so you can see everything. Let me make some space here. So what we are going to do here is this. Now you can see the nesting of APIs. So we have one API. First of all, we want to get the tokens. So we'll get the token from this API. Now this particular token that we have will go and pass within other API. In that API, we are getting the list for all the devices. Now in DNA, we have one limit. That limit is called as a paging limit. That means that in DNA, if you run the API, it will go and give you result for 500 ints only. And suppose if you have 5,000 devices, then that particular API you have to run for 10 times. So that's why we are giving some offset limit that after 500, go to next page, next page, next page, till you have all the devices. So that's why we have this 500 here. So here you can see that get the device list, put this DNAC auth token here. Now, here is the Python skills that will come into the picture. That from that big output, we have seen this device list earlier. It will give you very big output that will give you device name, serial number, image, operating system details, UUID, and all those information. So what we are doing from that particular output, that is all device list, and you can see that I am printing in some nice format. Generally in Python you have this print statement, but this pprint is some like nice output it will generate. So what we are doing, that we are creating two list here. One is reachable devices, one is unreachable devices. These are the empty list that later on we'll go and fill the data within that. Now then we are putting one condition that all device list, so device within all device list, and then again we are filtering that information with the family. Family means that its family is switches, or family is router, or family is WLCs, family is firewall, etc. So we are filtering with the family, and that should be defined in the environment variable. So if you go to environment variable, you will see device family. We are mentioning switches and routers. That's the family. So it will go and take all the device family, and then from this output we are filtering only hostname and ID at the moment. Then we have condition, we are checking that it is reachable or it is unreachable. If it is reachable, then we are using one Python skill that append it. Or if it is unreachable, then again append it. And then we have these two lists defined. So in that list, it will go and add those reachable and unreachable devices. So where we are, let me go and see where we have defined this. So if I go ahead, double click, you can see reachable. Then we are printing the host name for the reachability, and unreachable. Again, you can go and print. We'll see that we are printing or not. Okay, so this is just the condition that we are checking, that from the device list, how much reachable, how much unreachable, but actual print statement, actually that condition will start from here. So now we want to print some information from that device, from that big JSON output that we have from the API. And that API is nothing but this get all device list. In that, we are taking only host name, device type, software version, means these informations we are taking, and this information you have to go and print in the Excel format. And that's why we are defining the header for the Excel like this. Okay, so this particular program is actually a mix of two program. Mix of two program means that it will go and print the output in nice table format, and then it will go and generate the CSV file and put all the variables in the CSV file as well. Both these options are here once I'll go and run this program. But your knowledge related to Python function, your knowledge related to Python append program, your knowledge related to defining the variables, defining the loops, defining the conditions, everything will be tested in this particular script, and it's only 140 line script. Okay, so let's go and run this and let's see the output, what you'll get. Is it within basic? Okay, so I have to go to basic and then Python exe. What is get all device list? If everything is correct, it will run and give you the output. So it is running. That's good news. Oops. Now you'll see that it is generating the output. And if I scroll up, you'll see first of all, it is showing this nice tabulate format. It is telling that you have switch 1, 2, and 3. Great. So we have these 3 switches, right? And because I have filtered only these, these outputs, so that's why it's showing only this. It's showing number of devices 4. Okay, anyways, I will go and check this output. I think we have 3 switch and 1 router as well, maybe, probably. We'll see that. So now you go to this particular folder, basics, and they have generated one Excel sheet. Let's see. Let me go to that folder. Basic, what was the basic one, right? Basic one. So if I go to basics, this folder, and if we go and check the, if any Excel sheet is there, Microsoft Excel is there, device report, today only it got generated. So let's go and open this. So now you can see as per our filtered output, whatever key values that we are filtering. So it is telling that what's the host name, what's the device type, the software management, serial number, managed data. It is generating the output. So this is just example, right? Because in DNA itself, you can go and export these reports. So there's no, there's no use like we are generating like this. If you go to DNA, let me show you quickly. You can go to DNA, provisioning, inventory, and you can export that in Excel sheet. But this is something that we are getting here. This is like you can use this output as an input for other functions as well. And that's the true power we have with the programming language. So if I go back here, just to show you that you have this export feature, I think DNA is logged off. Meanwhile, it is generating. So now it's time to go and check the project. Although there are n number of programs, that's just for your reference. You can go to this particular folder that I already shared with you. You can see 2 folders are there. One is DNA code, one is DNA project. You can go to DNA code, and within that you have multiple folders. You can go and check. So many different programs are there. You can go and check. Now let me go back here and let's see the project for next 15-20 minutes. So we have one project called DNA project. So what I have done here in this project, that I took major operations that we have, or major script that we have in this list, such as taking the backup, pushing the template, all those very important things, operation related things. And then I have put those information in single script. That is the DNAC project, the name of this. If you go inside this, So I created one main file. This is the main file. You can see this is very a small file, but this file is connected with config, API, util, devices, and this folder. So if I go and open this particular file, you will see this particular program. Author is unknown. This particular program is that you are importing all the packages. That's great. You are importing all the packages, but you will see that the line number 28 and 30, these are very interesting line. So in this, you are importing the package in the folder called DNAC and then template. Folder called DNAC and this particular template or this particular program. And then you are importing these things. So within DNA, I have two programs. One is template and reports. Let's see. So if I go within DNAC, this is the folder, reports and template, or maybe report one. Let me see quickly. Reports _1 and template. So reports _1, this one, and template. These two files we are using. Rest all these files I just created for backup purpose. So under DNA folder, we are going to import some functions. So again, you can see the nesting of the functions. So from this folder, from this Python program, I'm importing this. From this folder, this Python program, I'm importing this. It's like this, the programming structure. Then we are using some advanced coding. This is the main function. Main functions are actually always very small because within main functions, you have sub functions or sub modules. So within main function, we are calling CLI template and report. So what does it mean? Let me show you this. And where it, the DNAC project. Okay, so let me go back to DNAC project. I think let me go to and see where we are. DNAC over day 8. I have to go to 3 step down and then DNAC project. Here we are, and then you can see here I want to run this particular program, DNAC 1F. This program that I have created here is actually having some help function as well. Come on. Let me show this. DNA 1F help. Now you can see that how this program is working. So it is telling that this function has two switches or two options after that. One is DNA report, one is template. So likewise, I've created this program. If you want to generate some reports, you can go to this particular option. So you can go here and again, you can go and check help. What type of report you can generate from here. So you can see that you can go and take the device config backup. You can go and check the device health, any DNA issue, audit log, device list, unclaimed device, wireless health. I have added these 4 or 5 programs here within this. So now if I want to see first of all, let me show you this because just now we have checked this with some other program. So if I go and run this program, so now what it is asking, input the file name to save the data. 25th of June backup. Okay. So this is something that you have to go and give the username and password. Once you give the username and password, it is verifying that username good, password good. Now it is telling that total number of devices that we have, they are 2. Input the file. Again, it is asking file name. I already give that. And now it has saved that CSV file. Let's go to the folder and you will see that we have the new CSV file, 25 June backup. And now we can open that. It's opening. Unfortunately, at that time, you can see only one device. So it took backup only for one device, but sorry, this information for just one device it is giving. That's okay, no problem. It's okay, no problem. Now what we can do here, that is one of the one example that I have shown you, that it can go and give you the list of devices, but we have others as well. So one day-to-day activity that we are doing in the organization is to take the device configuration backup. So now you can see that I want to take the backup for all the devices that DNA is maintaining. So I can go and do this backup. Now you can see that it took the backup for these 2 devices. And now if you go here, you'll see device config folder got created. And now if you go inside that, you can see 2 devices. They are backed up. And if you go and put this configuration here, you can see this configuration. Now, this is the feature within DNA that they are masking all this certificate and password. So even if you're taking the backup, you can't see the certificate information, password information, SNMP, string information, all those things. While DNA is taking backup, they are masking. And if you see the new DNA version, what DNA is this? Let's see. 2234. This is a little bit old, but in newer version of DNA, if you go to system and settings, they have actually added this feature for backup here in this that you will not see in this version seems, but in the newer upgrade, from here itself you can go and take the device backup regularly. Okay, so these are the use cases that we are seeing here. These information, these information are generally get method. This information that we are not pushing anything, that means that we are not using the post method. So if you go and check that script, you will see that all this is using is get method, or one API is nesting to other API, and then we are getting all these informations, right? Now what I will show you is the post method. So with help of these script, even you can go and push the configuration as well. So for that, let's go and check. And you are free to check all those scripts. Few of the scripts, few of the options may not work here because we don't have wireless devices and other devices and all. But this, if you want, you can check in the always on DNA sandbox as well. What you need to do, simply you have to go and change the environment variable. That's it. If you go and change this, although you can see on top, I have given this information. So if you want to check in the sandbox, what you do, comment all these information that is actually our private lab. We need some AnyConnect connection to run this. Otherwise, if you want to use open sandboxes, these are always on. You comment these, uncomment this, and run these programs, and you can test it. There's no problem. All right, so where we are, let's go and check the second flavor that we want to push something. Let's do it. Let me see that what options I have. DNAC template. Now DNAC template, this also, when I created this program, it has multiple options. So while you are pushing the configuration, you may want to push the configuration to all the switches, or you may have list of devices and only those devices you want to push the configuration, or you may have you may want user input, like 1 or 2 device you want to push the configuration. So like that I have created this. You will see the result for this help, that you want to push the configuration to all the devices. This comment should be improved. Although I copy paste, while copy paste I give like this, but this means that you want to push the configuration to all the devices. This means that you have some notepad, and from that notepad you are giving device list as an input, and you want to push the configuration only to those devices. And this is user input. It will ask you which device you want to push the configuration. Like that, all flavors are there. So now if you go here and if I go to dynamic, and there's no help actually, you can go and run it. Okay, so because this is last. Now, before doing this, we should have some template created in DNA that we want to push. Now, if that template is not there, then it will throw error. It's telling that there is no template you want to push. Now, if you see this config file, environment file, right? So we don't have config.py, we have inv lab. So if you go here, you will see my God. Okay, I think to run this, we have some config file. Let's go and open that file. I'll show that. So within this script is actually running with DNAC project with config.py, this file. It's not running with in this. Let me close this. Config.py. My DNAC. Okay. So to run this, I should have some project and template, and then it will work. So my project name should be like this, or anything you can create. Go and remove this, and let me go and say 25 June is my project name, and the template I will go and create ACL like that. So let's go to DNA, create project and the template. So we are here. We know that how we can go and create it. We'll go to the tools. Once you're in the tools, go to the template editor. And then you can see this onboarding configuration. Okay. Add template. It's the name. 25th June. I should create project, right? And then the template. So let's go and create the project first. This is 25th of June. And then within this, let's go and add the template ACL. And then let's go and add the devices. I want routers and switches back. And then the image, we have iOS XE supported images. Add this. Now we have this blank space where we can go and put the ACL. So what ACL? IP access list a standard June ACL 10.10.10.0 0.2552525. Right. So once you have some statement, then you can go and save it and commit it. Save this. Commit this. So now we have the project. Now we have the template. Let's go to the CLI prompt and we go and reconnect to these devices. Go and reconnect to these devices. Oops. Okay. And if you check your run section access list, or maybe show IP access list, whatever command is there. So we have some ACLs, but we don't have 25th June ACL. That we want to push, and then we'll come back here and verify it. So let's go here to the script and let me go and clear this chunk. CLS. Okay, and then run this dynamic template. Now, if you are running this and if you want to check this, you should see this token. This is some sort of task ID. If you're not seeing this task ID, that means it's wrong. Now it is telling unreachable devices 0. It's not there in the list. Now you want to deploy the template. You want to start with 0 or any number of switch. Yeah, I want to start from 0. Oh my God, how this is this fast. The device system level will be deployed. So it is not actually finding any device to deploy the template. That means something is wrong in my script. You should see devices here. It is showing 0 number of devices. So let's see quickly that script itself. I will go and verify, and then we'll check that. So let's go here and let me quickly show you this script. Where is that deploy statement? So if you go and check this main file, where is this deploy is this template. So I have to go and check this template function within this script. So let's go to the folder DNA, and then you go to this template, and within this template, if you go here, you will see somewhere deploy dynamic deployment. What we are using here, we are using this device type as a key function. And if you see this config file, device type is what? Only this ISR route. That's why it is throwing error. So my device type should be switches as well. So let me comment this. And we're okay, 9300 switches I have. I should go and enable this, Control S. And now let's go and run this program one more time. It should find what devices you want to run. It will list here those devices. Otherwise, some problem. Now you can see clearly it is telling that these two devices I am able to find. You can run this template to these devices. Now I will start with 0. So now when it run this program, it's like nesting of different functions. So you can see that ACL, the template is ACL. Going to this particular device whose task ID is this, it got failed. That means that is script having some issue, that template having some issue. We'll go and check that failure. So both devices got failed. Maybe the access list configuration itself is wrong, but the good thing is this, that if you go here to duplicate, it will show you that why this is failing. So now you can go to this menu and you will see somewhere activities. Go to activities. Going to deploy ACL, you can see this. And let's see what it is telling. Invalid ACL name. The name that we are giving here is invalid. That's why it's unable to push that configuration. Okay, so what we'll do here, let's go and give some valid name. Let me go and quickly save this. Commit this. And then we can go and where is my script? Let's try to push one more time. Let's see this time what's the issue. So now the task ID, now you can see success message here, right? First device configuration successful. Second also successful. Now if you go here to the device itself, and if you go and press up arrow and enter, now you can see this ACL got created here. And here also if you go and press enter, you can see that this ACL got created, right? So successfully with a script, we have pushed this configuration within fraction of seconds. If we have hundreds of devices, no need to worry. Just run this script and it will go and push the information. Now you will see, if you try to do this task from GUI, you have to create network profile, this, select all the devices, push it, provision it, and all those story you have to do. But with a script, you can do it within few seconds, right? So I told you that multiple features we have with this is, with this script. I told you, this is one of the example. The other example, let me quickly show you that user input. So for example, you have 200 devices and you want to push the configuration only to 25 devices. So in that case, you will not use this script. You need some user input in that script. So for that, we have this script. But this script, in this script, we have to give some input devices. So now it is able to generate the ACL ID. And now let me go and give number 1. I don't want to push everywhere. So it is, so actually this script I developed with the other lab that I gave to you, where you have 1 DNA and 8 routers. So in that file that I have, the input file that I have, so if I go here, if you see the input file, oops, sorry for that. So the input file we have, where is that? Devices. You can see these devices. And if I open these devices in, oops, let me go and open this. I just wanted to show this, showing some Chrome extension. If I open, it will open in Chrome. Let me open here in Notepad. This is a text file. So now you can see here that this is the input. I don't want this input. What is my host name? So let's go and collect the host name. Oops, sorry for that, what I'm opening. So let me go and collect the host name. In the previous run, we have the host name. Now I think it got hanged again. Today's system is hanging. So I'll go and even I can go to DNA and get the host name. So let's go to DNA and okay. So I can go here So we have two host name. One is 1 and other is 2, and some dcloud, some Cisco. Let's see if it can work with this host name. So now let's go back to this place. Okay, and then up arrow, IP list. Now this is working with the user input. Now it is unable to generate the task ID. That means this host name is unable to see. I should give full host name with some other strings as well. So we'll wait. You can see unknown because unable to find this host name. I'll do one thing quickly. Once this will get completed, and while it is unable to find the host name, it is taking some time to generate. So the dynamic, I'll go just to copy the switch name, full name, host name that we have. This is the host name. Let's copy this. Let's go ahead. Let me update my file. Enter and save this. So you have these two files. Let me go and close this session with maybe 2. If I give some wrong information, it will exit. And let's see.
Yeah, you needed the fully qualified name, right?
Yeah, fully qualified. So now you can see it is generating the task ID with the name and success and success. Now let me quickly go here, and because we know that is the update. Quickly go and update this because same ACL is already there. So this time we'll go and change the name. Quickly, I'll go back and we'll run that program one more time just to make sure that the ACL it is pushing is the new. So now you will see that same it is showing because still it is going on. It's going on. It's taking some time. It's failed or something. Let's see. Oh, I have to go and give. Okay. Leave it and then let's see. It's still showing same old ACL. Now you can see update. So very quickly DNA will log in and push the configuration. It's actually with help of a script, it's very fast because APIs, they are very much connected with the devices, and APIs calls, they are very fast. They push, they get all those API methods are actually very, very fast. So within 10 to 15 minutes, you can configure thousands of devices. That is anyways not possible from the CLI and the GUI as well. All right, so this was the class related to DNA automation. Tomorrow we are going to start the SD access. Let's go back here and see the agenda. So 2 more classes are left. We have 2 classes for SD access. Tomorrow I'll go and cover the theory related to SDA, and then next Saturday will end. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Thanks for joining. Today we are in day 8. We have to understand software-defined access, how with DNA we'll go and do this deployment, how it is working. Now this is a very, it's very, very big topic, and I have one separate course for this topic only that will take maybe 15 to 20 hours. So you can understand how big this is. I'm taking training for only just for this software defined access. And let me show you this. I have a very big lab related to this SDA. And in that, you can see my topology. This is my advanced lab. This is actually very advanced lab. where you have data center, headquarter, branches, management infra, and then you are setting up the entire infra, running so many different catalyst switches and all like that. You can understand this topic is very big. It's a technology itself, and now Cisco has added so many new features in 2.3.x version of DNA. So that's why this topic is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, how we can go and explore this? So if you go and check our document site, you can see that I have uploaded the document day 9 part 1. If you go and open those documents, so let me walk you through that document. Oops, it's opening another window. So you can see that we have a C guide, and if you go through it, you'll understand that, okay, once you want to deploy the SDA, you have to go and create the IP pools. You have to go and, first of all, okay, so let me go and write it here. So, okay, we want to deploy SD access. What are the things we should go and configure? So you need to understand, first of all, overall DNA architecture, DNA design. So you should go to design, and you have to go and configure, first of all, the network hierarchy. Then you have to go and configure network setting. Then you have to go and configure IP pools. Within that, you have to go and configure the little bit of profile is that not mandatory. These are the mandatory things that you have to do, first of all, in the design section. Once you do that, then obviously you have to go to the tools and you have to discover the device. Then your DNAC should integrate it with ISE. This integration should be there. Why? Because you have to go and create the policy. You have to go and create the SG ACLs. You have to go and create the contracts in between different virtual networks. So you have to go and create the virtual network like that, Now, once you have this, once these are the prerequisite, once you have all this, then you can go and define the SD access. So once you discover the device, those devices, once you go and provision to the site or discover the devices, provision the devices to the sites. Now, once you provision the devices to the site, then you have to go and enable the fabric. So you have to go and create the fabric. Within that fabric, once you are in the fabric, you have to go and define the device role. Now, this is very, very critical thing here in the SD access, that suppose if I have one fabric, suppose this is one fabric. For example, this is San Jose. Suppose this is one of the area where we are defining the fabric, and then within this fabric, we are going and adding few of the devices. So let me go and copy. So suppose in this fabric, suppose in this fabric, you have a router, and let me use other router and switch. I want a router and switch. Do I have switch here? Okay, I don't have. Anyways, so suppose this is a router and this is switch. So in that fabric, suppose if I have 2 routers, suppose 3 routers, and 2 switches, for example, and then these switches, they are connected with some PCs, Android system. So connectivity is like this, that you have this connectivity. Okay, and now when you have your fabric and you move all your devices within the fabric, you have to go and define the device role. So one of the device will become your control plane node. Then the other device will become your border node. So this is your border node 1, and this may be your border node 2, border node 2, and then you have your edge node, say edge node 1, and then you have your edge node 2. So point here is this, that you have your border node. Border node is something that where they can go to the outside. So from border node, your traffic can go outside. So let me explain you what's the role of these devices. So role of these devices are like this, that if you want to go outside to the fabric, and outside means that you can go from one campus to one campus, or you can go from the campus to outside to access the internet. So both possibility you have to go and define within the border node. Then you have control node, where this will be the control plane for to learn all the endpoint. It's very much like Cisco ACI, where you have control plane, border, where you have control plane, data plane. So the data plane, you understand like this, that all your end system, all your host PCs, whose MAC address, obviously it is connected with Fabric Edge. This is the physical connectivity, but those information will reach to the control plane, and then control plane will go and pass that information to border node, because the actual routing is happening at the border node. Border node is someone which is responsible for having the default gateway towards the internet, or having the specific route towards one campus to other campus, where you are enabling the routing protocol such as BGP. So the protocol, now the decision of protocol, what protocols we are running now in this. So here we have to go and run LISP, locator ID separation protocol. Here in the border, you have to go and run BGP. So all the borders, you will see that BGP is enabled. And in the older version means before 2.2.2 DNA, we have a LISP and BGP and LISP, and they are running everywhere, and they are doing their route redistribution. So BGP routes or BGP endpoints BGP routes will go and exchange with LISP. LISP will go and exchange their route with BGP. Like that, they are syncing their databases. But in the newer version, in 2.3, Cisco has introduced something called LISP subscriber publisher, where you don't need all BGP everywhere, IBGP relationship everywhere. One node will become the LISP publisher. So controller node will become the LISP publisher, and the border node will become the LISP subscriber, and then publisher and subscriber, they can exchange the endpoint information and communication will happen. Okay, so if you see this document, that I have uploaded here, some 200-page document is there. First of all, what is DNA, what it can do, what's the benefit. This is little bit old document, but now you can see at present DNA is gaining the market, and in coming future you will see it will take entire campus area network. Whatever campus area network you will see DNA will get provisioned there because it is really good software. So what is SD access? You can see this diagram is little bit small. What I can do here. There are other documents as well in this share folder. Some PDFs are also there. So let's go and open the PDF. So opening and close this, and I can make this little bit big, and we can go to page number 15, 16. So if you see the DNA diagram, that diagram that was there, where was that? Okay, so let's start from here. Let's go to the, yeah, here it is. Now if you go and see this one diagram, should be there. Let's scroll slowly. So the benefit is there that you can do automation, provisioning. There's so many nice features with SD access. The point here with SD access is this, that LAN and WAN can work together. Sorry, wireless LAN and wired LAN can work together. Obviously, you can integrate with SD-WAN as well, but in that case, your border device can be dual stack device that can understand BGP and LISP, and it can become the gateway device for SD-WAN as well. So the DNA and SD-WAN integration is there as well. But within the fabric, the DNA fabric can work as your LAN, wired LAN and wireless LAN fabric. So here you can see the device role that we are discussing earlier, that you have your border devices which is there to go and exchange the routes with the outside. You have your control plane. Why you have your control plane device? Because the control plane device can go and take these routes that you have in the FE, fabric edge. These are the edge devices below, and then these edge devices below, then these edge devices, so once they have the information, they can go and exchange all those information with the border node, and then border node can go and do the communication to the outside. Like this is the diagram we have for SD access, and you know all the steps. Today I will show you the steps that you can go and follow, but this is very nice document. You can go and learn the things here, the logic, connection, everything they have excellent. Now this is the nice diagram that we can go and see, understand from this. So here you can see that you have your border node, you have your edge, that is nothing but fabric edge. In between you may have n number of devices which is working just as a transit. So you can see that you have intermediate nodes, you have your control node, you have your wireless controller, then you have your fabric border node, right? So this is the STA part. Then within DNA, we know that we have DNA controller. You may have some analytic engine, and then you can go and integrate with ISE. So this full integration is nothing but SD access, right? If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
No questions.
All right, so then how we can go and deploy it? Because the document, if you go and see, you will see that you will understand that you know all these things. So yeah, this part only you need to know, and rest of the things you know from your DNA knowledge, that how to create site, how to discover devices and all those things. So let me quickly go and walk you through this particular slide or page. So you can see here that you have the, so what happening here? Okay, I'll do one thing. Let me copy this. Can I copy this? And let's go here to our document and paste. Oops, not copying. You can't copy. Maybe from Notepad you can go and copy. This Word document. And then let's go and not this one, this one. Okay. It's not formatting, not good. Anyways, so what I'm doing here is this, that let's quickly go and check one line. So DNA controller, we know use of DNA controller. ISE, we know how it is working. Analytic engine, just to take the analogs, the analytics data. Then control plane. Now you can see the definition of control plane. Map system that manage endpoints. I told you earlier this endpoint information. Then the important part here is this border node. Border node is there for layer 3 handoffs to SD fabric. This is for L3 connection, L3 outs and all. Then you have fabric edge. Fabric edge is something, not only this fabric edge you are using to connect with the end host. This is not that task that you'll go and connect the PCs and laptops and handheld devices to these end hosts. The other task that it has, you can see these interfaces are connected. So not only you can go and connect the interfaces, but they have one more task. The task they have is this, that over these interfaces that you are connecting, you can go and define the policy. These interfaces that you are seeing here, these interfaces you can go and assign the policy 802.1x policy, some authentication template, some ISE related configuration and all. So that's why this layer will provide you security as well. Okay, so that's the use you have. And then you have the wireless LAN controllers. So your task is this, that you can go and check the document, understand, learn it. Today we are going to do the lab related to the SD access. Okay, so let's go to the lab. You can see this is very fresh lab. Nothing is here in this lab. And we'll go and build everything from scratch. Let's go to the DNA center. Let's log in here. So what we will do here, we'll go, first of all, I will show you a few of the other lab script as well. Anyways, we are recording this session, so you can watch the recording later on. Some of the tasks we are doing that we have done earlier, those tasks, but today I'm going to repeat for 5-10 minutes, and then we'll move to the SD access part. So now you can see that we have some sites already created. So I will not go to the, system design. First step is that you should have your network hierarchy created. So you can see that we have sites, site within site and all those things that we know that how to create and work on that, right? So we have this. Then next thing, you should have your network setting. So you can see that ISE is already integrated. Then you should have your device credentials like SNMP, CLI and all those things is already there. Then you should have your IP pools as well. Now this IP pool that you are seeing, DNA is not working as an IPAM. There are different IPAM solutions. DNA is not working for that. But in DNA, you can go and put those IPs, subnets and all. So DNA will tell you that this IP is in use or not. So you can go and create the IP pool, and these IP, we are using these IP or not. DNA will tell you that part only, but DNA is not working as a IPAM. So these three things you have to do before even starting the SDA. Means you have to go to design section and create all those things. Now next, you should have device. And if we go here, I can, okay, so go to inventory. If you go to inventory, you'll see that we don't have any device discovered here. None of the device. So we need some devices here. Let me see if we have any device that I can go and claim. So I can't see that any device here listed. Let's do one thing. Let's go to the tools and discovery. All discovery. So there is one device that I want to discover. Let me discover it. If this device is reachable, DNA will go and discover the device. That's the next thing that we should do. And once it will get discovered, then I have this ISR as well that I want to discover. I will show you the diagram what exactly we want to do here. So I started two discovery. One is for one of the switch and other one for ISR. So the topology here is very straightforward in this particular lab, that you have one router. So suppose this is the router in blue, and then you have your switch. So suppose this is the switch below. Now within this router and this switch, we have link connected. Now this particular switch we are going to use as all-in-one device. So this switch will go and enable the control node, the border, and you can make it an edge, even WLC controller as well. So suppose in your branch you have only one device, that device can work as an all-in-one as well. It can work as a control plus border plus edge plus wireless controller. That much capability we have in Cisco devices. Now what is happening, that the configuration that we are putting within the ISR router. So ISR router, we are creating multiple VRF and full BGP configuration within those VRF. So in future, when we'll go and create the virtual network within switch, suppose we'll go and create virtual network campus, guest, employee. So those BGP and BGP VRF configuration should be in the ISR router, because here we are doing some sort of handoff, because once we are talking about the border node, that means that border node should have L3 connectivity, right? So this border node should have a routing configuration to reach to the outside world, to reach here, right? So that's why we have some BGP configuration here, and that BGP configuration should be supported within ISR and this switch. Okay, you will understand now this thing. So we need BGP, we need LISP configuration, all those configuration we need. And good thing about DNA is this, that DNA will go and push all those configuration for us. Okay, so we'll see that. So now I have this ISR, and what about the switch? Same switch is not there. Oh, unprovisioned device is there. That should be the ISR, and should come unassigned devices. Okay, sometimes these labs are it's slow. Okay, let's go to the discovery one more time. Discovery. I can see one router. Why it is not showing in DNA inventory? Oh, now I can see it is there. Let's go and do the provisioning for the router. Go and assign this to 13. So you can see that telemetry, ISE, all those configuration will now get pushed to the router, and this is this one on top. But we need one more device, this switch, and that switch is not showing here. There is one router, but switch I'm not seeing here. Let me go and rediscover the switch one more time. And where we are in the discovery. View all discovery. It's not telling successful or failure. Okay, let's click rediscover. Start. Let's wait. Okay, so now you are seeing the phases that what exactly we want to do here. Meanwhile, this discovery is going on. Let's go back to the document and let me go and scroll down. So now we'll understand the control and the border and the edge, the role of these devices, different type of devices that is supporting the SDA fabric. Then DNA will go and push all those configuration on behalf of us. These things will happen in DNA. Then you can go and create the virtual network setting, VN settings. For security policy, you can go and create multiple virtual network, and then within those multiple virtual network, you can go and put the policies from ISE, that SG ACL policies. Then some definition, what is overlay, what is L3, what is LISP, what is VXLAN, how the LISP is working. Now, by any chance, if you are interested to learn about LISP, then I can give you one of my YouTube, oops, not list, that is LISP. I have recorded, I think, yeah, 2-hour video just how this Lisp is working behind the scene. I'll put this link in the chat window. So here you can see how Lisp work, Lisp use cases, packet walk of Lisp, Lisp configuration, Lisp verification, Lisp with Lisp, how Lisp is supporting virtualization. All those things are there in the video. If you have time, you can go and watch it. Let me put this link in the chat window. Okay, let's go back to the lab. So you can see that the device is actually not there. It should be in a ZTP in this lab, zero touch provisioning is not showing here. No problem. I have other lab. I'll go and open the other lab as well. Maybe there it is in the data stage. Let's discover one more time with new IP, and then we'll go and open the other lab where it should be there. Okay. Meanwhile, the discovery is in progress. Let me quickly pause the recording and open the other lab. So you can see that I connected to one new lab, and process will be the same that whatever we have done in the previous sessions. Let's go log into the DNA, and there in this lab we'll find one device in unclaimed status that we need to go and claim it. So let's go to DNA Center. We are here. Not seeing anything here. Okay, so in the lab, actually, there is one unclaimed device. So let me quickly draw the topology because that is there in my other lab. So I can open that and I'll show you that. So now you can see that we have the site, we have network setting, we have IP pools, everything is there. And then you can go and discover one of the ISR device. And then there is one unclaimed device that I need to go and claim, and then I need to provision it. So that you are not seeing here in this dashboard, but it is there. That means that we are going to follow this topology that you are seeing here. This is the topology that we are going to utilize. Once we have this switch and then ISR, then I will show you that how you can go and assign the different roles and you can enable the SD access. Okay, so we are going to do that. You have any question? Okay, so
No,
we can stop here. Now the lab that I have booked, I don't know how long it will go. Again, I have to go and provision everything. Okay, no problem. I will, before starting the class, up to this point of configuration, I will do everything and then we'll do the verification. Okay.
okay.
All right, everyone. Thank you. I'll go and upload this recording.
Okay, then. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. We are in day number 9, and today we are going to learn about SDA part 2. So what we have done in previous class that we have one ISR router where we have done the configuration related to BGP. And then we have one switch here. You can see there's this directly connected switch, Catalyst 9300, where we have created this FIAB. FIAB means fabric in a box. This particular switch is working as control, border, and fabric edge. All the you can say all the roles we have assigned to one of the switch, and it is working as all-in-one type of switch. We have all the fabric rules to this particular switch. So till that part we have done. Today what we want to do, we'll continue from here. So what we'll do, we'll go and see the CLI configuration on this ISR, and then we'll go and see the configuration related to the FIAB. So when you go and push the configuration on the switch, and then we'll go and see the BGP and LISP configuration. All those configuration we'll see, and then slowly we'll move on. We'll go and check the. So let's see. We'll go and check the CLI configuration that will be pushed via DNAC, and then we'll go and check the ISE and DNAC integration. Then we'll go and create the policy in between the. Actually, you have to go and create the policy from DNA, and it will be pushed to ISE. And then we'll go and check the virtual network settings, how we can go and create. And then we'll go and check the wireless piece. So these are the tasks that we have that we want to check today related to our SDA integration in this particular lab. Okay, so let's go to the DNA. First, let's go to DNA and how you can go and reach to the fabric. So what you need to do, that you can go and click here. You can see provisioning. In the provisioning itself, you can see the virtual network, fabric, and transit. So you can go to the fabric site, and we have one site, San Jose 13, where we have this device provision. So last class we have done the provisioning for this particular device, and then you can see that we have ISR as well. This is the external device that is connected with this switch. Generally this device is termed as a fusion router. So now if you go and check the CLI configuration, let me try to reconnect to this and the. So here we are, and the FIAB switch. So now you will see the LISP configuration, because this is working as a control plane. So you can see the LISP configuration as well. And let me log in from the local system, because here I can see it's a little bit difficult to see that. So we are here. Let me check the properties. What are the credentials we have? SSH, okay, they should connect. Let me try to reconnect. Let me go and disconnect from here. Disconnect. Oops. And what is the IP for this ISR? 198.183.145. So let's see. Okay. Okay. sure. So this is the ISR router. So how the connectivity, you know that you have one fusion router, and then that fusion router is connected with the FIAB switch. So you have this ISR router, and that ISR router is connected with one of the switch below, where we have assigned all those roles. So what roles we have assigned? We have assigned the role of control plane, border node, and the fabric node, or the edge node. So it has all these three roles, and then we have connectivity here. Oops. And then we have connectivity here. So the connectivity is like this, that over the interfaces, you have created all the VRF, all three VRF you have here, and you have all three VNs associated with VRF here as well. So what I'm telling, that if you go and check the BGP, you will see that in this router, in ISR router, we have VRF campus, we have VRF guest, like that we have created in our configuration, campus and guest. Apart from that, you may have one VRF that will be by default there, that is infra VN, that is actually for wireless APs. So these VRFs are there, and if you go further and see show IP BGP all summary, that means you can see that over ISR router also you have some VNs created, the BGP configuration, and then you have this iBGP, or not iBGP, but eBGP relationship within the VRF, within the address family, which is up and running. So till this we have done in our previous session. And if I can go and log into this switch, so let me go try to log into this switch. If I can have one more session to ISL, let me try. And I will log in from here to the switch. SSH net admin, where is the IP of switch? 198.1.8 what is that? 18.128.22. Okay. So we are in the switch as well, you can see, and this, if you go and check BGP configuration, you will see that we haven't done any CLI configuration, but this configuration pushed via the DNA to the device. So we have one neighbor. This also, this is part of normal IP v4, and you can see here 100.126.1.1, 100.126.1. Who is the neighbor? 1.2, that's right, and then 1.6 and 1.10. So here you can see 1.1, 1.5, 1. So all three neighbors, they are up and running in between this. So now we have the BGP relationship in between this ISR router, which is working as a fusion router, and then we have the BGP relationship in between them, right? So this part we have full integration. Now we can go further and do any type of you can say any type of fabric related configurations we can do. Okay, so let's go back to DNA. And what is our agenda now to perform which type of task? So we will go, and first of all we'll go and check the, let's see, the agenda that we heard. So CLI configuration, you have done this check, right? So you have checked this and you have checked the LISP. Have you checked the LISP configuration? Yes, you can go to this switch and you can run this command, show run section LISP. So now you can see this big Lisp configuration where you have the ITR and ETR and PTR, all those configured. And what is the, you can see ETR, this is something external tunnel router, and then you have something called internal tunnel router, like that. ITR, ETR, these are some Lisp terms. If you go and watch my YouTube video, I have done this configuration via CLI within 3-4 routers and explain that how Lisp is working and the flow and all those things. Now you can see here that while doing this configuration, Lisp is assigning some sort of IDs as well. You can see instance IDs as well, instance IDs as well. So can we go and see these IDs? What does it mean of these IDs? So if you go back to the DNA, and if you go to the provisioning and the fabric sites, if you see here provisioning and virtual network. Now, one thing is very important in this particular version that we are running, and maybe you will also use the same version, 2.3, right? I think 2.3 is there in CCIE latest exam as well. So 2.3, if you come here, what you have to do, that on top you can see this preview. You just click and change the preview. This is the new preview that Cisco has added in this version. And now you will see that preview will get changed. Once you are in the virtual network, you go and click this layer 3. And once you're in the layer 3, you can see this VNID, layer 3 VNID. These are actually Lisp mapped VNID. So what does it mean? If you go back here, you can see this VNIDs, you can see this Lisp IDs 4099, 4100, 4099, 4100, then 4097 and 8188, 8189. So like that you can see 4099. You don't have 81 and others, but yeah, campus default, whatever VRF is there, Lisp ID got generated. Not only this, but you can check layer 2 VNID as well. So now you can see some layer 2 VNID is there in this Lisp configuration related to 8188, 8188, 8188. You may thinking why this is 2-3 times, because it may be configured to different branches. So different branches may have campus VRF, may have different VRF. So that's why it is showing 2-3 times. But here it will show you only one time because this is global configuration. And when you have to go and assign the pool, you have to go and create the Anycast gateway. Okay, I will show you that later on. So those VNID you can go and verify from the Lisp configuration. And I think we have this output as will show Lisp instance ID and then 4099, and then Ethernet you can go and check, IPv4 you can go and check, and you can go and check the detail, you know, like this. What is the RLOC, ETR locator, like that, it will give you the detail. That means the behind the scene that DNA is doing lot many things for us that we can go and check from the CLI, but we don't have to run this. If you know this configuration, these are well and good. Otherwise, it's okay, right? So now next what we want to do. So once you do this CLI check, then we'll go and check the ISE and DNAC integration. So let's quickly go and verify that. So from where you can go and check that, you have to go to the DNA and you should go to the system and system settings. And if I scroll down, somewhere you will see authentication and authorization type of authentication and policy services servers. If you click here, Now you can see that we have ISE integration, and once you have this integration, so it's very important to understand that once you do the integration between the DNA and the ISE, so suppose I have my DNA and suppose I have my ISE, after that, you know that prerequisite within the ISE that you should have pixie grid enable. So I have my DNAC should be pixie grid enable between DNAC and ISE, and we have our ISE. So what will happen that whatever policies that we have related to group as ACLs, scalability group, and all those things, it should be migrated. Actually, there is two-way communication. First of all those ACLs that you have earlier created in ISE, it should go and configured in DNA, and then later on. So this will be phase number 1. In phase number 2, later after the integration, if you go and create anything in the DNA, it will get pushed to ISE, and in terms of trust-sec policies and all, your ISE will work in read-only mode. So what I'm telling here is this, that if you go to DNA, in the policy section of DNA, so let's go to policy, click anywhere like group-based ACLs. So on top you will see one red button. It will tell you to do the migration of a scalability group and all. So if you go and click to the scalability group, there is no group. Wow, nothing is there. It is showing 2 groups. No matching records. Okay, no problem. We'll go and create. Let's go to the ISE. Okay, let's go to the security group. You can see this behind the scene. I need to clear this screen. So in the security group, you can see account, contractor, developer, etc., etc. Right now, if you go to ISE, and if you go to close this. Now, if you go to the trust-sec policy, so here we are in trust-sec. If you click there, see, Cisco DNA Center is managing trust-sec security, SDACLs and egress policy. Those screens are read-only. You can see ICE is telling that everything related to trust-sec is in read-only, because who has the primary authority to do this? DNA. From DNA, you have to go and create these contracts and groups and all those things, because it is working as a primary server. So now what we need to do here is this, that the lab that we have actually here. So it is connected with some PC as well. So I have to go and do RDP to the system, any of the client, and then we will go and enable the interfaces. These interfaces links are there. And then we have to go and check this gig 1001. You can see 103. Actually, they are connected with some PC, say PC1, PC2. So we have to go and enable the interfaces here. We'll RDP to these devices, and then we will see that how this I policy is applicable to those devices, right? So let me RDP to the client machine, and then we will go and check that. So let me RDP, and then I will open the session here. One second, I'm trying to do the RDP, and let me get that system here in the system here. I'm RDPing to one of the client. So you'll see that we'll RDP, and once we do the RDP, then there are actually in this lab some NICs are there. So if you go and enable the NICs, then you can go and try to connect with the client. In that case, those clients will get some IP, and via those IPs, there are some users as well. We can go and connect to the network, and then we can go and check the live logs in the ISE. So I have connected, and you can see interfaces are up. That means they should get some IP. We'll verify. We'll go and check the logs as well. Now you can see that this network is down. You can see we are getting this campus and all this, the wireless setting. Later on, we'll go and enable the wireless setting, but I don't want wireless. So let's go and check the setting here. The wired setting. You can see authentication is failed. That's why it is not working. So let's do one thing. Let's go and enable these interfaces one by one. So here we are. We can go to this virtual link. It will come. Yeah. So let me go and disable this. Disconnect. Now we are connected with one of the LAN interface. Let me go and disconnect all this. So let me go and enable one by one. So we are enabling this. We'll go here. You can see they are trying to connect. Let's wait for this connection. And now if we go here to ISE, and if you go to the operation and live logs. So today's timestamp, we will go and see the authentication. This is Cisco switch, not mine. We'll go and see the client authentication with some username and the password. So let's try that. It's able to connect to the internet as well. So let's go here. Go here. Go to properties. And let's go to the authentication. So now you will see that if you go and enable this authentication, and if you have 802.1x configured, then you can go and see this configuration over the interfaces. So which interface it is connected? Let's see. So IP interface brief. There are two interfaces you can see in the diagram. We have 101 and 102 that is connected with host. Let's see. So now you can see that at the moment we have created the policy from the DNA, they have pushed this 802.1x configuration as well, which authentication in the closed mode. So what does it mean? If you go here and which floor is this? I don't know. I'll show you that. If you go here, should go to the floor. Let's go to the floor where exactly we have that particular router or switch. Let me go one step back. Let's go back and go to the fabric site. So we'll go to the fabric sites. Once we are here in the fabric site, we'll go to here. Go here. reach out to that fabric. Now you can see authentication template. See, closed. Right. So because this template is there pushed from DNA, that's why in the CLI over the interface, you are seeing this. Okay. So this 802.1x in closed mode is pushed. That means that when we are doing the authentication from the client in the RDP session where, yeah, so here, so you have to go and provide the client access here, verify the server identifier. So you should have some validated user. That validated user should go and give you the credential to log in here. If you have certificate, then you can go and enable these certificates. Otherwise, you can go simply, you can go simply and do the configuration. So you can go to the additional setting. And now if you have users, you can go and enable this. So I'm not getting this option to save credentials, enable sign in. 1 second, let's see. So here you can see clearly from the PC side that we want to enable the 802.1x authentication, right? So if you want to enable the 802.1 authentication, then you have to go and give the credential for the users. So if you go to the settings, the additional setting, and you can specify the authentication, user authentication, and if you have the user credentials, you can go and give. So we have few user that is part of Active Directory. We will see that. Emilia, okay, let's go and check first of all. So if you go to the ISE, and let me open one more session. So we are in the ISE and it's loading. So once you are here, you can go and click here and you can go to the administration and you will see some external integration. So identity management and external identity source. If you go here, Active Directory, you should have Active Directory integration that we are not here. So that means these users will not work until unless we'll go and join the Active Directory. So VeloCloud, cisco.com. Let's see. It will ask you the username and the password. Active username, administrator. And the Cisco 12345. It got failed. I think this is not the correct username and the password. Let me try admin or maybe net admin. Okay, so let me try net admin. I don't have the username and password. Let's try to rejoin this. Okay, net admin. Okay, so last try I will do. I will try with admin once and we'll see. Okay, admin. Oh, so you can see admin was the username and the password. Now you can see that we are here. Once you are here, then you can see on top test users, right? So you do one thing. Let's go scroll up. Groups. So from here you can go to groups, add, select groups from directory, add groups. Okay, let's go and add from the directory. And once you are here, you can see asterisk, asterisk, retrieve the groups. So now you will see that all sort of groups, guest users, and you can see work group. So let me go and add everything first of all. Then I will show you why we are adding everything and checking. This is actually a small AD directory where we can go and add everything, but in the production you may go and filter selective things and go and add. So we have added everything here. So now we can go and simply go and check that the user is part of administration, or it's a part of guest, or it's part of maybe users, or it's part of employee and all. So let's go back here. Let's go to top. And now what you can do, that you can go and click test users. And what's the username and password? So let's see the username. Suppose if I have Emilia Johnson is a part of HR actually. And the password, you know the password, Cisco 12345. And if you go and test it, let's see if this user is there or not. So you can see it's failed. No such user. Let me go and check if we have James Bird. So authentication is failing. If authentication will get failed, obviously the authorization is also will get failed. Let me check the user from other branch. So maybe let's see. Let's change the method. It's failing. I think these users are no more there. So that's why they are failing. But what we can do here, that we can go to the group here, and we can go and select, oh, these are the built-in users. So let's see if we have employees in this. Administrators is all are built-in, save guest built-in. So to do user authentication, let's go here. And you can see account. Oh, so you see here, we have these users, and they are added here as normal users, right? That means they are, you know this part, right? This is how the ISE is working. So you can go and add the users that is part of ISE, and you may have users that you are borrowing from the AD, Active Directory. So the user that I was testing, they are not part of Active Directory. They are part of ISE internal users or ISE users. Okay, but these users that we have here, either HR1 or HR2, etc., these users should be in the policy, right? So what I'm telling here is this, that if you go to the policy group. So if we go to the, not policy element, we should go to the policy group. But anyways, I'll show you some authorization profile and then we'll go to the policy group. So these users, they must be part of any of these authorization profile. And then if you go to the policy set and the policy that we have within the default, you can see so many hits are there. So if you go to authentication and authorization policy, so we have policy related to MAB and the 802.1x. Actually, we are looking for this section where all users ID stores. Okay, all user ID stores. So those users should be part of this sequence, all user ID stores. So what does it means? That once you are here in this section, and if you go to identity source sequences, all user ID stores, if you go and click this, and if I scroll down, you can see internal endpoint DCloud. You can see available are these. This is not available. We should have this also. Oh, available selected. Okay. For succeed. I'll do one thing. I'll move everything to this. So all these are selected, means if the user will be part of any of these, they will get authenticated. Okay, so now we are done with the ISE part. Let's go to the this place, and we know that there are some users called HR1 and account 1, etc., etc. So HR1, we are enabling the 802.1x authentication. Okay, so now click OK. Okay. So now this is authenticating, and this log actually you can see here in the session got timed out to the switch. Show authentication session interface gig 101 details. So if the authentication is successful, it will tell you something called success here. Now it is client, guest, why it is authenticating in guest and closed map, etc., etc., etc. Authentication is successful. We will check that. So then you can come to the live logs, operations, live logs, yeah, live logs. And if HR1, just now what we have put HR1, you should see some HR1 here, which is not coming at the moment. But let's go here and let's do this thing. Refresh after every 3 seconds and within 60 seconds. If any new log will come, it will hit here. Last 50 records. Let's give 5 minutes. First of all, it is telling that some switch is there which has some untrust endpoint. So if we go, oops, not here, that is for live logs. Let's go for live logs. Should be like this. Okay. So 3 seconds, 50 records, 5. Okay, that's fine. So if you go here, finally, administration and network devices, somewhere you will see network resources, network devices. So network devices, you should have that switch also. Yeah, this is there, added here in this FIAB cloud, and they should have the radius that is correct. So everything is actually set from the ISE perspective. Trust settings and all settings are there. So we are good from the ISE side. And if the user will get authenticated, it should show you that. We'll see that. And you will see everywhere, those things everywhere. MAB, actually it is getting authenticated with the MAC address, not with the user name and the password. So let's go back here. Somehow this HR1 is unable to authenticate. So let's go and try one more time and then we'll move on. So we'll go to authentication, we'll go to advanced setting, we'll go to user and replace the credential. This time we'll go and give the user which is there. The internal user, where are you? Identities. Okay, so Grace Smith is there, accounting. And when you are creating these users, that if it is created earlier, then enable and disable account. Okay, so time is there in this account. That's great. Go to the live logs. Yes, and give the password. Okay, and okay. They are trying to do the authentication, but somehow it's not getting authenticated because of some issue, maybe some network issue, something undefined network, right? But if I go here and go here and remove this, okay. Let's see how this authentication will work. Once we'll go and remove this. And we'll go back here and let's see, IP config/all. So is it getting some IP? It's getting 199.0.20. You can go and check the status is okay, details. So that's management IP. Let's do one thing, disable. It's a little bit slower, it will come up. Oh, reconnect. After disabling, it is gone. Let me go and reconnect that particular client one more time via the session. It will come. We have 4 clients. So if one client is not there, we can go and log into other clients as well. And we'll see. It's coming up. Okay. Let's go and check. Let's go to properties. Authentication. That's okay. I don't want to do that. Google.com. Google.com. This client don't have any network. We'll wait for a few seconds. And while we are waiting, I should go and see the logs. So at the moment, no logs for the client because none of the authentication is happening behind the scene. We can wait for a few more seconds. And then we'll continue. Meanwhile, behind the scene, I'll go and reboot that particular system. And you can come here and you can see this link. Let's go and enable this link here. Once you enable it, should get something in the NIC. Yeah, authentication fail, no problem. We want to make this authentication fail. We want that. So we can generate more and more logs. You'll see at the moment they'll get network, the network status will get changed. Oops. More second, just taking some time. Undefined network, but it's okay. Is my now you can see that it got one network. You can see here the domain dcloud.cisco.com. And if you go here and check the properties, not like this, like if you go here and check the properties status, yes. So you'll see that it has some IP 199.0.21 and IP config/all. What's the gateway? 100.99.0.1. And now we'll go to the log. Now you can see that 21 getting some authentication. If we go and check the details, so let's see, the authentication is successful. This is workstation with the map authentication and trusted redirect. Why? Because this is working as a guest. I will show you that guest policy. And this is internal endpoint. The authorization policy will happen with the internal endpoint. I will go and check the policy related to authorization as well. So let's see. Cisco, CTS pack is there, MAB is there. So MAB is the authentication, and where it is, yeah, see, the guest tag is guest, and this is the redirect, ACL web auth redirect. So that means that if we go back here, and if you go and open any of the website, go and close this. Come on, some script is there which is randomly generating the traffic. I should go and stop that. So it is redirecting towards the ISE, where I suppose if you go and give the come on, let me go and stop the script. Guest, allow me to write. 1 second, let me go and stop everything. I'm generating so much of log. Okay, let's open the Chrome. It's a little bit slow. I'm unable to open this Chrome. Come on. In this script, these sites will get open and sleep for 5 seconds. From this particular I hope that you can understand these things, right? It's just the authentication behind the scene that is happening here. So it will go and open these sites continuously. This script is running with Python script in the environment. Now this Chrome is not opening. So do we have any other Mozilla or something? Let me quickly check. Okay. Let's go and try to. Okay, so the policy seems only related to the Chrome. So what I'm telling here is this: the authentication is there, which is going on continuously. And if you go back to the policy, there are guest policy created from ISE to this, and you can go and check this work center, and somewhere you will see the policy segment for the guest policy set. Authentication was happening. Let's go to the authorization policy, and wired guest flow. This is the policy. Should be get hit. And likewise, you can go and check their authorization profile. You'll come to know that exactly what is happening from ISE to here. So if I can see this authorization portals and components and self-registered portal, and then there you will see a list of different type of policies that is getting hit there. Okay, so you can go and explore on this. All right, so let's continue. So far, if you have any doubt, please feel free to ask. This is normal ISE and DNA integration, and then DNAC push.
Just a quick question though. So this DNA, is it part of CCIE syllabus?
This version is part of new CCIE syllabus.
Okay.
Cisco has updated the version, and this is your lab. So next class on means once we'll start routing switching, we have to work in this. And in DNA, they have added this new 2.3. So whatever version we are working here, the same you have in your exam.
Okay.
Same GUI, same thing is there in the exam. Okay. Right, great. So what we have done that we have checked the authentication policies within ISE and how it is configured and all. Let's quickly go and check the policy within the DNA. Within the DNA means that you have one extra setting called the policy. So once you go to the policy, once you come here, if you go to the contracts, security groups, policies, see on top, whenever I'm clicking, it is telling a group-based access configuration, policy setting, analytics settings. So DNA, what is configured here? So DNA is working as a primary and ICE is working on read-only mode. So if you have to create the policy, you can come here. Now you will see the capability that whatever security groups we have, security groups like account and HR and etc., you will see all those security groups in the work center, in the TrustSec, and in the components. If you go there, you'll see account, auditor, BOID, contractor, all those things should have account, BYD, contractor, everything is there. So if you go and create anything here, it will be reflected in the ISE. So if I go and create one security group, today class, you can see the tag is 18. The virtual network default is default VN. If we save this, today's class, so today's class will be somewhere created in the bottom or somewhere with tagging 18. Today, see, today class 18. Now if you go here to the ISE and if you refresh the page, you can see now 18 become 19. Why? Because you will see that tag somewhere bottom. Created where? You have created from DNA and it is reflecting here, right? So likewise, your DNA is primary. Whatever things you will go and create from your DNA, it will show you here. Okay, so now we want to create one policy just to show you that, okay, two different departments. So for example, I want to create policy between account and HR. And then in this policy, I don't want that account team having same IP with the HR team having same IP, they should communicate. So you can go and click here. Once you go, it will ask you the contract. By default, it is enable. So we'll go here, we'll change the contact, we'll do deny IP, allow web, allow DNS. Like that, you have some inbuilt contact, or on top you can see create contract. We can create the contract as well. So let's go and create one. Say deny HR to account. Now in this contract, what you want? Action, deny, application. You have these applications, or I want deny IP. So what type of IP, server, RIP, ping? Simply if we deny without any application, so it will go and deny everything. Logging enable, yes. Now you can see the source destination. It depends that what type of services you are putting. According to that, you can go and fill this. So here I can see clearly it is not saving because seems we have to go and give the applications as well. And any application we have IPv4 ISO IP is there. One second, let me quickly check that in the inbuilt contract. If you go and open this, so deny means simply deny, seems everything will get denied. There is no specification related to the contact, no problem. Let's go and check the DNS, some of the contacts. So in DNS, permit, DHCP, UDP, destination, port, like that you can go and create, right? So I just wanted to create one policy that will go and deny. If you go and give deny HR to account, that means it will go and deny everything. Why it is not giving me option to create this, save this policy? It's strange. Okay, but we'll do that. Deny TCP, source destination any. So you have to specify these, and default action deny, logging is on 7. So now you can see that we have created our own policy contract actually. And if we click save, now you will see that a red tab will be created, a button type icon will be created here. So it is telling, because this is custom made, that's why this gray type of color created here. Now if we go and create one more, for example, in the same line, because it's like something that you need more space to see these boxes. So suppose here itself, if I go and create the policy in between account and account, and between account and account, I want to permit. Default is permit only, but again, we'll go and give permit. The default policy that we have, then it will show you green. Now account and bring your own device. Suppose this, I want to deny. So this will become red, right? And if we want to change the contract, you can go here and change the contract and become red, right? So likewise, you can go and create the policies. Once you will go and create the policy such as like this, then obviously what will be the changes? Lose the connectivity. One second, let me go and connect this. SSH. So we can go and see. Oh, it's net admin, not admin. So the username is net admin. And then the password. And we can go and check the role-based permissions. So we have these permissions that is dynamically allocated. And now we can go and check show authentication sessions. So you will see that this interface map is passed, there is other client connected over this interface which is not passed. We'll see that. We'll go and enable the wireless as well, and we'll get and check. So things are working in both sides. How we can create the policy also, we understood that part as well, right? So this, till this point, you have any problem, you can ask. Is it okay? Yeah, you need to watch this recording, because if you do not understand much about ISE and this and that, so pieces are there which is mixed here in DNAC. Now let's go and check this virtual network. I'll come to this virtual network setting. Actually, this is something that you have to go here to provisioning, and within provisioning you can go to virtual network. And you can go and create the virtual network here. Say I can click here and I can create a virtual network. For example, I'll go and create one virtual network for contractors. Next. This virtual network will go and assign to the site San Jose 13. We'll go next. We'll leave everything as it is. Now, let's go back to the virtual network. So globally, you have created one virtual network whose name is contractor. There it is.
Okay, virtual network means via ref, like a via ref?
VRF, yeah. Like
okay, perfect.
So I am not seeing that where it is. Contractor, campus, guest, everything is there. What happened to contractor? So you will see this within this filter. Campus, I don't have. What happened to that? Let's go back and see. So global level, I have created one L3 contractors, for example, and next I'll go and assign to the site this local exit. No, I don't want this multi-site remote border. Next. So let's begin deploying your layer 3. Okay. So I will deploy with the virtual network. It's not giving me option to create it, the contractor. The VN contractor. I don't want any of these. Exit. In progress. Okay. 1 second. Let's go back to the virtual network. So wait here. 5 is there already. There is some reason that is not creating the contractor. We'll see that in 2 minutes. So everything is fine here. There is no problem. Let's go back here to DNA. Do not show me this. Okay, let me give some other name, maybe outside users. I don't want to create two, I just want to create one. Let's continue. So here we are, and fabric side, no, select the fabric. So layer 3 only to this. So now you can see that we have outside users associated L3VN is in this site, and this has local exit. You can see this status is green, deploy. And now it is telling that it is done. You can go and see, but I'm not seeing anything here. Okay, 1 second. I think I need to refresh the pages and all. Not showing anything here while creating. It's a problem with DNA. Some bug is there. Always you have some problem with DNA. So let's do one thing. Let's go back here to the provisioning, to the inventory. Let's go here to the device action, provision it one more time. Okay, so what I have done, I provisioned the device. So if anything is there, it will clear it out. Any bug, anything. And later on, we'll go and check that to be in. Okay. So what we can do now, let's continue our discussion. And this time, I want to show you this wireless as well. So if you see the agenda here, that wireless piece. So let's quickly go and create one wireless and then check that how we can go and enable and push to the device. So if you go to wireless, remember last time we have created some SSID. So likewise, we'll go and create some SSID. On top, you can go and click enterprise. We'll go and give some name to SSID. For example, this is a FIAB Wi-Fi campus. These things we know from our early discussions. So I will quickly pass this, but we have to go and give the ISE information. We'll go next. These things we know that is there. Let's go and connect the wireless profile. Once you go and connect the wireless profile, you have option that you can go and give some sort of interface. Next, but we'll leave everything with the management. So done. So we created one. Oops. Come on. Let's go back to the setting. We'll go and create one more. Guest, for guest, right? Last time also we created for guest. FIAB Wi-Fi. Just give any name. Now you know that things will get changed. We have discussed this earlier. And then you have to go and give the, you have to go and integrate with ISE or AAA. Then self-registered and all those things. Then it will redirect towards the portal. Associated associated, go next. Now whatever we'll go and create here, SDA DNAC, it will be created within the ISE as well, right? So this will go and sync within the ISE. So if I go here to ISE, and if you go here to the policy section, policy set, actually you should go and check the authorization profile, but anyways I'll show you in the reverse direction. We'll go and see the authorization policy first, and then we'll go and check the authorization profile. So guest is there, no problem. Let's go back here to DNA. Next. Now it is creating the SSID. Oops. Here we are, ISE. Okay, here we are. So you should see that policy here related to wireless, and there are already policies that is created. So we are not sure that which particular policy is this, but if you go back to the trustsec, and here also you have policy set. It will tell you that this policy, see SDA DNAC. We have given this name SDA DNAC. So these two policies, see our name FI Wi-Fi guest, SDA DNAC profile. We haven't created this SDA DNAC pro. These two policies will have been pushed from the DNA to ISE. All right, so what we have, that we have the policies for enterprise and guest. Now these should be pushed to the device. So what does it mean? Now if you go back here to the provisioning, to the fabric sites, what you need to do, that we have one device in one of the fabric sites, San Jose 13, that is working as a FIAB. This we want to add one more role here for wireless LAN controller as well. So you can click here, bottom you can see that you have this role as well. Just click enable. Now we don't have the image. Wow. So if we go and upload the image, it will take 25 minutes. And I don't have image here in this folder, unfortunately, but I have in other folder. I don't have image in this. Okay, anyways, no problem. But you can see I need some CCIE account to log in, and I don't have image file here. But if you have image file, I have image in my other folder. So what I will do, that wireless piece, I will upload the recording. I have 4-minute recording. Once I have created some recorded session, let me show you that how it is. One second. Wireless controller. It is taking us to 25 minutes. So see, we are here at this stage. Wireless. One second. I think this is. You understood that point, right? That it will take some 15-20 minutes to import the image and then this will become green. Where I have imported the image, let me quickly see that. Okay, creating the profile, creating the profile, creating the profile. Creating the guest. Now creating this. Okay, embed wireless
Nice.
on FIAB.
You-
1 second, just 1 second.
You will provide access to this recording to us, this file. You will put it then in our
Yeah, this I
SharePoint
will
site?
put here. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
the
With
Google
this
Doc.
recording itself, I will add. So the uploaded file, you will see this page, and then you will see that importing the image. I just forgot to put the image file here in this folder, but you can see this import. Now, once you import this, it will say it will take 25 to 30 minutes. It will get imported, it will get activated, activated, and then once you are done, so this part will be done. This was the last video for the SD access. Okay, so yes, I will with this recording itself, once we reach here, you will see that after this point, that file will be there. Okay, you import and rest everything will be added, means it will done, push to the inventory. Okay. All right, so this way we can go and do the wireless integration as well. All right, so far we have done all the necessary steps to bring up all the devices in the fabric. We have one more device in one of the branch, that is branch FIAB, where we have to go and enable the embedded wireless feature. So let's do this task. Let's go to the DNS Center. Once you are here, you can go to the fabric. So provisioning and the fabric sites. And once we are inside the fabric sites, then we can go to the branch where we have one of the device FIAB, that we want to configure this as an embedded wireless controller as well. Now it is telling that the image that we want to enable, we have image warning. It is telling that the software image is necessary for tuning the capability. Click OK to import the image. So it is telling to import the image. Now if you have image on these locations, you can go and provide the location. Otherwise, in my case, I have here in the server, so I can go and import this. Now activate image after import. So check mark this, imported. Now this process will take some 20 to 25 minutes. The image will get imported, it will get activated, and then we have our wireless capability inside the FIAB will get enabled. So let's pause for at least 15 minutes, and then when everything is done, like image import will done and the activation will done, then we'll go and resume the recording. So here you can see after 15 minutes of time, the image imported successfully, but the activation is in progress. So this progress line is going on. Let's wait for a few more minutes. And once this part will be done, I'll come back and we'll proceed from here. Now you can see that image import successful and activation successful. Now let's go next, and then we can go next. And here you can see the summary that whatever profile we have created, it will get pushed to this particular FIAB. So now we have one device which having role of border, control, edge, and then now the WLC. And this way the provisioning will be done, and then once you go and check, log into this particular device, you can see all those configuration. All right, so let's just stop here. Thanks for joining. Today we have a DNA scripting session. Today we have day number 10. And today we are going to learn all these scripts. Some of the script I have developed, and I'm going to share those scripts with you. Apart from that, we'll go and run the Aura report as well. Aura report is something like a readiness report. The DNA is ready to upgrade or not, or is ready to do some feature update in the DNA. So those things we have in this Aura report. So step by step, we'll go and understand those things. So let's, first of all, let's go and check this API thing. We have this small document, 50 slides document, where it will tell you that in DNA we have intent-based APIs. And if you go and see the evolution of API, you will find that we have started with CLI, command line interfaces. Then we move to GUI, and now we have API. So we have started with CLI. Then after some point of time, you have seen GUI. Why GUI become popular? Because if you go and check security devices, security appliances, it's very difficult to do the configuration with respect to CLI, because those security appliances, they have n number of lines of configuration. And if you do via CLI, that is not that much efficient, and someone has to memorize all those CLI commands. Then we have GUI. Even in DNA, you can see with DNA, we can do multiple things. If we have to do all these things from CLI, it will be very difficult. So that's why we have the evolution of GUI. But all these SDN framework, they are coming with some programming interfaces. And they are API aware, application programming interface. So what is API? If you go and check the definition of API, it will tell you that it's machine-to-machine language. Like one machine can run the program to other machine, like human interventions are not that much required. If we go and do some sort of automation, embed our automation script with APIs, so it will be very much machine-to-machine interaction. Although if you see this GUI and CLI, they are very much a human-to-machine interaction. CLI is little bit closer to the human-to-machine. It's little bit closer to the hardware. Rather than this GUI, you have to go and do some instruction with GUI. So that will be very much user-friendly, UF user-friendly. And then it will be converted in some programming language, and then it will push to machine. So flow is like this.
Michael said that he's in the lobby.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen it. Okay, so interaction is like this, that CLI, GUI, and API, and we are going to focus on this API part. So let's focus on this API. Now, once we'll go and do this API scripting within DNA, whatever things we can do via CLI and GUI, we can do via API as well. Each and everything we can do via API, and you will see that we have different purpose APIs there in DNA. So actually we have all purpose APIs, the instruction, machine-to-machine instruction inside the DNA. So let's go to the DNA dashboard and let's see where we can go and check this API. Now, again, I told you that it's very much programming thing. So if you go and learn the API, and that introduction I'm going to give you, that what are the main things within the API, what are the methods within the API. But API is very much similar that whatever you are doing in the web browser. So when we are surfing internet, we are going to different websites. When you are going to different websites, you are going on top, that is the URL, and within that URL you are putting some command. You want to see some web pages or website and those things. For that you are using some methods. So some methods are there those methods are basically 4 methods are there. And if you go and compare those methods with CLI, you'll come to know. So CLI, what we are doing, we are typing something show run. In API, this is something get method. In CLI, when you are doing some configuration, in API, this is called as a post method, that you are creating new object. Post means creation of new object. Then in CLI, if you have to go and do some patches, CLI based patch means some command repairing and some small modification in the configuration lines. Here we have something called put method, means update an object. And finally in CLI, if you go and delete something, delete, here also you have delete operation, that means delete an object. So these 4 methods are there. Technically, they are very much like we are doing in CLI. You have get object to show the things. You have post to update an object. You have post means create an object. It's like creation. Put means update. And then finally delete. That means you know that delete an object. So these 4 main methods we have that you want to operate from the API. These are the API methods. So if you go to DNA, and once you are in the DNA, then here we are. And what you need to do, you go to menu, system, data platform. Once you come here, you can see all these analytic ops collectors. They are the collectors and services for different things. You can see the setting and pipelines. Pipelines are like continuous integration, continuous development. CI/CD pipelines are there. So in the next update, when Cisco will go and update the packages, they will go and update the packages for these programs that you will see within the data platform. Let's go back to the platform where you can go and see the API thing. So within platform, you can see that we have API, and now you will see here that we have API for almost everything. So here you can see that authentication based APIs, then know your network, site management, connectivity, operational tasks, policy, event management. If I go and click anywhere, you will see that these are sites related APIs. So post, get means show run type of command. Post means create an object. Put means update an object. Even you can see update site. Put means updating something. Like that, you can go and use this API. Now, one thing you may be wondering that, okay, so when I'm telling you about post method, this post here, so let me go and write here. So when we are talking about post method, that means that we are creating something, site, hierarchy, or discovery, anything, any creation will be done via the post method. But the question here is that how you will provide the input, how you will go and create a site. So for example, I have to go and create a site like this, USA, under USA San Jose, under San Jose, for example, building 1, under building 1, if I have to create floor 1, and flow 2. This is something that with GUI, we are going to design section, site hierarchy, and we are clicking, click, we are creating. That means you need some sort of input to this API, right? So there are various methods that you can go and provide the input. One of the best input is in the form of JSON. You can go and give the data encoding or input in terms of JSON, in terms of XML. But the easiest and the popular that everyone is using is JSON. We'll see that in JSON format, you can go and provide the input. So what is the JSON format? Can I show you this JSON format? Answer is yes. So let me quickly show you the JSON format. Now, these are the APIs. Even you can go on top and you can search something. So suppose if I want to see that how many network devices we have, so you can see here that with network, we have some API. Get the module info by IT, get the chassis ID. What I want to see all the network devices in this DNA. So for that, you can see that we have this API get device list, network device. So what I will do, I'll click here. Now this page is opening, and now you can see here on top, this is the API related to what is the method? Get. We want some information, and from this API. So even if I go and copy and paste this API here in the web browser, because web browsers are also working as a API collector, invalid token. They are telling that, okay, you can run this, but you have invalid token. So that's why I'm not giving you the result. No problem. We'll go and try from here. So I can go ahead and click try it. API detail. It has some issue to generate this. So what we can do here, we'll go and quickly see that the API package is enabled in this DNA or not. So let's go and verify that first, and then we'll come to this API and we'll see. So let's go to integrate. Oops. Seems some. Let's go to the platform one more time. And let's go to development toolkit. Let's go to the integration flow. Not events. Okay. Let's go to the bundles. You can see the manage bundles. Now, once you are here, you can see that AI analytic leave it, ITSM leave it. We should have API, DNA REST API is active. That's good. Then disaster recovery API, let's leave it. ITSM leave it. Network assurance bugs. So I can see that API is there, which is there, enable, which is active. Right, REST API which is active, yeah. So that means that it should work. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's go back to the developer toolkit. Let's go and search network. Let's go to see that where is our network devices API. I can see here we have network devices. There it is. Get the device list. Let's see. Try it. Now you can see that we are getting some result. Let's click run here. Now let me go and copy this output. But bad. So this format that you will see, it is little bit complicated type of JSON output. So even you can get the output in the JSON format. you can get the input, means you can provide the input in the JSON format. Little bit difficult to see, so let me go here and open here in the notepad. Now you can see this. At the moment, I have two devices. One is ISR router and one is the Catalyst 9300 switch. So if I go and filter from host name, you can see host name. Oh, I can see it is able to search only one host, that is this Catalyst switch. So it is able to give the device detail. Now you can see in this detail how much information we have. Serial number, software version, device support, uptime, management status, boot time. You can see at least 25 to 30 fields we have. I think more than that fields we have. Yeah, approx 40 fields we have in this output. Right. So once you know programming language, you can take this output as an input. I told you earlier in the class that API is machine to machine language. Some delay is there in the notepad. So API is machine to machine, M to M language. That means output from one API. So this output can be input of other API. And that's the power we have with the API. And that's the key we have. So output of one API can become input of other API, and it can go and go and go and go. You can nest 100 and 200 APIs in one program, in one single call. So one program will go and call, other program will go and call other and other and other and other and other. Like that, you can nest 10 to 15 APIs. In our program also, I will show you that our programming structure is like this, that we are nesting these APIs within one API to other API. So how we are creating big programs with respect to this programming language is this, that first we are defining the library. So we'll go and define the library function. That will be function where you have all the packages defined. Once we have the library, then we'll go and define the you can say this as a variable file. Variable file means that what is DNAC IP, what is DNAC URL, what is username, what is password, what is the template, what is the project. All the variables you can define here in the variable file. Then you can go and define the main function. What you want to do, that you can go and define in the main function. So this is my main function. Right. So what will happen? The logic will be like main function will take help from variable, and variable will check everything from the library. Even the main function will check everything from the library. Like that, you have some task, and with this program defining in the main function, you will get the result. For example, taking the device backup, creating the sites, discovering the devices, doing plug and play. Actually, each and everything I told you earlier, each and everything that you can do via the CLI and GUI, you can do from the programming itself. Okay. So that was the base introduction of these APIs, and you have this PPT. You can go through this Cisco slide that you have the integration, and you can go and enable the bundle. If it is not active, enable it. You can go and check the devices, the device list. Some error codes are there. 200 means success, 400 means some error. If anything related to 200, you will see that that will be the success code. So getting the output, and then you can see that it's very important that first of all, devices will go and do the authentication. So the program that you are writing, it should go and authenticate first. If it will not authenticate, then you will not go to the next phase. So program will go and do the authentication, and that authentication cookie, that token, you can see this XAuth token, that token will be valid for first 60 minutes. After every 60 minutes, that token should refresh, and we can go and set the timer as well for the token, 60 minutes or 30 minutes. But after 30 minutes, after 60 minutes, if you go and run the same API, it will throw error, because again, it has to go and generate the token, and then only it will give you the result. So these are some of the API examples we have. I'm going to show you the live example today with the program that I have, but that program itself is little bit complicated. But if you go and break that program in small pieces, then you will understand that. So let me go to this DNAC non-fabric. I have one folder here where I have these scripts. So let me go here. Let me remove something so I can show you some output. Before using the program, let me go and see that what I have in my DNAC, how many devices I have in the DNAC, and out of those devices, how many devices they are assigned to the site. So, oh, I can see only one device. Okay, I'll go and assign this to a site. Okay, now let's go back to the program. I'll explain you the format of the program first, and then we'll run this. So I have actually main function. Actually, this is very big program. I'll do one thing. I'll show you some small program, and then I'll come to this. Small program means that if you go to GitHub, just go to the GitHub first, the main page, and on the search, Cisco DNAC. If you go and search Cisco DNAC, then you will see nice programs are there. DNAC Python, DNAC platform. Then, okay, this guy, his programs are good. Robert, he can go to repository, and then Cisco DNAC, IAC, 9K, and all those things. Hosting, Terraform. You can see so many programs. I'll show you one program that I am following, and he is very good programmer working in Cisco itself. His name should come in Cisco DNAC.
So everybody can access this one, or need a user and password?
Anyone can access this GitHub, right? Even I haven't done sign in. You can see you can create your account, free account, and anyone can. GitHub.com. Anyone can access the sites. Okay, now you can see that Cisco, their own programming. You can see the repository they have, and in the Cisco repository, Cisco EN programmability, you can see that they have 32 repository. So you can see DNS Center with Ansible, Go programming, DNS Center day N, where they can go and do day N things, Splunk integration, GitOps, Git integrations, compliance, Fabric, Ansible, all those things they have. Zinja, reports operations, right? Proximity, device config collection. Yeah, I am following this guy, Gabriel Japo. Dinu. He's very good programmer, and he has very nice program. So let's use one of his program. So we are here and we want to run the program, which is this one. Let me put this link in the chat. So what do you want? From DNA, we want to take the device collection, configuration collection. So you can see these are the programs here. What you can do, simply click to the code, and you have option to copy this. So here you can see this copy button. Click there. Go to your CLI. In my laptop, I have Python installed. If you are doing first time, you install Python. Or suppose if you don't want to install Python, then you do one thing. You can go and install one program, Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code. This is, again, this is free. What you can say, this program interpreter and all, where you can go and write your program. At the moment you'll go and install this program itself automatically will go and install Python. If you're running Ansible, it will go and install the Ansible packages and everything. Okay, so simply you can go and download this software, install in your laptop, and everything will be ready to use. Okay, so now what we are doing here is this, that we are going to clone one of the program, right? One of the program from GitHub. So what you can do, you can type on command git clone, and then the copy paste that we have done. So now it is telling that you have this program. Now I can reach to that program, that is DNA Center device config collection. This is the folder. If I go inside this folder, you will see that we have config.py. You can see here config.py, device collection.py. These are the programs. So if we go and check config.py, you can see this is the program here. It's telling this is the username, this is the password, and all and all and all. And then you have the program. Let me go to that particular folder. Oops, sorry. Let me copy this location. Let's go to that folder. And we are here. And if I can go and open this in my notepad or in my Visual Studio, I have option to go and open these in different places. So Visual Studio Code, I'll go there. Okay, and we need this. This is the main program, and we need this config file as well. So now we have these two. You can see config.py, right? And device collection. You can see importing different packages. Now your programming skill will come into picture. And then it is using some sort of DNA Center SDK. These are the connections that it should have. And then the main function, what it want to do. So it will go and run certain APIs. It will go and run the API for device backup. So you can see here that device get device. Now it is actually very difficult and you will not understand in 30 minutes. But if you have programming knowledge, if you have API knowledge, then You can understand this. So they have used this 500 because if you are running in big infra and if you have more than 500 devices, DNA, they have some pagination limit that they are not going to next page automatically, because in that case you have to go and increase the device limit more than 500. So many things are here in this small program. So many Python, you can say Python uh, skills are there. If you want to understand that, it will take minimum, I think, 1 to 2 months minimum to understand all these connectors and dots, and you can see while loop, then if not, then for loop, then exception handling, then file handling within the Python. You know, these are like concepts when we are using while loop, and the input and the output. So why we are using this type of parenthesis, why we are using this type of brackets and all those things, you need to understand, right? At the moment, I will go and I'll run this program. I'll show you that how you can run it in your infra as well. But to understand this 100%, you need some programming skill. And this is not like junior level programming. This is something like a professional level coding. Okay, no problem. So where we are, config. Now you can see this config. This config is something that you have to change as per your variable, right? So what is our URL? So let's go here and put our URL. That will be not this much, only this much. So we'll go here. Okay, so this is the variable file config.py, username admin, and then the password. No, that's just so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the folder where it will go and put the backup, it is generating this, but I'll go and make this 2023. So that means this is our folder that we want to create, right? So now it is saved. Now next thing is this, that you have to go and run this program. So you can go use Python and then device config collection.py, enter. Now if you run first time, it will tell you that you don't have DNAC Center SDK install. In my case, I have DNAC Center SDK install. In your case, it will be not. So you have to do pip install DNAC SDK. Let me show you that. What is that DNAC SDK? So if you see the import file, you will see the DNAC Center SDK. So if you are running this program first time, you have to go and do pip install DNAC Center SDK. So it will go and install this package in your laptop. Then you may have you may not have this URL library. You may not have this date time. You may not have this JSON. All these packages you have to go and do pip install JSON. So it will tell you that okay, JSON is already there. If it is not, then you can go and install like that. In my case, I have all these packages, so it is successful. Now we have completed that program. Now you can see that is successful. It is telling that there is one device. This is the device. I have took the backup in this particular folder. So if you go here from where you are running the program, you can see this is the folder that program has created. And then if you go and open, now you can see this is the backup file that program has created for us, this backup. And if you want to see the content, you can see this is the show run backup. Right. So there are so many things actually behind the scenes, so many APIs, integrated API in this, which is running and which is generating the output for us. Okay, so in case you're very interested and you want to learn this, I can give you one other path as well. 1 second. If you are using Udemy for your study, you can go here. I have my programming course there, DNA programming course, DNAC automation. If you search DNA automation, so you will get this ABC of DNAC automation. And if you go and open, so you can see I have increased the font size. So in this, I have introduced this Python loop and all those things. And then we can set the lab in GNS3. Then Python network related programs, all the scripts are there. Then basic of DNA programming. What is API? Then DNA API, client program, get the MAC, inventory, switch, template runner, and all those things. And then I have added some CCNP automation things here. So now if you are interested to learn the programming and automation, then you can go and have a look on this particular course. ABC
Is this start from basic stuff?
Is from basic, yeah. It's
okay.
From very basic, yeah. First you're starting with Python, basic of Python, then very basic. This is starting from basic, yeah. Generate the token, a small program, 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. Okay. Okay, all right. So I'll put the link here. If any chance, if you're interested, you can have a look. Now let's go and quickly do the Aura report, and then I will show my program, my big program. So here we are. If you are here in the GitHub, what you can do, that you can go and search DNAC Aura. R-O A-U-R-A. A-U-R-A. Aura. Now you will see this Cisco DevNet. Open that. Let me put this link as well in the chat window. What is this Aura report? Aura report is audit and upgrade readiness. So if you go and run this report, it will generate one file with at least maybe 70 to 80 checks. It will run within the DNA. These are the checks, checking Cisco DNA product, member ID, load, layout, space, IO availability, memory, status, proxy, programmability, DNS, path MTU mode, all these things. 62 checks. For health and connectivity, then you can see upgrade readiness, 19 checks, then assurance, 15 check, SD access, 26 checks, DNS enter skill, 18 checks. More than 100 checks it will do, and it will generate nice PDF file that you can open that PDF file, and it will tell you where you have problem and where you have pass. Like that it will do. Now how we can go and run this report? So anytime if you want to upgrade your DNA, Cisco will give you this link, and they will tell you that go and run this report, send that report, then you can go for upgrade. So how you can run this report? You can see it's very easy. First, you need this clone. This is program in DNA. So go there and let me go and open the DNA as well. So you should have admin access to your DNA. Where is my DNA? Okay. Okay. So we have to do the same thing, git clone. I think we have copied that command from the git clone and this URL. So it's generating that cloning, copying that program in the DNA. File size is 64, 28 MB. I think it's more than 30 MB. So big program file, it is cloning to the DNA. So once this will be completed, then you have to run this program. It's very easy to run this program, but while you run this program, it will ask you different type of credentials. We will see that. So cloning is 100% done. Okay, now we can go and check go to that folder and check what are the things you have in the folder. So now you can see that you have DNAC Aura within that folder. You know that how to run that /DNAC Aura. Now if you run, it will ask you that what is the username. So I'll go and give admin and then the password. Now it is asking that password for maglev. Maglev password is the same in my case. So I'll go and give the maglev password. Now we can see that all the checks has been started. So it will go and do the checks. It is checking the IO throughput. Check number 12, like the checks that you have, you can see here that all the checks it will do. You can see here the list of checks as well. So checking the health and connectivity, it will complete all the checks, then readiness checks and all the checks. So behind the scene, you can see is going on. It will take some 10 to 15 minutes if you have full-fledged DNA, like DNA supporting 500 to 1000 devices. It will take maybe 30 minutes. It depends that how much devices you have in DNA. According to that, it will go and take time. But generally, it is taking 15 to 20 minutes in a production environment. In our lab environment, it will be completed in 2 to 3 minutes. So this is okay that it is running some program, running some checks. The good thing about this program is this, that it will go and generate a very nice readable PDF that we want to check. You can go and study that PDF very easily, and any error is there, any bug is there in that PDF, it will mark that thing, that there is bug, there is suggested action that you should go and take, and all those things. So it's going on. Some more checks are going on. We can wait. Checks are going on. We can wait. You can see it is telling that there is some possible bug hitting. And then it is checking the internal databases as well. Different databases are here in DNA. You can see MongoDB, InfluxDB, Grafana. Means some other tools are there which can go and generate nice graph and all those things. So Grafana is there. Yeah, different tools are there. You can see RabbitMQ, that is the messaging bus within the DNA. Okay, it's going on. Seems more checks are going on. Still it is going on. We can wait. Okay, so now it reaches to, it has some error here in this checking 82 unacknowledged message. So that's why it is waiting here. 3 times I think it is sending some message, and then it will skip that step and it will go to the next step. I can see it is there in 83, 84. Zookeeper cluster status. Cluster is a standalone. And then checking the Elasticsearch. Now it is checking the REST API. REST API is responding. Here you can see this is the important place. Redis. Postgres is a database. What is Gluster? I don't know. MongoDB is database. Then app hosting Postgres. RabbitMQ is messaging bus. Zookeeper, I don't know. Kafka. InfluxDB. Kong. All those are used within the, we have the open Dockers for all these packages. If you know Docker, and if you have some programming requirement, you can go and group those Dockers, those containers, and you can create your own set of programming infra, or what you can say. We can say that your lab type of setup for all those Dockers for development, for developing any type of application. So you don't need to go and purchase all those heavy licenses to develop a program. You can develop all those programs with free versions, and later on, if it is successful, then you can purchase the license and group everything in the same way. So we are, I think, almost done. It's almost done. Now, once it is done, then what will happen? By the end of this, it will give you one location. It will tell you that in this location, you have your report. So our report we have in this location, you can see this PDF. Now, if anyhow, if we can go and if we go and do some SFTP to this server, we can go and download this report. So let me try. I have WinSCP. And SFTP to the host name. What is that? 198.133.200. Let me go and quickly check the IP. So IP address 198.181.2.900. Okay, 129. 129.100, right? Or 100 or 200. What is the URL? Okay, 129.100. Then admin and username and password. So username and password, I'll try with Magle first. And then let's see. password. So one thing very important, when you are using maglev, you should go and use port number 2222, 4 times 2. Otherwise, that will not work. So 129.100. Username is maglev. Let's try. Now you can see it is able to connect, and we should have some. I should go to that location where we have that folder, right? So let's see what is the location. Location is data temp DNAC aura. So we should go to that place. Can I go there? Okay, 1 second. Just I'm checking that how to reach. We are here in home maglev, and we want to go to that location. We are in root directory. So can I go to data? That's a problem. So I need to go to this location. I'll do one thing. Let's play some trick. So we can use copy command. Copy this to home, and within home maglev and enter. Cd home. So now you can see it is moved to this maglev location. Now let's see that do I have. Okay, so I can see maglev, and now within maglev I'm not seeing that file. I think I need to refresh this page. It should work, right? Let me try. Okay, 1 second. So you can see that from this location, I moved this, right? This PDF file, which is along with DNAC aura. So it should be here, but it is not showing here. You should have one more file. What we can do now, that this Linux things I'm doing, right? So let's do one more time. So already we have file, right? If we are here, ls, so how to change mode? Sudo 777 DNAC I just want to give more permission, much more to this. So now you can see this is everything. Read, write, read, write, read, write. This file, right? Now let's go to say read, write, read, write. Let's go ahead to WinSCP. Why is it not showing it? Let me try one more time. Maglev. I'm not seeing that, right? We are Maglev user. Within Maglev user, I'm not seeing that due to some issue. I'll try one more time. I'll move this to the home folder. To home. Permission denied. Okay. Sudo. Okay, and I can see it's moved to the home. Now let's go here to the home. Some problem. I don't know. Some problem is there. Unable to move the file, but let's go back here to the hardware console. Just allow me some 2 more minutes. Do I have ISR 999 SDA laptops? No problem. Let's go here. To DNS enter. I wanted to see that what. Okay, here also we have maglev. If you have full permission, at the moment I have some permission issue. If you have full permission, you can read this file. What I'm doing, I'm opening this file here in the CLI, and I will show you one demo PDF file. So I can go and open this with cat. Obviously the format you can't read because this is a PDF format. But let me go here, and if I have sample, I should have one sample file here. I can show you the sample file, how this look like. No, I don't have sample file here at the moment. Sample. Okay, I don't have sample file at the moment, but once I have the sample file, then I'll show you. It's very much looking like these type of reports, but in detail. Let's see if anything is there in Cisco or a sample file. If someone has uploaded the sample file, or even the Cisco side, if we have sample file, I can show you that file. Just give me 2 more seconds. Okay, so yeah, we have done WinSCP, but unfortunately, some issue is there. I'm unable to download. Otherwise, I could show you that. Showing all those things. Okay, I have some other Aura report. I'll try to get it. I will show you that in next session, how this PDF look like. In meanwhile, in your organization, if you are able to run this report, if you have permission, you run it and you can check that how this file look like. Okay. Some permission issue is there. I'm unable to win SCP and get the report. It's not working in my case. Let me try one more time. Otherwise, I'll continue the session. Oh, see, after manipulation, it is working. Okay. So let me go and put this report. It's got downloaded here. It is working now. So once it is working, it is here. We should go and give more permission. Otherwise, we can't download this, right? So 777 DNAC Aura. Now, once you give this permission, then you can move from here to my DNAC non-fabric. Okay. And now I can open my folder. I can go to this place and we should have that Aura report. Here it is. Now you'll see that. You can see my screen. You can see this is the report. I will see error found, check done 92. This is the report in detailed format. Check all the checks. Backup history. Whatever error is there, it is telling you error 01, error 02. Bug is there. Right. And by the end of this file, you will see some summary as well. Okay, so this was the Aura report. You can check from your side. Running this report is very easy. You don't need much programming knowledge to run this report. Okay. No one is telling anything. Jesus, Ray, you guys are there?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, so it's programming. You know, it's little bit difficult if you are not doing programming, then understanding each and everything will be difficult. But how to run this report? Anytime if you upgrade your DNA, Cisco will tell you to run this report. So this is something that you have to use. You will use in your working environment. This Aura report. Rest of the things, programming and other part, it is actually difficult. I work in Cisco for at least almost 1 year as a protocol tester, maybe 5-6 years back. And then from last 3 years, I am doing programming related to SD-WAN, DNA, and Ansible. So that's why I know programming and I created multiple courses in programming. So I have that knowledge. But if someone is new, so he has to put effort. It will take minimum, it will take 6 months to become average in programming. To become good in programming, it will take time, maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And again, it depends that how much programming we need as a network engineer. As a network engineer, we don't need everything. So that's the thing.
What we need, Ratnesh, as a network engineer, what we need to know at least the basic.
Yeah, basic, yeah. Python, little bit of
Python.
Ansible, yeah. And that's why that course is there. If you can go and check that course, that is very basic related to DNA. And then same type of course I created for SD-WAN as well. Because API is something which is common everywhere. So if someone knows API, he can do the programming. I know that in my organization, I have automation team. We have dedicated programming team. But the problem with that team that they don't know networking. They know programming, they know API because they know a few API. Thanks for joining. Today we are going to complete our DNA section. So agenda is to complete the DNAC script, and then I will go and give the overview of the SD-WAN lab. SD-WAN training and lab that we are going to complete. That training is very much thorough, and we are going to use the latest script as well. At the moment, you may have one software. I think Jesus has purchased one software from me. I'm trying to get the new updated version of that. So once I get it, I will share with you guys. Okay, and meanwhile, I will go and provide you full-fledged SD-WAN lab. I have multiple SD-WAN labs with latest images. So those I will provide you regularly. And good thing about SD-WAN lab is this, that they are always free. DNA lab, I have some issue allocating these labs because sometimes they are available, sometimes they are not. But that is not the case with SD-WAN. SD-WAN labs will be always there. Whenever you will ask me, I can give you that. Okay, so let's start. What we can do here is that I'm going to show you my script that I have developed for DNA. But that script, again, that script is little bit difficult to understand because that script, it took, I think, 3 to 4 months for us to develop that package, that script, the coding. So if you try to understand that, it will take time. But if you start working on them, on those scripts, you will understand it 100%. So let's go to the folder where I have the script. It is there in the documents and DNAC non-fabric, something was there. So let me go to non-fabric, and if you go here in this folder, you can see that I have some scripting folder, DNAC script. Name is itself DNAC script that I already uploaded in the training folder in day number 8. Once you are here, if you go and check what are the things we have, you can see that we have something called config.py. In that config.py, I will go and put all the variable information like what is DNA, a URL, username, password, and those things I will pass in this. Then you will see that there is one folder. Actually, this is very, again, little bit advanced type of configuration. So what I have done that I created different scripts for different purposes. So what I'm telling that if I go to one folder called DNAC, if you go there, you can see that I have created one full-fledged script related to reports.py. Then I have created one full-fledged for templates.py. Now within these reports and template, these scripts are very big. These programs are very big. So if I go and do more to reports.py, we can go and check that. Oh, sorry, more, not mode, more reports.py. You can see that this script is big. There you can see the click command. There are some type of functions which is providing some user defined inputs and user prompts, then function definition, and then so many things are in within this. So many different small things are within this. Like that, these scripts are big. So here you will see that not only reports, I will show you that how you can go and run these scripts. So to run this script, I have something called DNA1F. This is actually version F, ABCDEF, like that. We have developed that. So to run this script, you'll understand more about that, how this is composed. So if I go to DNAC DNA underscore 1 FPY, and then if I type help, we have given help function as well in this. So it will tell you what are the things you have. So it is telling that you can go and generate the DNA report, and you can go and do all the template related operations. So now if I go here, and then again, I will go and give the string DNAC reports, and then if I type help, again you will see that within DNA report, what are the reports I can run. So all DNA device config backup, DNA health, DNA issue, audit log, device list, unclaimed device, wireless, like that, all these outputs I can run within same function. So now if I want this device backup, I can copy and I can paste, and if I press enter, so it is telling that connecting to the device, you can see this is the correct device URL. Why? Because this is there in the config.py. So if you go to config.py, you can see that this is the URL that our DNA URL, and then the username and the password, like that. Now what it is telling, after running this script, it is telling that number of device 1, name is this, and we have completed that script. Now if you go there to that particular folder, DNAC non-fabric, DNAC script, you will see one report with today's date 11/16. So application, and this is nothing but the log generation. And 11/16, you can see device config folder is there, where you can see 11/16. This backup generated today. Now you can go this, you can go and open this. Oops. So this is nothing but the running configuration, right? That is one of the variation we have. Now in the same place, if you go and check the help, so you have taken the config backup, then health, then issues, then device list CSV. So if I go and run simply, and this script is there with you, you can go and run in your production. What you have to do, only you have to go and change the ABCD, change the variable name. Now this is, we have made as user defined input type of program. So it is asking the username and the password that you can go and provide. See, so password verify login pass, retrieve token ID pass, got the token correctly, device list. Somehow it is not able to take the number of devices. That's why it is throwing error. Now, why it is throwing error? Now, if you go and check the config.py, you will come to know that the script is unable to take the backup due to some reason. Let's see what's the reason. Yeah, you're telling something? Switches and hubs, routers, distributed. So you can see that device family. Now what you need to do, that you have to go and check the coding. You have to go and check the error. What is the error? Why device list is not coming? What's the issue? Okay, it is telling that click.core, DNAC script, reports.1 py. So it is telling that where it has the issue. Some header issue it has within reports.1.py within line number 173. So if we go here to DNAC reports.1.py, if we open this file, now if you scroll to line number 173, if you go to line number 173, you will see somewhere here it has some issue. Utils.add header all. Now if you go here, it is telling that line 173 device list CSV utils, it has the issue. What issue it has? All header, all CSV PD. PD is a Panda programming for CSV files. So it has within utils.py line number 253, it has some package issue. pandas. You can see pandas. It is unable to open the file called ttt.csv. Okay. Let me go and so I'll not go and troubleshoot it, but yeah, we can go and do that. Input the file name to save. (129.100). It has some panda issue, some package issue, but that will be always there whenever you develop the program and all. You will get those issues. Never mind. Let's go back. So you can see that I have actually multiple programs that we can go and generate the output like this. One thing is this, that when you are generating the output for device list, do not use API. Better you can go to DNA inventory and export the files in CSV. It is much more easier. Why we have developed this program? We have developed this program to do the configuration push. And for configuration push, this particular program is very, very good. So for example, suppose in your infra, you have 1000 devices. Okay, think like that. You have 1000 switches, and in those 1000 switches, you have to go and add 4 lines. How you will add? From normal DNA, how you can go and add? Yeah, you can answer.
We can go to each one switch one by one, or we can do the DNA to push that.
Yeah, you can go to DNA, you can create the template, right?
Yeah.
And from that template, configuration template, you can go and then you can select the device. You know, here is the problem. So now you have to go to DNA and then you have to select the devices one by one. That means you have to click it. 1 device, 2 device, 3 device, 4 device, like that. You have to click 1000 times to select the device. Now, if any problem is there, after selecting the devices, if you go and push the configuration, by any chance, if any of the device configuration will get failed, DNA will generate a failure log and it will tell you that device configuration is not successful. Again, you have to go and select thousands of devices because you don't know which particular device configuration miss is there. So for safety purpose, what you will do, again, you will select all the devices and try to push it. Right. Now, this is very tedious process if you have 10,000 devices. Like you are in big enterprise network and you have 10,000 devices, 10,000 switches, then it's very difficult to go and select manually one by one devices, and after that find out that which device the DNA is unable to push that script. Why DNA will not push the script? Because sometimes from DNA few of the devices are unreachable. So on those devices it will not go and push the script. So for that actually we have developed this particular program. So what I am telling that you can go to that help, how you can reach to that program. You can see that DNAC template. So now you can go to DNAC template, and once you are in the DNAC template, here also we have created variation. So in this program what we have done, that maybe you want to push the configuration to all the devices, or maybe you have 100 devices in Excel sheet or in a notepad. Only those 100 devices you want to push the configuration. Or maybe you want to push the configuration to 1 device or 2 device or 3 device. That's a user input. It will ask you, this program will ask you which particular device you want to push the configuration. Right? Now, before pushing the configuration, what you need to do here is you need to check the variable file. So within variable file, you can see that I have to go and create one project my DNAC training and ISRS. Let's go and change this file. What I'm telling here is this, that if you go to config.py here, and project name, I'll go and change today. ACL is very easy to build, so that's why I'll go and give the name as today ACL. Today underscore ACL is my project name. And the template, I'll go and create ACL10. Now, the template and project that we are creating here manually, we are going to create this manually. That also you can create via script. We have option, different scripts are there that we can go and create the templates via script as well. But if you are creating this via DNA, it's actually easy than the script.
We can use this program in our environment, no? Or is you can share with you are sharing with us that one, no? We can use for us.
Yeah, you have to change the environment.
Okay.
You have to put your environment. At the moment, this is the lab credentials that we have put. But this program I have tested in the production as well, is working fine. So what are the things you have to check only in the config file? So you can see that device family I have taken as a hubs and switches and hubs and routers. Suppose in your case, if you have device family only switches, then you can use this pond symbol and you can go and create one new device family just below that. So how you can edit this program, just copy and paste this, copy, go below, paste here, and remove these routers. So now this program will see only switches and hubs. It will skip routers. Okay, now you can see the device type is this. You can go and change the device type as well. Here you can see that device type, I have this, or maybe you have device type Catalyst 9300. So it's up to us. I'll go and copy this because in our lab the device is of this series. So we have done the edit. Now we have to go and create the project today underscore ACL. Under that, I will go and create ACL10. So let's go to DNA. Let's re-log into DNA. Meanwhile, this DNA is coming. What we will do, we'll go to the device, and device, I will show you that I don't know which particular device we have a search within DNA. Let's see. It's 93001, 2 or 3. So we'll go here. And let's see. We have taken the backup, right? What was that device? 93001 was the device. Okay. So now let's go here to 93001. At the moment, I have only one switch discovered within the DNA. But irrespective of number of devices you have, it can go and push to the configuration to thousands of devices. Let's see that there is no access list present. You can see no ACL is there. So we'll go and create one from DNA, and from DNA we'll create the project and template, and from a script we'll push that. So let's go to tools and the template editor. We have what type of project? Let's go and create our project. What was the name we want to create of the project? Today ACL. And within today ACL, we'll go and create one template, ACL10, right? ACL10. Now this we should go and add the device type. Switches and hubs, let's go back. And then we should go and assign the image iOS XE. So now our template format is ready. What are the lines we want to put in there? So IP, access list, standard, what name we can give? A standard today ACL, right? Then permit 10110. Oops. Permit 2110. Permit 10, right? And now you have to save and commit this. So save this. And then we have to go and commit this. So once it is saved and once it is commit, now I will finalize this thing that you should have the correct project, correct template, and this configuration item should be correct. Otherwise, what will happen when once you push it, the DNA will throw error. So let's go and push this configuration from the DNA. So how we can push? See, we have multiple options. I will show you all three. So first of all, I want to push this in the dynamic fashion. Enter. So see, we'll deploy DNAC based template ACL. Now you can see that it has generated the task ID, which this is very important. If it will not generate the task ID, that means nothing will happen. Unreachable devices 0. Reachable device this. Number of device to deploy template 1. What is the device index you want to start? There we have a starting from 0. 0 means 1 in our case. So now we are pushing this configuration from DNA template via script to the device, and now you can see it has generated a task. It should generate these IDs. Otherwise, you will understand that this is failed. If it has generated the ID, that means it will work. Now you can see that it will tell you that deployment is success. We have put these codes in the program: success, failure, unknown. So this is success. That means from DNA also you can go and check the logs. Or from device itself, if you go and check the ACL, you will see that we have this today ACL. And if you go and check this, begin the access list, you should see, oops, all the statements here. What is the ACL name we have?
Very powerful, no?
Yeah, you can see within fraction of seconds. So access list. Okay. Now what we will do that let's go and let's go to DNA. We'll do some changes in the script. So now we are here. I'll do one thing that I want to remove a few lines. It's up to us how we are doing it. If you want to edit something, you can do the edit as well. For that, you should go and check the numbering here. So you can see that number 10, 20, 30 is there that we can go and change. So what I will do here, that in this, I want to go in this line. And if I go and remove these entries, no 10, right? Or 20 or 30. Suppose 30, line number 30, I don't want. You can commit directly as well. Commit means it will save as well. So we'll go here, and now in this SEL, we want to remove this, right? So let's see. Again, we are here. All inputs are given. We'll go to switch number 0. Now the script is running. Now we'll go here and check this. See, 30 is gone. So you can see that easily you can add or remove number of lines within the n number of devices. This is just one example, but it's the same. Either it's one device or 100 or 1,000 devices. The script will work like that only. Okay. So that is one of the variation, and that's the reason we have created this script. And one thing you notice here that I haven't created any network profile. So when we are pushing the configuration via script, no need to create any profile, nothing is required. It is script in a way that it will execute irrespective of network profiles and all. The next thing I want to show you is the user input. But for user input, see, if you want to run this with IP list. So IP list, that means it will ask you some IP list in the script. So what does it means that if you go here, I have one devices notepad. Whatever things I will put in this devices notepad, it will push the configuration only to those devices. So I should go here. I need the name of the device. Let's go and check the host name. Oops. Let's go and check the host name of that device. So I can go and put within my folder. So what is the host name? I need full host name with full domain. Let me copy this. In the same folder, if you go, you can see that instead of R1, put this and remove this. So what I will do, just to show you, I have one bogus entry here. R6 is not there in my list. Just to show you that how failure messages are coming. Let me save this. Let's go back to the script. This time we want IP list. A 0. Generated the task ID. See, for one device it is success. Now it is trying to reach this device which is not there. Now it is taking time.
All these script are using API, no?
API only.
Okay, perfect.
Now you can see unknown. Why? Because this device is unreachable. So one place it has pushed the configuration, other place, yeah, it's API based script only. This is not Python script. This is 100% API embedded within the Python script. So if I go here and give permit 41.1.10 permit 51.1.1.10. System is a little bit slow. This is 110. That's okay. Let's go and save. So we are adding 2 more lines here, and Let's commit this. Little bit slow. Commit is in progress. Seems some internet unreachability. Okay, seems it is committed. Let me go and commit one more time. Okay, it is committed. That's why it's grayed out. So we are adding 2 more lines here just to show you that the IP input script is also working. Here you see that we want to start from 0, checking the host name. Obviously, it will go and push the script. Meanwhile, we'll go here to the switch from the CLI and we'll go and confirm that those lines have been added. So you can see line number 30 and 40 added below. So this is actually very nice, and still it is in progress because the R6 is unreachable, so it will show you unknown. All right, so let me show you quickly the last variation that we have. It's the user input. So this is user input. Now it will ask you about the, please enter the switch name to proceed. What is the switch name? So we have one switch name like this. I can copy, paste. Again, you will see that task is in progress. Successful. Right, so I have shown you all 3 variations in this script. This script basically we have developed just to push the configuration. This is one of the nice script which has flexibility. You want to push to all the devices, you want user input. Basically, this is the best option. Why? Because sometimes we have the list of devices where we want to push the configuration. So according to that list of devices, we can go and push the configuration. Right? Do you have any question in this? Thanks.
Thank you.
And hello everyone. I'm going to give you offer related to CCIE lab. In this lab, what you will find, so let me quickly show you that. In this lab, you have multiples switches. You can see you have more than 16 switches, 20 routers. You have SD-WAN full-fledged lab. Actually, this is complete CCIE Enterprise 1.0 lab, where you can do section 1, section 2, section 3. Maybe you know that in CCIE exam, you have 3 different sections. Means already sections are defined, but generally these 3 sections that students are practicing. And in this 3 sections, you can perform everything, all the tasks you can perform in this particular EVE-NG lab. You can see the version and the supported images. This is exact match that we have in the exam as well. So for example, for SD-WAN, you need to work on vEdges and the vManage. Release is 18.4. That's the same release we have in the exam as well. So this will be your very much similar lab setup that you have in your CCIE exam for your practice purpose. Now, what you can't do in this lab, you can't do lab related to DNA because in this EVE-NG lab, we don't have Cisco DNAC integration, and you can't do ISE lab as well because in this we don't have ISE integration as well. For that practice, you need full-fledged online rake from any good place. You can go and have it. But apart from that, apart from 2.1, 2.2, actually, you can go and perform all the tasks. Even if you are not practicing for your CCIE exam, for example, you are practicing for your CCNP and you want to check your OSPF knowledge, BGP knowledge, MPLS knowledge, SD-WAN knowledge, all those tasks you can go and perform in this lab. With this lab, I'm providing the video guide how to do all those tasks. Even we have the lab guide as well. So you can simply follow those guide. You can simply go and complete all those tasks. Suppose if you are new to the technology, so I have multiple free videos in YouTube and Udemy that you can go and refer to upskill your knowledge, to learn the technology, and then simply you can go and use this particular lab and you can break any CCNP, CCIE exam. Means you will pass it easily. Now, what is the cost? And these are the sections that we have in the CCIE exam. So what is the cost of this? Because I'm offering this for the students, so I put very little, a small cost here. So you have to pay only 150 USD to get this particular software. And how you can go and get it, you have to email me. So my email address, you can send me one email request. Let me write here, Ratnesh721 Kumar 721 @gmail.com. Just email me and send me the request, and I will give you this particular nice software, full-fledged software, EVNG software, or the file where you can go and practice your CCNA, CCNP, CCI, SD-WAN, full-fledged SD-WAN is there. So if you can go and watch my YouTube videos, in YouTube I have 22 hours SD-WAN video recording file, and so many SD-WAN videos I have uploaded in YouTube. Those YouTube videos also, you need some lab setup, right, to practice. So even if you're not preparing for your CCNP or CCI, simply you want to learn Cisco SD-WAN, you can go watch my free videos in YouTube, use this particular lab setup, and you can perform your SD-WAN. You can become master in the SD-WAN. Likewise, if you're preparing for CCNP, and CCNP, again, we know that we have N core and one elective. For that also, you can go and perform all the tasks related to routing and switching, OSPF, BGP, everything in this lab. It's a full-fledged lab. So I will recommend you to send this email right away. Take this particular lab, practice, enhance your skill, and become very good in the market, so you will get high paid salaries. All right. After that, you go and watch the technology video. Thanks for watching. Thanks everyone for enrolling this course. In this course, you will learn all the technologies related to CCIE Enterprise. But in case you are looking and you are preparing for your lab exam, please feel free to contact. We are running some sort of 100% guarantee program to make you pass. I will provide you the lab, resources, everything. If you want to know more about this offer, you can go and email to this particular address. Anyways, in this course, you are going to learn all the technologies. This will be very useful course to you. But in case you are planning to write your lab exam, just feel free to contact us. We'll provide you all the guidance, all lab related tips, techniques, all the passing techniques, etc. So please do not hesitate. Feel free to contact us and we will provide you, and we will assure you that you pass your lab exam in first attempt. Thank you. Hi there. Thanks for your enrollment. We are in 1 minute ad break. In this break, I'm going to show you that I have so many courses uploaded over Udemy. And if you're going to enroll my courses, you will get 95% discount. Every month, 3 times. First week, mid of the month, and the last week of the month. I am sharing the coupons. If you go and use those coupons, then my courses related to CCNP, related to CCI, all those courses, you are going to get heavy discount, up to 95%. You can see the prices are a little bit higher here, but if you go and apply the coupon, the prices will go rock bottom. So go use those coupons. Suppose if you don't have those coupons, then you can always ping me over YouTube. You can send me email. You can ask for those coupons. I will provide you that coupon. So get the coupon get the discount. Some of my courses over Udemy, they are bestseller. Some of the courses are quite new, like SD-WAN automation, DNA automation, CCIE data center 3.0. Those are the new uploads as well. So please go, continue your learning, take the coupon, enroll my courses, and study well. All the best.